Hey guys. Here is part 3 of What If Naruto Was Taken Back by the Uzumaki Clan. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start.
We are pain, that's all. We are God.
Chapter 15, The Whirlpool Princess. I am Uchiha Shursui. Naruto narrowed his eyes. His stance told everyone he was prepared for a fight. Explain quickly. I nor Kurama-chan do not recognize you. She doesn't recognize your signature. Even if I didn't have shinobi training back then, Kurama-chan was with me and would have recognized your chakra and remembered. The beast sealed inside Utakata gasped. Kurama? I see now. That was why he addressed you as brother earlier, Utakata. I was also too shocked it did not even register in my head. The teen simply remained silent as he listened to the two's conversation. His 3 rescuers still kept their bijou cloak active. I understand, nodded Shursui. Well, for starters, I was one of the Yondaime's personal guards. The first time I saw you was 2 hours after you were born. I paid a short visit to you and your mother at the hospital back in Uzushio. I gave you a raven plushie as a gift, although I believe it has been destroyed when Fugaka kidnapped you. The second and last time I saw you was that day you were rescued and brought back to Uzushio. I participated during the raid. I was sent on a long-term mission by the Yondaime after I visited you at the hospital. I had no idea what was happening while I was away. I just found out from localins about Yuzu's downfall and the Kyuubi's attack at Konoha. At that moment I knew there was something wrong. I abandoned my current mission and went to Whirlpool to investigate. I knew the Uzumakis were strong. Even a joint strike force from Kumo, Iwa, and Kiri would still not be enough to bring them down. I lingered there for weeks until your grandfather finally showed up. That was when I discovered about your clan's dojutsu. He had me interrogated by the Hell's Head. Back then your clan and I didn't know about Konoha having a part on the recent events. I was simply told not to tell everyone about Uzushio's current state and I was ordered to resume the mission the Yondaime-sama assigned to me. I was away for 4 years and reported back to Yuzu instead of Konoha since I was informed that the Yondaime had been brought back to life. I remained there and entered the academy for jonins. A few months before your 5th birthday I graduated and enlisted as a storm operative. 2 weeks after the raid I was sent back to Konoha to work as a spy. Konoha did not suspect me of anything since I had the mission files requested by Yondaime-sama and was reinstated as an ANBU. I see now, Naruto said as he deactivated his chakra cloak. I do remember seeing a raven plushie in my crib while I was watching my memories. Shursui nodded and then smirked. If you want, I can give you a new raven plushie to replace the destroyed one. Naruto grinned. Thanks, but no. I prefer a fox plushie. Kurama and the others laughed at his statement. Alright then, I'll give you a fox plushie on your birthday. I'll look forward to that. Anyway, what brought you and your team here? Why were you attacking my brother? Shursui nodded and bowed to Utakata. I apologize about earlier. I had to act alone. I was just waiting for you to kill some of them while I killed the rest. But Naruto-kun here and his friends took care of them. Anyway, Shursui then turned to Naruto. The Hokage and the council have gone restless. Without a Jinchuriki, they felt that Konoha was threatened. When the second to the latest bingo book was released, Danzo recognized Utakata-san as a Jinchuriki. After a lot of pressuring, the Hokage finally agreed and gave the order to capture him. And now we're here. Okay, seriously, who are you people? Utakata asked. Oh, right. Sorry. I'm Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. I'm Uzumaki Fu, Jinchuriki of the Nanabai. I'm Sabaka no Gara, Jinchuriki of the Ichibi. I'm Uchiha Shursui, also known as Shursui of the body flicker technique. Anyway, it would be too troublesome for us to explain everything. So we'll just let you have a view of our memories instead, Naruto said as he finished making seals. Demonic arts, sands of time. About 40 minutes later, they finished viewing Naruto, Fu, and Gaara's memories. So yeah? Now you know about us and why we're here. Naruto finished. I see. Saiken-san tells me the jutsu was not a genjutsu but was real and created by demons, hence the name. I believe you and the memories you showed me. It seems that we all had the same life as Jinchuriki. We were betrayed and were made outcasts. But we found sanctuary in Uzushio Gakure, Fu said. Come with us, brother, Naruto said. You can start a new life there. Yes, Gaara agreed. No more you will be chased by hunter neens. Shursui decided to help the 3 persuade the teen and said, You now know about Konoha after you. My team isn't the first and won't be the last to come after you. Other villages will also send teams after you so they could use you as their weapon. You've seen how Jinchuriki are treated in Izushio-gakure. They are treated there as normal beings. Most villages treat your kind as a pariah and only see you as a demon and a weapon. Hey, I've already made my mind while we were watching their memories. I want to be with my siblings. Although the decision is still up to you, Saiken told his host. I see your point and understand about my status. It is true that you're not the last to come after me. I'm coming with you, Naruto. I want to join Uzushio's shinobi force as well. Naruto grinned and then tackled the teen into a hug. That's great. That means I'll have another sibling. Haha. Utakata, after a long time, once again smiled. He patted the boy's head and returned the hug. Hey! We're your siblings too, Fu said as she joined the hug and also pulled Gaara. You're joining the group hug, lil bro, ha ha ha. When they parted, they all stared at Shursui. So, Nero began. What now? Well, I can't just return there unscathed while my comrades are dead. They might get suspicious. So, how about a little spar? Heh. You're on, said Naruto, making an evil face. Let's dance. Shursui gulped as he saw his ancestor Madara's face into Naruto, as if he was channeling his spirit. He once again activated his Manjiki Sharingan as he knew this would not be a normal spar. Naruto came at him fast and without warning. Thanks to his eye, he was able to foresee his movement, and was able to parry a downward slash. Naruto attempted to jab and was blocked by Shursui's left arm. Naruto kicked the Uchiha in the chest and jumped back. Shursui regained himself, and this time charged at the blonde. During their fight they were on a stalemate. Naruto was using his chakra-empowered taijutsu attacks to damage his opponent, while Shursui was using his Manjikyu to be able to read the blonde's attacks and avoid them. They were able to land hits at each other during their mixed taijutsu and kenjutsu match. Naruto jumped back and decided to level things up. He decided to show Shursui the technique that gave him his title of Juggernaut in the bingo book. He quickly unsealed his 6 swords and caught them, immediately going into his dance of 6 death stance. 6 swords? Could this be? Shursui thought. Naruto gave him an evil smile saying, Here I come. The boy came at him dancing with his 6 swords. Naruto came at Shursui spinning while also channeling chakra to his elemental swords. Shursui now had trouble dodging the boy's attacks as his eyes could no longer predict his movements. After receiving multiple cuts, he finally decided that he was no match against his kind of style. Naruto was simply a whirling instrument of death with the 6 different elemental chakras crackling around him. Shursui jumped back and signaled for Naruto to stop. Okay, I concede. You win this spar. Oh, I was having fun. Naruto pouted. Ha! Very funny, Naruto-kun. They all laughed at Naruto's childish behavior, while the boy made faces. Anyway, it was very nice to meet you all. I will be going back to report to Konoha now. You can have their bodies for investigation or something, Shursui said, indicating at the fallen leaf A and BU. After he left, the 4 Jinchurikis also headed back to Yuzu after sealing the corpses. They got more acquainted with each other along the way. Uzushio-gakure. They arrived at Whirlpool nighttime. The 3 reported to the Yuzukage about their mission and also deposited the Leaf A and BU's corpses for further investigation. Utakata was taken to another room for a short orientation and was later brought to the Yuzukage mansion to stay for the night. Yuzukage mansion. The 3 Jinchuriki entered the mansion and headed to the dining hall. Fu and Gaara were told to come for a simple celebration. Naruto's family were already there waiting for Kushina and Naruto. Sasuke, Hinata, Lee Yakumo, Cheyenne, and Tayuya were also present. Naruto was the last to enter since he still had to remain at the office to report about his secret mission. As Naruto waved hi to everyone in the room, he was suddenly tackled to the ground. Master! You're back! Naruto was confused for a moment until he recognized the person who tackled him as his apprentice, Hataru. I miss you too, Hataru-chan. Naruto patted the girl as he tried to stand up. Meanwhile, Hataru was enjoying pressing her face against the boy's chest. They did not notice the Yuzukage and Utakata also entered the room. Kushina was shocked to see her youngest son on the floor with the girl on top of him. As they finally stood up, Hataru clung to Naruto's right arm and pressed her body against it. Master, when are we going to train together? You've been away for a while. You have to train me as soon as possible. I want to become strong like you, you know. Meanwhile, Naruto's friends and family were stunned and were thinking of the same thing. Master? Training? Alone? Together? Master? She called him master? Moments later, Naruto's friends dropped to the floor unconscious with nosebleeds. Oh shit! They interpreted it wrong, Naruto thought as he began to feel killing intent radiating from his mother and grandmother. Naruto-kun, I never thought you had it in you. Erasure, Minato, Kid, and Minako thought and began to giggle perversely. What the heck? Yudakata, Narumi, Mio, and Miho thought. Naruto was shaking in fright now as he felt more and more killing intent from Kushina and Tsunade. Uzumaki Namike's Naruto, whispered Kushina sweetly. Too sweetly, making Naruto gulp in fear. KK-chan, Bibase-chan, I can XP plane. UG got a W wrong. It's not what YUT think. Naruto squeaked as he quickly did hand seals. The demonic arts, Sasan's of tea time. Everyone, including those on the floor unconscious, were pulled into Naruto's jutsu and saw the scene where Hataru asked Naruto to be her master, finally clearing things up. Meanwhile, Kurama was howling with laughter in her cage as her host was redder than a tomato. Wahahaha! Kami-sama, that was priceless! Ha! I've never seen you that scared before. And your face! Ha ha! Hataru finally caught up and understood what made everyone act up. Soon images of her and Naruto filled her mind doing some things, such as Naruto being the master punishing her for being a bad student. Hataru also fell to the floor with an even bigger nosebleed. Naruto just sighed and bowed his head in embarrassment. After being mercilessly teased by everyone, they finally had dinner. The next day, Kanehigakure. The Hokage was currently drinking his morning cup of coffee when an ANBU appeared in front of his desk. Good morning, Hokage-sama. Raven returning from secret mission. Sarutobi raised his eyebrows as he noticed he was alone. The young ANBU's clothes had blood stains and cuts. He noticed that Shursui was a bit winded. Very well. Report. Mission was a failure, Hokage-sama. We were able to track the Six-Tails Jinchuriki and battled against him. As we were about to put him under a powerful genjutsu, we were suddenly attacked by 3 more Jinchurikis dash. Sarutobi spat his coffee upon hearing him. 3 more Jinchurikis? Hi. Please continue with your report. Hi. As we were about to subdue the target, we were attacked by 3 more Jinchurikis. We were able to identify one of them as the Juggernaut. We were taken by surprise and 3 from my team were immediately killed by them. The 3 of us remaining had no choice but to retreat. But as we were retreating, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki caught up to us and we were forced to battle. He used the same kenjutsu style he used against Hashigaki Kisame and easily defeated us. My 2 comrades wished for me to escape while they held him back so I could go back here and report what happened. The Hokage rubbed his eyes while he processed the information. Can you tell me what tailed beast the other 2 had or at least describe them? I'm sorry, Hokage-sama. But they were all covered by their chakra cloak and all 3 of them only had 1 tail active so we could not tell them apart. We were only able to recognize the Juggernaut because of his kenjutsu style. I see. Go to the hospital to have your wounds treated. I'm giving you a day off. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Shursui bowed before he left in a fire shunshin. It is clear now. Either Kumo or Iwa have the Kyuubi in possession. They are the only villages known to have 2 Jinchurikis. Damn it. Now they also have the Rokubi. Sarutobi angrily thought. Uzushigakure. Yuzuki's office. Naruto-kun, I'm giving you and your team a special mission. Since the Whirlpool Princess have become famous, many movie producers have been requesting for its author to give them an audience. Of course, they do not know where to send their letters exactly, so they made advertisements via flyers and radio telecasts. You will be having an audience with the writer and director of Princess Fune. Have you 3 seen the movie yet? Hi. Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata chorused. Good. That makes it better. You see, the director of this movie was a former Konoha shinobi. He was good friends with me and your father. We fought alongside him during the Second Great Shinobi War. What's his name? Asked Naruto. Goku. You fought alongside a Super Saiyan? That's awesome! Naruto suddenly screamed, making everyone including the hidden storm in the room sweat drop. Seriously, Naruto-kun, could you be any denser? Kurama asked exasperated. Kushina tried her best not to smack her son on the head. Sometimes he still acted like a small child despite his status as an S-rank shinobi in the bingo books. No, Naruto-kun. Kushina sighed. He just happened to be named the same as him, she said, making Naruto pout in disappointment. Anyway, if you're fine with this, then I'm making this an official mission for your team. Of course. I might see the actress Yuki Fujikaze and have her autograph as well. When are we leaving? Naruto excitedly said. You have an hour to pack for a 3 to 5 month duration mission. When you go to Tea Country, you will be dressed as civilian businessmen. You will not be asking Goku-san to return to shinobi service, but you will be asking him for a business partnership with Uzushio Gakure instead. You reveal to him about Uzushio Gakure when you think it is fine to tell him. The decision is still up to you if you wish to have your book adapted into a movie. Dismissed. Wave Country, Nyozu Fourth City. Compared to their situation months before, Wave Country, or as the inhabitants now call it, the Fourth City, is now flourishing with life and business. Children ran the streets happily while their parents chatted with each other. People walked to their workplaces or the parks. In the outer inner circle of the city were the houses for the villagers that are mansions and villas. In the outer skirts of the city, stores and trading shops have been opened for non-inhabitants, visitors, and merchants. In the center part of the village were the high-rise buildings for research, schools, and offices for work. In the center most located was the highest and biggest tower that was a 66-story building. In the top, a huge Uzumaki flag could be seen waving freely. About 21 blocks away, 44-story towers were built, and on top of the buildings the Uzumaki flags can be also seen. They were located in the northern, southern, western, and eastern part of the main center. On the outermost of the city were 16 more similar towers. The citizens of the Fourth City were of course aware of the people visiting there. They knew the faces of each other, and can easily recognize who are not from the city. They were aware of spies lurking around. The citizens were of course careful of what they were talking about in public. The spies who have been there for weeks still got nothing as the villagers were tight-lipped. So far the spies only knew of the city's structure. In the Fourth City's main gate, a white-haired man could be seen casually approaching. Jiraiya looked around in amazement and wonder as his eyes roamed the buildings from the outside. What caught his attention were the towers that proudly showed the Uzumaki flags on the top. To the outsiders, they will only see the towers as regular buildings, but for the inhabitants, they knew that the towers were strategically positioned for watching the surroundings, for protection, and for defense and offense in case of an attack. When activated, for advanced crossbows and a jutsu cannon in the middle will come out from the rooftop. These, of course, are manual and still require people to man. On the top floor down to the middle were windows for the citizens to use as sniper nests, armed with Uzushio Gakure's latest crossbow inventions. The tower located in the center of the city served as the command center. Powered by seals, it has radar that can detect living and non-living objects in a mile radius. The researchers in Yuzu were of course experimenting and improving their inventions so the weapons can shoot farther and stronger, while the towers can gain more visual and radar. Halt! One of the city guards said as he approached the gate. There were 12 in total stationed outside the gate. State your name, status, and your purpose for visiting. Jiraiya noticed 2 huge square-like carriages made of metal that had 3 long barrels. They were positioned near the gate. He wondered what they were for. He sensed 7 people each inside them. Jiraiya of the Sannin, shinobi of Konoha. I am here for a simple visit. News has started to spread about Wave Country's rise to greatness after Gato's demise. I'm a bit interested about the shops here and might do some trading. Very well. Please sign here before you enter. When you leave, you are also required to sign. Here is a map of the city for your convenience. Here is a brochure for our buildings. And there are advertisements for the newly opened shops and centers that may interest you. Oh, that's nice. Thank you, Jiraiya exclaimed as he finished signing and took the brochures. He noticed 4 more of the huge square metal carriages inside the gate. He checked his map and decided to check out the outer buildings first before he went to the inner city. What the visitors did not know, the log book had a seal. In the command center, there was a similar book. Everything that was written in the log book from the gate was also recorded in the book there. As Jiraiya's name appeared, one of the front desk officers stood up and headed to one of the portals and was transported to Uzushio Gakure. The Uzukage asked them to inform the main city should people from Konoha visit. A minute later the clerk returned to her post. As Jiraiya finished checking out the shops, he decided to visit the innermost city. This time, however, he felt 4 chakra signatures following him. He simply shrugged it off and continued exploring the city. It seems that this place have their own shinobi after all. I thought non-shinobi only lived here. Time skip, 1 week. Tea Country. It was 5 in the morning. The streets were not yet crowded but was starting to as people walked for their daily work. 3 hooded figures could be seen walking towards the filmmaker Goku's studio. As they neared the building, they removed their cloaks. They appeared to be wearing expensive business suits. The one in the middle was blonde and wore aviator sunglasses. The girl beside him was clutching an envelope, while the other boy beside him carried a suitcase. Welcome! the building guard said as he motioned for the three to enter. Naruto, Hinata, and Sasuke walked towards the front desk. "Good morning," Naruto greeted the clerk. "Good morning, sir. How may I help you?" "I'm here on business with Mr. Goku. For his ears only." The clerk nodded in understanding and informed the people up the studio about them. Since it was still early in the morning, the crew were just setting up and having their morning coffee. "Yes, sir. Mr. Goku will see you now. Please follow me." The three were amazed as they saw for the first time what a film studio looked like. A man in his early 40s greeted them. "Good morning. How may I be of service?" Goku asked. "Good morning, Mr. Goku. We came here for business. We would like to request for a private room. Please bring Ms. Fujikaze and her manager along." The director then called for the two and led the five to his office. He asked his guests to sit down and offered them tea. Naruto cleared his throat and spoke. "If you don't mind, Goku-san, I'm going to place a barrier seal so nobody could hear or sense what we are doing here inside." The veteran shinobi narrowed his eyes and shifted into position, preparing to defend himself. Naruto noticed this and raised his hand. "You're not in trouble or anything. We're not here to arrest you or assassinate you. We came here for pure business. But you must understand that what we are going to show you is very confidential and are only meant for your eyes and ears." Goku exhaled in relief and nodded. "Uzumaki art, barrier jutsu." The director's eyes widened when he heard the word Uzumaki. Naruto sat down after placing the barrier. He took a sip from his teacup and got started. "First of all, my name is Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. With me are my teammates and best friends, Uzumaki Hyuga Hinata, and Uzumaki Uchiha Sasuke." "Uzumaki Namikaze?" Goku almost choked on his drink as the blonde introduced themselves. Naruto held out his hand in a motion to keep the director from interrupting while he spoke. "We came here on two purposes. One, Uzushio Gakure wishes to invest their money into your film industry. The other one, I, Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, the author of The Whirlpool Princess, have come here to discuss about you adapting it into a movie." More revelations. Goku was trying hard not to faint on the spot. "Uzushio Gakure? The Whirlpool Princess? He is the author. These three are Uzumakis, and the one speaking looks a lot like Minato." Meanwhile, Koyuki was blushing madly. "He is the author of that book? And he's only the same age as I. Now that we're done with the introductions, let us get on with the explanation," Naruto said as he began weaving hand seals. "Demonic arts, sands of time." As the jutsu was called, the 6 people in the room were immediately pulled into a dreamscape. Like the last time back in Mount Katsuragi, Naruto showed them about the past. Konoha's betrayal, the attack on Uzushio, Naruto's kidnapping, his life in Konoha, and his life when he was brought back to his homeland. They watched the memories up to the point where they arrived at Goku's studio. The 3 Chunin sat in silence as they waited for Goku, Yuki, and Sandei to absorb everything they just watched. "So, Uzushio Gakure is still standing strong. Kushina and Minato are alive. And you really are the author of today's #1 selling book," Goku exclaimed happily as he began shedding tears. "You look so much like your father. Oh, Kami-sama, my former village really has fallen. Naruto-kun, forgive me, if I had known, I would have remained in Konoha to look for you," the director said sadly. "You do not need to apologize, Goku-san. Nobody knew what was actually happening that time except Konoha's council and higher-ups. Let us look into the bright side now." "Right," Goku said as he relaxed in his seat and finished his tea. The young actress and her manager remained silent as they were deep in thought. He's endured so much. And yet he's here now at his current level. His heart and mind are so strong. He is admired by the people around him. And he used his own story as inspiration for his book," the princess thought. What if these are the people that could help Koyuki-chan overthrow her uncle and reclaim the land of snow? Sandei thought. After a long silence, the young actress finally spoke. "Naruto-sama." "No, just Naruto would be fine." "Alright. Naruto-kun," Koyuki stuttered. "Damn it, Naruto-kun. Don't you think your fan club's already big?" Kurama thought to herself. "Anyway, I have something to tell you. Goku-san already knows about this. The name Fujikaze Yuki is only a name I use for my own protection. I am in hiding from people who wishes to kill me and claim a key that I currently possess. My real name is Kazuhana Yuki." Naruto widened his eyes as he recognized the girl. "You're the missing princess." "How did you know?" Sandei asked. "Only the people from our land knew about her identity." As the son of the Uzumaki, there are times when I attended and listened to the council meetings. My mother and the council were actually looking for Yuki no Kuni's missing princess and wishes to offer the country's services to eliminate Doto and give you back the throne. Ever since I turned 5, Uzumaki have been looking for you. But since we had no idea how you looked like, it was hard to get some leads. Naruto explained. Sasuke and Hinata remained silent and kept their surprise to themselves. They had no clue what Naruto and the actress were talking about. I see. Sandeya nodded. So, you're going to help us? The young princess asked hopefully. Excuse us, but can someone please explain what's going on? Sasuke asked, a bit annoyed. Hinata nodded in agreement as she too was confused. Right. Sorry about that. Anyway, my real name is Kazuhana Koiki. I am the daughter of the late Snow Daimyo, Kazuhana Sosetsu. When I was 3, my uncle, Doto, murdered my father and took over the country. I, along with Sandei and a few guards, managed to escape the country while my father's loyal followers remained to cover our escape. For years we had to travel constantly as my personal guards got killed one by one until Sandei and I were the only ones left alive. When we arrived here, we were found by Goku-san and put us under his protection. Having traveled to a lot of places before, he recognized me and helped me hide from my pursuers. My uncle wanted to hunt me because I held the crystal that was the key for the Yuki no Kuni's treasure. Sandei and I decided to stay with Goku-san while I worked as an actress. The money I earn will be used to hire an army to help me reclaim what is rightfully mine and kill my uncle. It seems that our simple mission has turned into an S rank. Sasuke smirked, making Hinata smirk as well. Naruto had a creepy look on his face. So you're going to help us? Sandei asked. Of course, replied Naruto. The princess threw herself on top of Naruto and sobbed on his chest while hugging him tightly. Thank you, and thank you. Yup. She's definitely one of them. Kurama mumbled to herself. Naruto returned the hug and patted the girl. After a few minutes, everyone was seated properly again. I'm going to send a letter to my mother and inform her about you. For now, we talk about what we came here for, Naruto said. Goku-san, Uzumaki wants to get involved with the movie industry. The country wants a partnership with your company. Should you agree, we will give you 1 billion yen as investment. Goku, Koiki, and Sandeya's eyes bulged as they heard the amount. 1 billion? The director nearly fainted. No, he did actually fell to the floor 3 seconds later. After he regained consciousness, he went back to his seat. The 3 chunins were looking at him in amusement. 1 billion, you say? He asked. Yes. Should you agree to the partnership, Uzumaki will receive 30% of the company's income. We will start receiving the share a year after the agreement. Hinata then laid down her envelope on the table and opened it. She took out some papers and gave them to the director to read. After signing the papers, Hinata took the papers back and gave Goku his copy of the contract. Finished with the deal, Sasuke laid out the suitcase he was carrying and revealed its contents to the director. Here's your 1 billion yen, Sasuke said. After counting the money, Goku nodded and closed the suitcase. Right. On to the next matter. I have agreed about your desire to adapt my book into a movie. I have already signed the papers and the contract, so you'll just have to sign it. Instead of sharing it to Yuzusho's bank, I will be receiving 30% of the movie's earnings. While filming, I will be present to assist with the making. I will be personally choosing who's going to play as the main character. And my choice, of course, is Koiki Haim. The actress blushed at the way Naruto addressed her affectionately. Sandeya smiled to himself as he watched the princess' face turn redder than a tomato. Hinata, although used with Naruto's charms, still blushed red as she handed Goku and Koiki the contracts. After signing the contract, Hinata took the signed papers and gave Goku and Koiki copies of the contract. Now, Goku-san, you are almost finished filming Princess Fune, right? Would you mind if we stayed to watch the filming of the remaining scenes? Asked Naruto. Of course not. My company and Uzumaki are business partners now. We have 3 remaining scenes to be filmed here in T Country. After that, we will film on a snowy area for the final part of the movie. That just sounds great. I suggest you do the filming in the land of snow. We will sail for Yuki 10 days for now. What do you have in mind? You know that Yuki-chan's not welcome there at the moment. It's going to be a party, Naruto said, smirking evilly and scaring everyone. He looked at the princess and said, Koiki-chan, I suggest you begin writing your speech. 3 weeks from now, you're going to face Yuki no Kuni's people as its daimyo. Kanahigakur. Konoha Council. Hiruzen, Danzo, Jiraiya, Koharu, Hamura, and the shinobi clan heads were currently gathered to discuss about the latest events. I would like to thank everyone for coming here on short notice. Jiraiya here has news that concerns our village and all other villages, said the Hokage. Jiraiya, please tell us your report. The white-haired Sannin nodded and began speaking. As we all know, Gato, one of the richest person in the elemental nations, have been mysteriously killed. Everything related to him and his businesses have vanished, or destroyed. I have managed to track his last whereabouts, and that lead me to Wave Country. Uzumaki Namake's Naruto was also last seen in Wave Country chasing a fleeing Hashigaki Kisame. After a lot of investigation, I found out that Gato was the one responsible for the Wave Daimyo's death. Gato took over Wave Country and leached its riches. Under his rule, the country became poor. The man had an army of mercenaries serving him. Including them were Kirigakure's 7 swordsmen and Taki's S-class missing Nin Kakuzu. After some more investigation, I found out that the 7 swordsmen except Kisame were murdered. A few days after Gato's death, Wave Country started to rebuild. I visited the reconstructed city last week, and from what I have seen, the buildings are all high class. The city consisted of high-rise buildings and huge houses. To think that it had been only less than 6 months, they have managed to get back on their feet that fast. I wasn't done talking, Jiraiya shouted, annoyed that he was interrupted. Anyway, you're correct. Wave would require more manpower and more resources in order to reconstruct their ruined village into a prosperous city. So you're saying Wave had help, yes. But from who? Asked the Hokage. The Uzumaki clan. Gasps filled the whole room. Sarutobi, Danzo, and Fugaku fidgeted on their seats. But I thought they were all killed during the 3 villages attack? Asked Hayashi. That's what we all thought as well. But when I visited Wave, the Uzumaki clan's flags were everywhere. I'm not sure about their numbers though. I estimate around 30 to 50. That's good news then, said Uchiha Fugaku. We can ask for an alliance with them once again. I doubt they will accept it, Jiraiya said. Why? Remember the kid this village used to torment? The demon brat? That's Uzumaki Namake's Naruto to you. More gasps. Now, there's no need to be shocked. You already knew about the boy's heritage. Anyway, I strongly believe that the Uzumakis now know about his treatment while he was here. How? Naruto is probably a shinobi of the new Wave Country. Before everyone could react, there was a loud banging on the door. Open the door for the Fire Daimyo! A voice shouted opposite the door. Everyone in the meeting room were startled and got nervous. They got a surprise visit from the daimyo. Sarutobi fussed on his robes and quickly stood up to open the door. The others also stood up to welcome the Fire Lord. As soon as the door opened, 4 red samurais entered the room and inspected the area for potential danger. Seeing none, they motioned for the other samurais outside to come in. 2 samurais entered followed by the Fire Daimyo. 6 more entered the room after their master. The room was a bit crowded now. Sarutobi motioned for the daimyo to take the middle seat. As soon as he was seated, he procured his fan and cooled himself. The Hokage cleared his throat and spoke. To what do we owe the pleasure of your visit, Daimyo-sama? I won't be here for long. I just came here to tell you that earlier this morning, I and the other daimyos of other countries had been gathered by Wave's new daimyo for a meeting. He told us that their country now officially have their own ninja village, and is being run by a forgotten clan. As of now, Wave Country is no longer called Wave Country. It is now Uzushiogakure, or the village hidden among whirlpools. Chapter 16, The Land of Spring. So it is official then. They're back, Sarutobi thought. I wonder, do they know about Konoha's betrayal? If not, there is a chance for Konoha to ally itself with the Uzumakis once again, thought Danzo. No. They're supposed to be dead, Fugaku thought angrily. The Uchiha clan shall be the last clan standing. We have successfully wiped out the Senju. I'm going to do everything I can to completely wipe out the Uzumakis. Troublesome. More meetings will sure come after this, Nara Shikaka thought. The Fire Daimyo merely watched the Leaf Council sit in silence as they absorbed the latest news. There's more to that. It was not only the Wave Daimyo who came to the meeting but the Rice Daimyo and leader of the village we used to know as Amegakure as well. There's another? Asked the Hokage. Yes. The Rice Daimyo have informed us that they also now have their own shinobi village, which is called Otogekure. Their country will be now called the Land of Sound instead the Land of Rice. Who's their leader? Asked Hamura. The snake Sannin, Orochimaru. More gasps. He's the Otokage now. His past crime for being a missing mean will be now forgiven. Any form of threat against him or the Land of Sound will be considered an act of war. HMPF. Even if that happens, they will easily lose since they have just constructed, scoffed Koharu. That, my dear elder, is where you are wrong. The Land of Sound have been established 6 years ago, and finally chose to make itself known this morning. Danzo then chose to ask something he had been wondering about since earlier. Daimyo-sama, if you'll excuse me, what was that you were talking about Amegakure? Ah, yes. That. Thank you for asking. I almost forgot about that. Hee. Anyway, the Land of Rain as we know it is no longer called by that name. It is now a part of Uzushiogakure. A lot more gasps. The current Uzukage is an Uzumaki survivor who goes by the name Pain. Almost 6 years ago, he along with his followers managed to win the Civil War. Civil War? Ah, yes. You do not know about the Civil War. Amegakure have closed itself from the outside world and kept things to itself, keeping outsiders away. The security was very high that time. As I was saying, the country was torn apart by a civil war. One side was Hanzo the Salamanders while the other one was Pain's. After gaining the support of majority of the village, Pain finally decided to end the tyranny rule once and for all. He easily defeated Hanzo on a one-on-one battle in front of everyone. After that, Amegakure strengthened its barriers to keep the outside world unaware of what was happening inside. The village rebuilt itself from being a wasteland. The same year Otogekyo was founded, the civil war in Ama ended. During the meeting this morning, the Uzukage have made its appearance. He along with the Wave Daimyo, or as we call him now, the Whirlpool Daimyo, explained to us why there were 2 Uzushiogakures. The one that was the former Amegakure is still a closed city. They explained that that is where they trained their shinobis and where other military-related subjects were. The other Uzushiogakure, which is located in Wave, is where we find most of its civilians. There will be a number of shinobis stationed there, but most of them are in Ame. Now, to remove the confusion, they told us to simply call the former Amegakure Uzushiogakures 3rd city while the former Wave be called Uzushiogakures 4th city. Why 3rd and 4th? They say the first city was built and was abandoned before the first Shinobi War. The second city was the one destroyed during the Kumo Iwakiri Alliance's attack. You might be wondering why they are separated. The reason is to keep the civilians away from harm in case of war. The Wave Daimyo told us that should any form of threat befall upon the 4th city, the 3rd city will throw everything against those responsible. Before anything foolish come into your heads, I must warn you not to do anything against Uzushiogakure. Now that I believe I have told you everything, I will take my leave. After the daimyo left, Danzo, Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Fugaka shared looks, silently scheduling for a secret meeting. Time skip, 3 days later. Uzushiogakure shorelines. This year's graduates along with the other Chunins, Jounins, and Storm were currently waiting for their leader to address them. 3 days ago, Naruto informed the Uzukage about their team finally having found Yuki no Kuni's missing princess. A council meeting had been called immediately. After the meeting, the squad that was deployed in snow have been informed of what was going to happen. For the past 2 days, capable personnel from the main city up to the 4th city have been handpicked and amassed. Right now, there were 21,000 shinobis gathered at the shorelines composed of Chunins, Jounins, and Storm. About 30 warships were docked composed of cruisers, heavy carriers, long-range battleships, and 1 command ship, all waiting for deployment. Those who will be operating the ships and the tanks aren't counted. The Uzukage stood on a watchtower, her voice amplified by the surrounding radio towers. For the past 12 years Uzushiogakure have kept silent and hidden from the world. We have trained in extremes to become much stronger and performed research for advanced weaponries and machineries. As of now we are the only nation with advanced warships made of metal. Others own ships that are only made of wood. Our buildings' designs are superb and high class, and are very strong. We have trained to become stronger than ever. And now we finally reemerge from laying low. We have foreseen the great benefits we will acquire if we made an alliance with Snow. And so, for the past 8 years we have been looking for the Snow country's missing princess. After the long years of searching, we finally found her. And now we will help her overthrow her uncle and destroy his mercenary army. This will be the first test of our military power and research. Now that we are officially back, Doto of Snow Country and his followers will be the first to taste our power, the Uzukage said. Kushina then motioned for Narumi, Minako, Mio, and Miho. My children will be leading you for this battle. You will sail today for Snow Country and make contact with the squad sent there ahead and the rebels. Once the princess reaches the country, Uzushio will strike. Make our village proud. Let the world know of our power once again. Rise, Uzushiogakure! To battle! To battle! The army roared as they marched and went on board on their assigned ships. Naruto's classmates, with the exception of the Sand siblings and the Sound Four, boarded another ship that will serve as the princess ship. They will be sailing for Tea Country while the fleet headed for Snow. Soon the shorelines were filled with the sounds of warships being powered to life, releasing steam. The command ship blew out a long and deep blast, indicating for the fleet to move out. Tea Country. And cut! Well done! 2 more scenes left. Goku clapped happily. Naruto and his teammates sat as they watched the filming. He telepathically informed Sasuke and Hinata that a ship from Yuzu was currently sailing for Tea Country while a fleet is headed for Snow. As the crew began packing off, Goku, Yuki, and Sanday walked towards the 3. I just got news from Yuzu. Our transport ship is now sailing towards here. It will arrive in 2 to 3 days. After filming the final scene for this place, we will immediately sail for the land of Snow. Understood, replied Goku. I'll go inform my crew. We will be filming a few scenes while sailing. Uzushio-gakure. Yuzukage office. Yuzukage-sama, Minato-sama, Sai along with Fu and Torian are here. Please let them in. Hi. While Danzo was still in a coma, Minato and Kushina personally removed every Route A and Bu's seal. Majority of them were thankful and swore new allegiance to Uzushio, while a small number of them remained loyal to Konoha even though they were aware that they had been used. The Konoha loyalists were immediately executed by Minato himself. Right now, Sai was the second in command of Route, appointed by both Minato and Danzo. Danzo have no idea of his followers' change of allegiance, and believes he still have Route under his control. Ironically, it was now Minato who leads his organization. Kushina-sama, Minato-sama, Sai said as he and his teammates kneeled. Danzo have ordered Route to expand and increase the patrolled areas. Some members have been ordered to investigate 4th City. Higher-ranking members including my team were assigned to infiltrate the 3rd City and Otogakure. The Hokage have ordered Jiraiya to take over Gato's remaining assets and add them to his spy network. ANBU were also tasked to double and expand their patrols. Bandit camps inside the fire border were to be eliminated. The Hokage have decreased the missions being received in order to keep most of Konoha's forces intact when the Chunin exam begins. Minato nodded and addressed the pale team. Sai, quickly send a lower-ranking member to blend in with Gato's remaining followers. This will be a good opportunity for us to infiltrate Jiraiya's spy network. Those ordered to infiltrate Oto and 3rd City, inform them to remain outside. Konoha's not the only one that will be sending spies. I will be informing Nagato and Orochimaru about this. I'm not sure about the Otokage, but the 3rd City will be publicly executing those who will be caught infiltrating, said Kushina. Go now. Inform everyone about your orders. Hi. Time skip, 2 weeks. 50 kilometers away from the land of Snow. The fleet was on standby as they waited for Koiki's ship to arrive. While they waited, a dozen squads have been sent inland in order to secretly evacuate all civilians to safety. While at it, they also assassinated about 200 of Doto's soldiers and took their chakra armors. There were 100 samurai who were loyal to Sosetsu. They were given the chakra armors for their own added protection when the battle commences. Since they had no shinobi training, it will be great for their defense if they wore the chakra armors. The fleet was currently hidden behind an island covered by mountains. As Naruto's ship joined the fleet, everyone got ready. Koiki and Sanday were given advanced chakra armors that were taken from 2 enemy lieutenants. The filming crew were also given chakra armors. Goku have requested the battle to be filmed as well, which is why they will be wearing the armors. Everyone paid attention when Narumi's voice was heard on all ship speakers. This is your general speaking. We are now sailing towards the shorelines. Infantry, get ready for rapid deployment. Pilots, power up those ships and begin takeoff. Tankers, get in your vehicles. Expect immediate battle once we land. Everyone move to your assigned stations. As the fleet began to move towards Snow Country shorelines, a dozen airships took off from the heavy carriers. The airships were almost as big as the cruisers. It also had a dozen cannons on each side. The Uzumaki Clan symbol can be easily seen since it was painted on all 4 sides of the ship. Command ship. Fleet 20 kilometers from land. The captain of the command ship shouted. Load the cannons. Narumi ordered through the intercom. 10 kilometers from land. Commence bombardment. Doto's castle. Ever since he took position as Snow Country's leader, he began leeching off its resources. Doto grew paranoid and used the country's money to recruit more people for his army. His mercenary army was now 30,000 strong. Everyone wore chakra armors. The three generals, Nadar, Fubuki, and Mizore, and their lieutenants wore advanced chakra armors. Doto himself wore the latest and the most advanced chakra armor. He planned on eventually taking over the elemental nations once his army was huge enough. Doto was currently sitting at his throne as he listened to his general's reports. "My lord, one of my lieutenants have been missing for the past 3 days along with around 50 men," said Mizore. Fubuki reported the same thing. She too was missing the same number of personnel. "I have about 100 men missing as well," said Nadar. Just then, a lieutenant burst inside the main hall and ran towards the man on the throne. "My lord! A fleet has been spotted about 40 kilometers from the shorelines. And it's approaching fast." Before anybody could react, there was a huge explosion that shook the castle, followed by another one. And another one. And then another one. The bombardment was continuous. Another lieutenant burst inside screaming his head off. "My lord! We're under attack!" Nadar, annoyed, shouted. "We're aware of that. Give us a status report, you fool! Enemy troops have invaded the shorelines and are advancing towards the castle. Our forces have engaged them to battle, but more enemies are coming off their ships." "Do they have a flag?" asked Doto. "Yes, my lord. Theirs was a swirl of a whirlpool." "Whirlpool?" The Uzumaki clan represented that symbol. "Aside from them, I don't know any group that have a swirl in their flag. But the Uzumaki clan's supposed to be extinct," Doto and his generals thought. "Fubuki, Mizore. Mobilize your divisions. Prepare for counterattack and engage the enemy. Nadar, station your division by the castle. Form a perimeter. Man the cannons. Position at the towers. Nadar, take half of Mizore's troops with you and add them with the defense," Doto ordered. "Hi!" Main Army's POV. First Division was led by Minako. He led 10,000 of the army. Their task was to engage and eliminate the enemy's initial engaging forces. The other 10,000, which will be the Second Division, will be waiting as reserve, led by Narumi. As the Yuzu shinobi jumped off the ships, they immediately formed into columns after killing the small defending force. They began charging towards the city and was met by 5,000 mercenaries led by Mizore. The First Division threw out 3 waves of chakra-enforced kunais with explosive tags. Mizore's troops were in disarray as they got bombarded by cannons and now kunais with explosive tags. Even though they wore chakra armor, they still got affected by the attack and lost numbers. His forces began to regroup and merge with Fubuki's division that just arrived. "Show them the power of Uzushiogakure! Destroy them all!" Minako shouted. The First Division gave out a battle cry and clashed with Fubuki and Mizore's combined forces. The battle plan was simple. Storm operatives will subtly activate their Rinnegan and use the Petra path to absorb all jutsus that will be thrown at them by the enemy, while the rest of the attacking forces overwhelmed the enemy with heavy jutsus. Through studying the chakra armor Uzushio was able to acquire years ago, they were able to learn of its weaknesses. The chakra armors had a limit in absorbing incoming attacks and will eventually become a normal clothing. The main weakness was the dish plates in the chest area. If critically hit, the dish plate will malfunction and kill the wearer through electrocution. As the two sides clashed, the Second Division led by Narumi disembarked from the ships and formed into columns. While the enemies busily fought off the First Division, the Second Division moved in for a pincer attack. Narumi began weaving hand seals as she joined her brother. Narumi engaged Fubuki while Minako fought with Mizore. Air Force POV. Mio led the Air Force. With her were 500 shinobi. The 12 airships easily flew past the country's forests while the armies clashed below. "Enemy camps are in range," the captain said. "Good. Bomb the camps and the defensive towers. Destroy their cannons and other defensive systems. Avoid hitting the mountains and the mountainside." "Hi!" Tank Force POV. While the Air Force swept the camps, Miho led 24 tanks plus the remaining 500 shinobi and entered through the country's emergency tunnels. The tunnels led them straight to the mountainside that were 2 kilometers near the enemy camps. As the tanks came out of the tunnels, they rolled in and began firing at the site. Doto's POV. Doto was at the balcony of the castle while Nadar's division set a perimeter around it. A lieutenant bowed to him and gave the latest status report. "My lord, Mizore-sama and Fubuki-sama's forces are currently engaged with the enemy's main army. Their forces have already suffered heavy losses while the enemy kept pushing on. 12 airships have flown past our walls and began bombing the camps. 24 huge carriages with cannons came from the mountainside tunnels and swept in the camp, firing waves after waves of explosives and destructive jutsus, annihilating the survivors. Our defensive structures along with the cannons have been destroyed due to heavy bombardment." As he finished his report, he noticed his master glaring at the sky. Everybody looked up and saw 12 huge airships. That's definitely the Uzumaki clan's flag, Doto thought as he recognized Whirlpool's symbol. The army watched in terror as the ship's cannons fired destructive jutsus. The ships hit the towers that were below them. They're aiming for our defensive systems. Defensive barriers! Now! Shouted Nadar. Layers of huge and tall ice domes began to form and protected the castle along with the army inside. They waited in bated breath as they held their defensive barrier. They were surprised when they felt the onslaught against them stop. One brave mercenary went outside the dome to check and was surprised to see the enemy airships flying past their location. Air Force POV. Heh. Idiots. Now you have no idea what's going to happen next, Mio muttered as she watched the army below conjure ice domes. Alright. Time to drop below while they are blind, Mio ordered through the intercom. Hundreds of paratroopers jumped off the airships and regrouped with the tank force that were waiting below, hidden in the forests. The twins' POV. Mio's forces merged with her twin brother's forces and concealed themselves. How are things going? Miho inquired. Nei-chan and Nisan's forces are easily destroying the engaging enemy's forces. The enemy did not expect a pincer move. They should be here soon, replied Mio. The only defense they have left are the ones by the castle. That's no more than 10 towers. The tanks can easily destroy them later, Miho said. Yo! A voice called through their mental link. Naruto Clan? Hell yeah! We're almost finished here. There's only about 500, Rasengan. Now 499 left here. Narumi-ne and Minako and I are whooping the enemy generals' butts. Ha! Take this, Molotov Rasengan. See you guys later, he said as a huge explosion were heard in the background. Outside the twins' mental link, the explosion of Naruto's fire jutsu could be seen as the fire blew up the forests and killed about 50 enemies. Air Force POV. Amazing! This is going to be a hit. We'll be the first company to ever produce a movie taken from an actual war. Woohoo! Cheered by one of the filming crew as their ship flew past the castle and cut the scene. Tank Force POV. Yes! Director's going to love this! Main Army POV. Ha! I can't believe I'm filming a movie while I'm in it! Screamed Goku in delight as he dodged an enemy samurai. Katon, Gokaku no Jutsu! I still got it! Wahahaha! The director cheered with glee. Narumi's POV. You guys have depended so much on your armors that you have gotten weak, Narumi told Fubuki. Arg! Damn you! Ice release, ice needle blizzard! Fubuki replied with rage. Narumi calmly released a fire dragon from her mouth. The fire dragon easily melted the ice needles and struck Fubuki right in the chest plate of her armor. The two have been fighting for a very long time now. At least to Fubuki, she was fighting. Narumi was merely toying with her opponent, while the Uzumaki army destroyed Doto's army. Fubuki was getting more and more frustrated as her division got slaughtered. Whenever she made an attempt to help, Narumi would simply block her path. Whatever jutsu she tried to throw at the female Uzumaki, Narumi would simply absorb it. I'm done playing with you, Narumi said as she held out her arms. Golden chains from her back came out and immediately restrained Fubuki. The chains destroyed the chakra armor while keeping the wearer alive. Fubuki watched helplessly as her once 10,000 soldiers decreased to 100. She gasped in horror as her opponent walked towards her, her red hair flowing like wildfire, the same way the dreaded Red Death's hair did when she slaughtered the Kumo army during the war. Minako POV. Arg! Stupid fat guy and his stupid snowboard, Minako muttered as Mizor slid past him with his mechanical snowboard. To Mizor, he was winning as he simply fired missiles after missiles from his chakra armor while he sped around his opponent. To Minako, he was simply letting his opponent think he was losing. What Mizor failed to notice was his army of 5,000 being reduced to 100 by the Uzumaki army. I guess it's time, Minako thought as he took out a dozen three-pronged kunai and threw them in all directions. Ninpu kunai kage bunshin no jutsu. Main Army POV. For a whole minute, there were flashes of yellow around the battlefield. It would appear at random locations, leaving a trail of dead bodies. Hey! A voice shouted as Minako hiroshined in front of Mizor and slapped a seal on his armor, disabling it. That was my kill! You took it! Minako chuckled sheepishly as he remembered about Naruto and his classmates' contest of who kills the most. Sorry, Naruto-kun, the brother shouted back. You guys can kill the others stationed at the castle. There are still 10,000 mercenaries reserved as last defense. As Minako flashed everywhere and killed the remaining enemies, the attacking forces regrouped and formed once again into columns. Narumi dragged a restrained Fubuki and set her on a kneeling position. Minako did the same with his opponent, dragging Nizor and setting him on a kneeling position beside Fubuki. Fubuki and Nizor looked around and inspected the battlefield. Thousands of corpses littered the place, but not a single corpse from the invading forces could be found. What are you guys? You're supposed to be dead when those 3 villages attacked you. How come you're all alive? You destroyed my army. Arg! Fubuki half screamed, half asked Narumi and Minako. Doto and his army POV. Doto-sama! Grave news! Fubuki-sama and Nizor-sama's forces have been annihilated. The enemy army are marching towards the castle as of this moment. How could this happen? Doto exclaimed angrily. What of Fubuki and Nizor? What happened to them? Nadar asked the scout. Before the scout could respond to their questions, Nadar's soldiers began to shout. Enemy fire! Take cover! Prepare to create domes! No! We'll only blind ourselves. Counter it with jutsus! Fire at it! Ice release! Ice dragon missiles! The army shouted as one to deflect the rain of kunai, shuriken, and senbon. The projectiles fell harmlessly to the ground as the ice missiles collided with it. Nadar began weaving hand seals as he jumped off the balcony and charged towards the invading army, creating hundreds of ice wolves beside him. Fubuki-chan, I will avenge you! The mercenary army watched as their general charged at the enemy. Those in the front lines followed after him. What are you waiting for? The enemy army is here! Charge! Doto shouted. His mercenary army gave a battle cry as they charged to meet the invading force. Doto removed his fur cloak to reveal his highly advanced chakra armor. He too began weaving hand seals as he jumped off the balcony and charged at the enemy. Invading forces POV. Someone's eager to die, Naruto commented as he watched Nadar's incoming form. Here they come, Sasuke muttered as he saw the army behind Nadar. Tankers, go get the towers! Minako shouted. Infantry, charge! Ordered Narumi. Ha! Finally! Mio and Miho both said as the army behind them gave a battle cry. Normal POV. The Uzumaki army waited for Doto's army to approach. Nadar and his ice wolves were the first to reach the enemy lines and tried tearing through them. However, he was repelled by a strong ice jutsu from Miho and was sent flying to the army behind him. The twins quickly charged after Nadar and engaged him to a battle. As the enemy got closer, the tanks moved forward and began firing at the incoming army. The tanks weaved through the downed opponents and ran them over. Still moving forward, the tanks approached the enemy towers and obliterated them. Doto's army was in a disarray but immediately regrouped as they felt Doto's presence. Doto Kazuhana smirked and began weaving hand seals and produced black ice dragons, aiming at his opponents. His confident smirk faded as he finally noticed the leaders of the enemy army. Kushina? Minato? No, they're dead! The usurper gathered chakra and tried disrupting his chakra flow. Kai! 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 What is this? This armor's supposed to make me immune to genjutsu. He was too consumed by his current dilemma and was only broken out from his thoughts when a fist connected to his face and sent him flying upwards. Doto was able to make out the image of his attacker as he glanced down before crashing. His opponent was a striking image of the Yondaime Hokage but was shorter and younger. So this is their son. So they're real after all. They're not dead. Focus, you old bastard! Doto glared at the Minato replica for calling him an old bastard. I, Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, will be your opponent, proclaimed the boy. Ha! Don't be such a fool! You're just a little brat dash! The old man stopped in mid-sentence as he dodged a roundhouse kick from the boy. Naruto did not stop at this but pushed on the offense. He kept on attacking for a whole 5 minutes. During their taijutsu match, both were able to land hits against each other. Thanks to his chakra armor, Doto was able to keep up against the little brat. The little brat, however, had a lot of tricks hidden from his sleeve. Naruto disengaged and quickly formed a single one-handed seal and released his gravity seals. Everyone in the battlefield felt a strong gust of wind and quickly found its source. Damn! Naruto-kun/senpai/Sama's serious. Doto's up for a brutal beating. The Uzumaki army thought as they returned focus to their own respective battles. One of the things Naruto hated the most were traitors. Especially those who betray their own family. I'm going to beat the living shit out of you, Naruto stated as he vanished and instantly reappeared in front of Doto. kicking him in the stomach and sending him 20 meters high upwards. Up in the air, Naruto quickly reappeared beside Doto and kneed him, sending the old man flying to the right downwards. 7 meters before he crashed to the ground, Naruto appeared once again and hit him with an uppercut, sending him to the left upwards. Up in the air, Naruto once again reappeared below him and elbowed him, sending him higher to the air vertically. As Doto flew up 40 meters high, he was met by 3 Narutos that were 60 meters high in the sky. The 2 Narutos on the side threw the middle Naruto downwards the incoming Doto, hitting him with an enhanced axe kick. Doto plummeted down with a huge crash, the spot where he landed forming a huge crater. Naruto watched as his opponent slowly stood up from his crash site. "He seems a little hurt. He should have difficulty standing by now," Kurama said. "Yeah. This guy's tough, I admit." "Not really. He just happened to be wearing a very advanced chakra armor. You have to destroy it first. Remember, those chakra armors have their limits. Just bombard him with your strongest jutsus." "Got it. Show time." Naruto created 4 shadow clones to protect himself while he closed his eyes and concentrated for his jutsu. Narumi felt a warm breeze gathering in the air and mentally warned her comrades through the mental link as she recognized her brother's jutsu. The Uzumaki army quickly formed hand seals for an earth jutsu. Doto's army watched in confusion as the opposing army slammed their palms to the ground and elevated the earth around them 10 meters high. As Naruto finished gathering the necessary chakra, he flashed into a dozen seal and finished by clasping his hands into a praying position as he called out his attack. "Hellfire release, Inferno's third circle." A huge blast of fire came out from Naruto's body and burned everything around him in a 30-mile radius. The earth around him cracked open as black flames rose and scorched everything on it. Those who were within the blast range immediately got consumed by the black flames. Their chakra armors were nothing as the Inferno easily melted them off, destroying the main panels and electrocuting them while they burned. They screamed in agony as their bodies turned into ash. Their souls also feeling the heat of the black flames, hence the name of the jutsu. Hellfire was a legendary type of fire release long forgotten. The last people who had this Kekkei Genkai have long died before the first Shinobi War took place. Only those who had a very, very strong and potent affinity to fire have the power to use it. The flames of the Amaterasu produced by the Uchiha's Manjikyu Sharingan is an example of a hellfire jutsu. Although the Uchihas were not aware of it. Naruto's jutsu have 9 levels, with the first circle being the weakest and the 9th circle the most powerful, has the largest radius, and required the most amount of chakra. The chakra required for the first circle is equivalent to summoning a minor boss summon. Naruto had a maniacal look as he stared into Doto's eyes, as if he gazed right into his soul. Doto felt uneasy as he noticed the blonde's eyes. They were now red slits. He was thankful for his highly advanced chakra armor, as he was still alive and well, although he did not notice the new cracks all over it. When Naruto cast his jutsu, Doto tried to counter it by using his ice release, Black Dragon Blizzard, but the Inferno's flames simply burned it instead of melting it. "Mowahahaha!" Naruto laughed. "Behold! You will be the first one to see and feel my ultimate piece of art. Tremble in fear. Be afraid. Recoil in despair. Cower in awe. And cry your heart out. Because my art is an explosion." Naruto cackled madly as he began weaving into a long series of seals. "Shit!" Narumi cursed as she watched the skies. Storm clouds were quickly gathering due to the high concentration of heat below. "We need to get the hell out of here. This place will be obliterated in 30 seconds. She ordered the army. Minako quickly jumped down and grabbed the downed Nadar, taking him with them. "Stop him!" he ordered his army. Those who were brave enough charged at the blonde but were confronted by Naruto's clones. As Naruto reached the 100th seal, he called out his jutsu. "Storm release, Kami's wrath!" Silence. There was a 3-second silence. For those within the area, it seemed like a long time. After the quiet, there was a blinding flash of light. And then it happened. Thousands of lightning strikes rained down from the sky. 100 tornadoes were created and touched the already blazing ground. The fire powered the tornadoes, turning them into fire tornadoes. The strong winds blew everywhere, causing the droplets of rain to freeze, turning into hail. The area was consumed by lightning, ice, and firestorm. It was pure destruction. The wrath of Kami indeed. If someone would watch it from a distance, they would see a breathtaking, captivating, and yet at the same time, a horrifying scene. The storm went on for 10 minutes before it finally showed a decrease of power. After another 10 minutes, it finally died down. The area now looked like a wasteland. There was residual smoke. Trees were either scorched or uprooted. The earth was dry and cracked. The castle was obliterated into a pile of scorched stone. Thousands of dead bodies littered the ground. Those who miraculously survived watched in horror as they took in the scene. The Uzumaki army swept in for the kill. Not for vengeance, not of hatred, but of mercy. They ended the lives of the surviving mercenary army to release them from their misery of pain and trauma. In a certain crater, a silhouette of a certain man could be seen slowly standing up. The man took a look at his surroundings for a good 1 minute before he checked on himself. Ha ha! That was the most destructive jutsu I have seen, and lived after it. Ha ha! Doto laughed as he found Naruto. The blonde kept an impassive look as he began channeling chakra to his body once more, his Madara moment over. Doto was about to make another taunt when he heard loud cracking noises. He looked at his armor as it finally broke into pieces and fell off his body. His smirk immediately vanished as he realized he was completely defenseless now. He never had shinobi training and only relied on his chakra armor. For the first time in 20 years, he once again felt real fear. He tried his best not to show it but failed. Naruto casually walked towards him as he began cracking his knuckles, the same way his grandmother Tsunade does when she's about to beat up someone. For the next 10 minutes, the sounds of flesh ripping and getting pounded could be heard. After 3 minutes of beating, he finally broke down and began pleading for mercy. His cries for mercy fell on deaf ears as he received his beating. As he lay on the ground like a beaten pulp, a group of people wearing chakra armor came to him. They all removed their helmets as Doto stared at them. "Hello, uncle," Koyuki greeted coldly. "Miss me? I believe you're looking for this," she said as she showed him the hexagonal crystal. "Due to your greed and envy, you killed my father and ruined this country. You sent people after me so you could claim this crystal, the key to Snow Country's treasure. You thought this will open a safe that contains a large collection of items that you can trade for gold? Let me show what this treasure does. This was my father's final gift to me and Snow Country." Koyuki had her guards drag her broken uncle towards the rainbow glaciers, with everyone following behind. As Koyuki placed the crystal on the hexagonal pedestal, a soft humming sound could be heard. Slowly, they felt warmth coming from the generator. After a few minutes, the land was no longer covered in snow. Fresh green grass and blooming flowers could be seen all throughout Snow Country's landscape. Everybody watched as a projection appeared, reflected by the rainbow glaciers. It showed a 4-year-old Koyuki talking with her father. "Believe in the future. If you do, spring will come," Sosetsu said. "Koyuki, what would you like to do when it comes?" "I'll become a princess," young Koyuki replied. What kind of princess?" A kind, strong one. A princess who believes in justice." "Ha ha. That's going to be very hard work. But if you don't give up and keep on believing in your dreams, one day, for sure, you will become one," Sosetsu said as he placed the necklace around her neck. "Can you see that a very beautiful princess is standing here? But I am not quite decided yet. There is one more thing that I want to become." "What is it?" "An actress." Koyuki shed tears of joy as the scene faded. "I've done it, father. I've become an actress. I'm ready to become a princess now." Time skip, 1 day. The Uzumaki army have gathered the remains of the fallen and burned them. The people of Snow Country have gathered at the old castle. They were overjoyed when they learned of Doto's crushing defeat against the Uzumaki army. In the middle of the square was a stage. On it were Doto, Fubuki, Mizore, and Nader bound and gagged, set into kneeling positions in front of the crowd. The crowd was murmuring among themselves as they openly pointed and glared at the four. Koyuki walked in front and all talking stopped at once. She faced the four and began to talk. "You have committed crimes against Snow Country and its people. You have stolen its riches and used it for your own personal use. You have usurped the throne and assassinated the daimyo and tried to kill her daughter as well. If you haven't been stopped, you would have brought more destruction upon Snow Country as you have planned waging war against the 5 great countries in the elemental nations." Koyuki then unsheathed a long katana. "I, Kazuhana Koyuki, daughter of Kazuhana Sosetsu and the rightful heir to the throne, hereby declare you guilty of plunder, treason, and murder. As the bringer of justice, I sentence you to death. You no longer have the rights to say your last words." Koyuki closed her eyes and took deep breaths. As she opened them, she struck down the sword 4 times, decapitating the traitors. As the 4 headless bodies slumped to the floor, everybody cheered. Doto and his followers were finally gone at last. Koyuki wiped a tear as she joined Naruto and his siblings. "Father, you are avenged. You may now rest in peace." Time skip, 1 month. Land of Snow/Spring. After Doto's death, the people of Snow Country began rebuilding. With the help of Uzumaki, they were able to construct buildings that are far superior compared to the ones they had during Doto's rule. With the combined efforts of Snow and Whirlpool's scientists, they have managed to finish the generator. Snow Country was no longer covered with snow, but instead, by green grass and blooming flowers. A month after Doto's death, the country was renamed to the Land of Spring. During the month, Koike have formally taken position as Spring's daimyo. The alliance with Uzushio was formally signed. Kushina and Minato paid a visit during that day. More ships came from Whirlpool bearing construction supplies and blueprints. New trade routes have been opened as well. The daimyo asked for help as she wanted Spring to have its own shinobi village. Whirlpool agreed and asked for students to study in Yuzu while the construction of the village hidden among Spring occurred. Goku, with the help of his crew, finished filming the Princess Gale movie. Goku's company was now looking for actors and actresses for their next project, The Whirlpool Princess. The battle that occurred a month ago was also made into a movie, which will be entitled as The Missing Snow. It was based on Daimyo Koiki's real-life story. From the time when she was 4 years old up to the point where she finally claimed the throne as Snow, now Spring's, daimyo. The movie had two purposes. One was for audience and income, and two, for Uzumaki propaganda. It will be available for viewing 1 month before the Chunin exams that will be held in Kanehigakure. Uzumaki Uzukage office. The Uzukage was currently signing papers regarding the Land of Spring. She straightened up on her seat as the storm commander appeared in a whirlpool shunshin. Uzukage-sama, Keith said as he laid an envelope on Kushina's desk. The Uzukage opened the envelope to reveal a stack of forms, an invitation card, a brochure, and a letter from Kanehigakure. It was for the upcoming Chunin exams. Kushina smiled as she set down the papers. It's time. Chapter 17, Choosing Which Path. 6 weeks before the Chunin exams. Uzukage Mansion, Naruto's room. Choose. To preserve? Or to destroy? Choose. A powerful and ancient voice said. Naruto's eyes fluttered open. It was now morning. He had been dreaming. This was not the first time he dreamt about that unknown source of voice prompting him to choose. He sat in silence pondering about it before finally shrugging and heading downstairs for breakfast. What Naruto did not know was Hinata and Sasuke were also awake, thinking about the dream. They too have been having the same dream ever since they returned from Spring Country. Uzukage office. Send these papers back to Konoha. Hi, Sai said. Uzukage-sama, if I may ask, how does the seal exactly work? The Hokage, Danzo, some council members, and the ANBU are the only people in Konoha who regularly check the bingo book as well as a few jonins. When the Hokage or whoever reads these papers, the seal will activate and affect their mind and put them into a kind of trance without them knowing. So even if they read Naruto's entry, who's an S-rank nin in the bingo book, they will ignore that fact and allow him to partake with the Chunin examination, not seeing him as a threat. Truly, the art of fuinjutsu is both amazing and terrifying. The things you can do with it are just endless, commented Sai, who was very amazed. Later, Uzumaki training grounds. Gaara and his siblings have been sent by the Kazakage back to Uzumaki for their training. With them was their sensei Baki. Along with their classmates, they were currently being briefed by the Uzukage. We have 4 weeks to train before you're sent to Konoha, and that is 2 weeks before the event. Your roles are the most important for the attack, said the Uzukage. As for the team assignments, Miho will be acting as the Jonin sensei of Naruto's team, Mio for Fu's team, and Utakata for Taiya's team. The Suna team will be the same with Baki as their sensei. As you have noticed, each team has a Jinchuriki. Now, the 4 of you will be working on your synchronization with your respective tail beats. You may be now friends with each other, but you still have to complete the bond for you to be able to become perfect Jinchurikis. Like Killer Bee of Kumo? Utakata asked. Yes. You will be going to a temple similar to the one inside the giant tortoise, Minato replied. Arashi-sama will be the one to watch over your training. You 4 will begin your training as soon as you arrive at the island. If you 4 would please follow me. After the 5 have left, Kushina continued. The rest of you are free to ask any sensei you wish to train you. I have already informed all Jonin about this, so they will not refuse and will transfer their current work to another if they are currently preoccupied. Feel free to use any of the training grounds. And with that, the Uzukage went back to her office. Sasuke went off to find Tobi while Hinata went to find her mother. Lee ran off to the academy for Kaze, while Karen went to the hospital to find Shizen. Yakumo also ran off to the academy for Natsuki. Taiyuya and Cheyenne remained since they wanted to be trained by Mio and Miho. Baki led Kankuro and Temari to another ground to train. Hyuga residence. Training grounds? After some studying and observing, I have come to the conclusion about your dojutsu, Hitomi stated. What of it, Ka-san? Asked Hinata. You are half Hyuga and half Uzumaki. Therefore, it is just right that you either get the Byakugan or the Rinnegan. The Byakugan is already active when a Hyuga is born, only requiring for the user to learn how to wield it, while the Rinnegan normally awakens when an Uzumaki reaches the age 18 or when the user undergoes extreme training or experiences extreme trauma. Back in Konoha, you were made an outcast due to your eyes. Yours doesn't exactly look like the ones the Hyugas have. Although impossible, I have concluded that your Rinnegan and Byakugan have combined. Normally a person cannot have two dojutsus. If one had the Rinnegan while their spouse had the Sharingan or the Byakugan, their offspring will only receive one dojutsu, depending on the dominating genes. Hanabi got the Byakugan. In your case, my Rinnegan genes and Hayashi's Byakugan genes have combined instead of overpowering each other. The only known person who had both dojutsu, Rinnegan and Sharingan combined, was the Sage of the Six Paths himself. If my theory is right, then you will be the second person to have a combined dojutsu. How do we know if I really do have the two combined? This is where your training starts. The first part is for you to activate your dojutsu. Now I want you to sit below that waterfall and meditate. Concentrate and feel nature around you. Once you begin feeling it, gather chakra to your eyes. I do not know what your dojutsu's name is, but you will. You will hear it in your mind once you have perfected your meditation, Hitomi said while Hinata did as ordered. Once you activate your new dojutsu, we go to the second part of your training, getting acquainted with your new powers. Begin. Uchiha Residence, Training Grounds. Tobi will be training you to increase your chakra control and capacity further by doing extreme chakra exercises. Next week, you and Tobi will be fighting one-on-one using the Susanoo. It is time for you to activate its second form, while also maintaining it for more than 30 minutes, said Tobi. Sasuke groaned as he could already feel hell. Tobi may be a good boy, but he was bad when it came to training. Tobi was a slave driver and a sadist. Kanehigakure. Training Ground 3. Konoha's recent graduates, the Rookie 9, were currently gathered and were discussing about the incoming exam. Combining our gathered information, we know that the exam will be divided into 3 parts, Neji said as he began writing on the sand. The first part will be a written examination with 9 questions. Its main purpose is for us to cheat and not to get caught. The 10th question is simple. We will be asked to give up since the next round will be difficult, Sasami said. Obviously it is a trap. We'll just have to remain silent and continue to the next round, Sakura finished. Now, we need to plan about how we're going to cheat while also communicate with the others in order to share information. We will be arranged in a sitting position where there will be chunins near us, said Shino. As the Rookie 9 were too busy planning, they did not notice 3 other people watching them at a distance, listening to their conversation. They have a nice plan, Asuma commented. However, their plan won't work. The chunin exams will be different compared to the ones before, Kakashi drawled as he kept his eyes on his orange book. Still, they are showing their youthfulness by working as a big team, said Guy. You say something, Guy? Damn you, Kakashi, and your hip attitude. Shut up. They're going to hear us, Asuma reprimanded them. Just then, an ANBU appeared behind them. Kakashi-san, Guy-san, Asuma-san. Hokage-sama wishes to speak with you. Hokage office. Thank you for coming in short notice, the Hokage began. As I'm sure you're aware by now, the chunin examinations will be different compared to the ones before. Since Kumo and Iwa along with new other villages are participating, the council have decided to make it different. We can't appear to look weak and therefore, we must prepare a harder exam. And since our chunin exams procedures are now common knowledge, I'm sure the audience will bore themselves to death if we kept it like that. Everyone chuckled as they realized it was true. More importantly, the exams will be broadcast live worldwide, Sarutobi said as he puffed smoke from his pipe. What? Kakashi exclaimed, stopping reading and putting his porn book in his pocket. This is why I wanted you to train your students harder. We have 6 weeks left before the exam. This event is very important to us as it will be broadcast live worldwide. If our genins make it to the finals, it will show the world that Konoha produces strong shinobi. Not only the world will see us as a strong village, this will also make us attract more contracts and business agreements. YOSH. You can trust us on this task, Hokage-sama. We will make sure our students burn to their brightest as their flames of youth show the world their dash. Everybody else in the room just sighed while the taijutsu master went on with his speech. And if not, I will make 500 laps around Konoha. Guy finished, striking a pose. Very well, the Hokage said. You are dismissed. Make sure you do not inform your genins about the change in the examinations, as it would be unfair, Sarutobi said as he pointed at his crystal ball. They have a nice plan. And I'm glad they're working together. Just make sure they will still work together even if they find about the new exam. Konoha stood strong and won the war because of teamwork. Remember that. The Hokage went back to puffing smoke and signing paperwork when the Jonin senseis left. They never noticed another presence outside the room who was also listening to their conversation. Pfft, teamwork my ass. If it wasn't for the Uzumaki clan, you wouldn't have won the war. You repaid Yuzu by selling her to her enemies, traitor, thought Kabuto as he stealthily left the Hokage tower. Ah, whatever. Konoha will be no more after the third part of the exam. At least I know the third part is still a tournament, although I'm not sure what kind. Yuzukage-sama will be pleased when she learns about the exams being broadcast live. About 5 minutes after Kabuto left, Danzo and Jiraiya entered the office. Danzo, Jiraiya, what news do you bring? Greeted Sarutobi. The infiltration in the third city failed. Danzo began. Like all other spies sent by other villages, they have been captured and executed publicly. The spies I sent to Odogekure haven't sent word yet. Let's just hope your root have made it inside Odo and weren't captured, or worse, killed. Do not worry about them. I have confidence in my root. As for me, I have successfully integrated Gatu's remaining assets to Konoha and my spy network, said Jiraiya proudly. Those who refused to join were of course killed. Good. Make sure to keep surveillance about possible threats. Will do, Hokage-sama. Jiraiya and Danzo both said as they bowed and left the office. Uzushi-Ogakure. Yuzukage office. Yuzukage-sama, there's something you need to know. Kid, what is it? Our spy tower near Land of Lightning's mountains have spotted a floating island as huge as 4th City headed southwest. Below the floating island was a navy fleet moving along them, probably as escorts. Have you identified who these people might be? Hi. Upon closer inspection, we have found that everyone in the fleet were wearing hitayatesh, confirming our suspicions that they were shinobi from Sora no Kuni. Sorigekure? So they're back. And so it seems. This can't be good. What are your orders? Send 4 squads of Storm and have them infiltrate the island and the fleet. Find out their purpose. I want news in 1 week. 1 week later. Report. Sorigekure is headed towards Fire Country. Their objective is to destroy Konoha. We have calculated their speed and concluded that they will enter Fire Country's borders in 3 weeks. We cannot allow that to happen. They will only ruin our plans. Here are your orders. Have a dozen airships and warships intercept Sky Village. I want you and Minato-kun to lead 2,000 of our strongest storm operatives and eliminate the threat. The land of Sky must be wiped out within 1 week. Now move. Kanehigakure. Hokage office. Sensei. Sarutobi looked up and was quick to jump away from his seat as the windows crashed because of Jiraiya. Damn it, Jiraiya! Use the damn door! Sorry, Sensei. But doors are too simple. And besides, I have urgent news. What is it? My spies located near Water Country have spotted a huge floating island along with a fleet headed towards Fire Country. Sensei. How does this island look like? It looked like a temple. The design looked ancient. Sorigekure. It's the land of Sky. Jiraiya, I want you to find out where exactly they're headed and what they are doing in the elemental nation's domain. There will be no stopovers for you, Jiraiya. Meaning, no time for your research. This is important. Find out about Sky and report back to me as soon as possible. Jiraiya felt the air of seriousness from the Hokage. He nodded and left the office. Sarutobi sighed and called for his hidden ANBU. Hokage-sama? One of you get me Nara Shikaku and Hyuga Hayashi. One of you go to our weapons department and make sure all equipment are at perfect condition. One of you go to the barrier core and tell them to double the number of people patrolling. I will be going there later to have our barrier doubled. I want sealing and barrier teams by then. And one of you inform my secretary to have my office windows fixed and replaced by a double thick glass. Understood, Hokage-sama. Unknown location. Erasure along with the 4 Jinchuriki have traveled to a faraway and isolated island. The island could not be found by normal means since it was hidden among the clouds. Meaning, it was high in the sky. In the entrance was a golden torii as huge as a village gate. The floating island was circular and had 9 waterfalls. Each waterfall had a carving of a tailed beast in gold. In the main center of the island was a huge tree in 21-meter diameter and about 300 meters tall. 2 months ago, Miroku had a vision of you for training to become the perfect Jinchuriki. She gave the description of the place for us to find. Storm operatives have only just found about this place 2 weeks ago. After spending time here and observing the place, we have concluded that this place had been created by the sage himself for the Biju and their host. He must have seen the future and learned about Jinchurikis. On with the lesson. The first step on becoming a perfect Jinchuriki is by fighting your own self. The second is by harnessing your Biju's chakra, where you will be able to use chakra mode. The third and final step is synchronization, where you undergo tailed beast mode after successfully becoming one with your Biju, said Erishur. Time to get started. Go to your respective waterfalls and begin meditating. Conquer your inner self. Good luck, Erishur said as he produced 3 clones. The clones following one Jinchuriki, while the original Erishur followed after Naruto. Naruto's Mindscape. So you have come. Have you decided yet? A familiar voice asked. Naruto turned around and gasped. In front of him was, well, himself. Except there were a little difference. The other person's eyes were purple and had ring patterns around it. He also had 2 horns. Are you my inner self? Naruto asked. I guess you could call me that. So, have you decided yet? He asked once again. What do you mean? Are you going to preserve, or are you going to destroy? I'm really confused. Is this my test? Aren't we supposed to be fighting for dominance? Ha! That was funny. If you were like the other Jinchuriki, you would have to fight your inner self. But you aren't like them. You are me. I am the one who'd been asking you to choose in your dream. Instead of fighting, you must decide whether you'd preserve or destroy. You're giving me a headache. Would you please speak in a normal fashion and not in weird riddles? If you haven't figured it out yet, I am you. Well, of course, you are. You're my inner self, right? Asked an annoyed Naruto. Yes. But you do not understand. However, you will once you have made your choice. To destroy? Or to preserve? Uzushio-gakure. Hyuga Residence Training Grounds. It has been a week since Hinata began meditating to activate her dojutsu. Every day, she would try to meditate for 8 hours, only stopping to eat and drink. Hinata was still currently sitting at the middle of the small waterfall. Choose. To preserve? Or to destroy? Choose. A whisper said while she was meditating. It's that voice again. Hinata thought as she opened her eyes. She gasped when she found herself in what looked like a sewer, instead of her meditating area. You have come at last, child, said someone. Uchiha Residence Training Grounds. Sasuke lay at the ground panting as he and Tobi finished a spar. For the past week he had been training hard until he tired himself out. As of now, he was just as exhausted. He closed his eyes while he regained his breathing. Choose. To preserve? Or to destroy? Choose. Sasuke heard as he felt a soft breeze. It's that voice again, Sasuke thought. He breathed a long and deep sigh as he opened his eyes but gasped when he noticed he was not in his training ground. He stood up and checked his surroundings, realizing he was in a huge sewer. Shrugging, he walked off to explore the place. This way, my child. The others are waiting, a voice said. It was the same voice as the one he had been hearing in his dreams. Naruto's Mindscape. What? Patience, my dear boy. I will be explaining things soon as they arrive. They? Who? Naruto asked, confused. Just then, he heard splashing of water, indicating someone's approach. Now Naruto-kun? What? What's going on? Hinata asked, not noticing the other person with him. Naruto was surprised to find Hinata inside his mindscape. But before he could respond to her question, he heard more splashing of water. He and Hinata turned to find Sasuke approaching. Hey guys. You're here as well. What's going on? Sasuke asked. Naruto simply shrugged as he pointed towards his look-alike. Now that the 3 of you are here, I will be explaining things. But before that, let's have our seats, shall we? He asked as he waved his hands and 4 couches appeared. He took a seat while the other 3 nervously followed him. Now, for starters, I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Or as many knew me, I am the Sage of the 6 Paths, founder of Nishu. The sage held out a hand as the 3 were about to speak. No interruptions. Now, as you 3 have grown in Uzushio, I'm sure you are now familiar with the task I assigned to the Otsutsuki, now Uzumaki Clan. And that is by maintaining balance. I, the sage, am not necessarily good. I am also evil in some way you may call it. In passing judgment, I and my descendants must choose whether to destroy something that causes imbalance to the world, or to give them a second chance. Balance is not always achieved through peaceful ways, it can be also achieved through death and destruction. I have been asking you three to choose ever since you freed Snow Country. You three will play a very important role to the world's future, as it is your destiny. You will forge your own path should you choose to preserve, or to destroy Konoha and the other 3 villages who desired to destroy our clan before. I will be only guiding you once you have made your decision. Whether you choose to preserve or to destroy, I will be helping you in the future. I'm sure you 3 might be wondering why I chose you. That will be answered once you have passed your judgment. You may now speak. Surprisingly, it was Sasuke who spoke first. I came from Konoha, and I'm going to judge them starting with my family. When I was younger, I never understood why the whole village hated Naruto. My family, who's supposed to be the police task force and protecting the people, were included to the mobs formed to attack one single child. I have also noticed that everyone was cold. Those who were showing kindness were being treated harshly, turning them into angry and heartless people. I have already imagined what would happen when I returned to Konoha for the exams, when I would see my old family. And I can no longer call them my family as I have decided that I am now a part of the Uzumaki Clan, not the Uchiha. I am only starting to understand what you are talking about, but now I am sure in my answer. I will be choosing the path of destruction. I will become a part of Konoha's destruction. The sage nodded, satisfied with his answer. It was Hinata who spoke next. I too also came from Konoha. I was from a clan where the same family members are being enslaved, and that was the one thing I hated the most about the Hyuga. During the time I was still heiress, it was my dream to abolish the caged bird seal and merge both houses into one. When my title of heiress was put at stake, I had to fight for my clan. Sadly, I lost. The worst part was, the same people whom I aimed to save were the ones to drag me down. My decision stands with the beliefs of the Uzumaki clan. I will be passing judgment by choosing to destroy. Hagoromo nodded approvingly. Now they were looking at Naruto, waiting for his judgment. The world has been imbalanced indeed, since the beginning of the Great Shinobi Wars. Kona, Kumo, Kiri, and Iwa have played their parts to it. Even our ally Suna, who condemned their own by making an incomplete sealing of a demon inside a child. Konoha have done atrocities that I myself have experienced. I was the village's scapegoat. Kumo have been kidnapping children and raising them as their own to make their expendable weapons, also making the kidnapped children breeding factories in the future. Kiri, they were killing their own people. Iwa have produced the most number of rogue criminals. The elemental countries see Jinchuriki only as weapons. They shun them away and treat them wrongly for having a demon sealed inside them. Tailed beasts were also treated unkindly as they were sealed into humans meant for war. There are a lot more bad things that have happened and will continue if my clan doesn't act sooner. My choice, obviously, is to maintain peace. By maintaining peace, there have to be a sacrifice. Peace can be also attained even if it means by destroying. Very well. You 3 have chosen to gain peace by forging the path of destruction. As I've said, whether you choose to preserve or to destroy, I will be guiding you. Hinata, you have been meditating for a week, trying to unlock your eyes. I'm very impressed you and your mother figured it out. You will receive your inheritance once you turn 18. For now, I will be upgrading your eyes to the Tensigen. You will understand what it is once you unlock it. You, Sasuke, have been also training your Manjikyu Sharingan. In order to help you with Konoha's destruction, I will be giving you the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan to keep you from going blind and to also use your eye to its full potential. You will be unlocking your gift once you turn 18 as well. Lastly, Naruto. Your Rinnegan have been dormant even though you were able to use it twice before. I will be unlocking it now for you to get used to it. The destruction of Konoha is not the only thing that's going to happen. Be prepared. You will unlock the rest of your gifts once I deem you fit to use it. Now you have been asking yourselves why I chose you. It's simple, really. Uzumaki Hinata and Uzumaki Sasuke, you 2 are the reincarnation of my children. Hinata, who have descended from both Senju and Uzumaki, you possess the soul of Azura. While you, Uzumaki Sasuke, who have descended from both Uchiha and Uzumaki, are the reincarnation of Indra. The 3 children were silent as they stared at the sage. Hagoromo closed his eyes, and when he opened them, they were now different from being purple. His eyes were now red. The ripple patterns were still there, but on it were 9 black tomos. Once again he spoke in a riddle-like and sagely manner. Otsutsuki Senju Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, you have chosen your path. You have made your answer. You have won against your inner self. You won't be needing to go on to the 2nd and 3rd stage to become the perfect Jinchuriki. For you have already mastered your training. All you have to do is befriend the remaining bijus. This is my first task for you to do. I still don't understand, said Naruto. You will in time. For I am you. You are my reincarnation. You are the second coming of the Rikudo Sennin. Exit Mindscape, back to the island. Erasure and the 3 other Jinchuriki watched nervously as they waited for Naruto to finish his battle against his inner self. Gaara, Fu, and Utakata have already finished theirs long ago. Just then, they saw Naruto's body glow and emit a red pulse of chakra, making them step backwards. He sent out a total of 6 chakra blasts before the glow around his body died out. After the 6th pulse, they noticed Naruto's hair color change into a shade of red, like Kushina's. It was at this moment Naruto began to open his eyes, revealing purple ringed ones. Everyone hold hands while I contact the rest of the family. I have some things to show you, Naruto stated as he stood up, his eyes making contact with theirs. Time skip, 1 week. Uzushio-gakure. Uzukage office. Mission success, Uzukage-sama. Sky Country and its people have been eliminated. The island had been destroyed into rubble, while the fleet have been captured and is being brought to First City for further research. Kanehigakure. Hokage office. What do you mean nothing? Hiruzen shouted. Jiraiya cowered in fear as he felt his sensei's killing intent. He knew that his sensei knew about him stalling, visiting a few hot springs to peep. As sensei, I mean when I arrived at the place where the floating city was spotted, I found nothing. There was also no fleet below. I investigated the path it took, and there were traces of destroyed and fallen rubble. Obviously there had been a battle, that I strongly believe. But there were no corpses. I do believe they have been taken care of as well by whomever attacked them. The Hokage took calming breaths as he sat down, thinking. Have you made any investigation about their sudden disappearance? Who do you think attacked them? I'm sorry, sensei, but I have no answer to that. Sky is the only known nation who has an air force. But do not worry, I've already tasked my spy network to figure it out. That won't be necessary, someone said as the door of the office opened, revealing a bandaged man. Danzo. What do you mean? Asked Hiruzen. Have you seen the newest movie yet? I have no time to watch movies. I'm already busy because of the upcoming event. Then make time. Watch this movie. It was recorded and really happened. I've already made an investigation about the movie producer and found out just now that it was indeed based on a real story, especially the battle. What are you talking about? What is this movie? The movie is entitled The Missing Snow. It was made available for viewing just this morning and is already climbing to the top list. I strongly suggest for the whole council to watch it. Very well, I trust your word. This must be very important for you to endorse it and ask the whole council to watch. Send an ANBU for me once you've watched it. We will have a meeting after, Danzo said as he exited the office. I wonder, mused the Hokage as he began puffing smoke. Kumagakure. Yujito. Remember your duty. You fully transforming into Nibi will be the signal for our invasion to start. L and M will be your teammates during this mission. B's team will be entering the exams as well. Make Kumo proud and show the world of our strength. I'm counting on you. Hi. Raikage-sama. Iwagakure. Rashi. Han. You will be acting as Jonin senseis of the other 2 genin teams. Kuratsuchi, make sure you make Konoha see their mistake of blackmailing us. Destroy their genins. Show no mercy. Akatsuchi, make sure my granddaughter performs her duty. Hi. Tsuchikage-sama. Kirigakure. Chojuro, be more confident. Hi Mizukage-sama. I will do my best. Good. Now lead your teammates to victory. Time skip, 2 weeks. Kanahigaku no Sato. Izumo and Kotetsu yawned as they watched people come and go. Due to the incoming event, security have been tightened, and so the 2 gate guards were joined by 6 more. The 2 stood in attention as the hidden ANBU alerted them about incoming visitors. The gate guards waited in silence as they approached the gate. The Konoha guards immediately recognized the one who was the exact replica of the Onaima Hokage, with the additional 3 whisker marks on each cheek. Naruto was wearing dark red armor. In the front of the chest plate was the Senju clan symbol, while in the back was the Uzumaki clan symbol. Beneath the armor, he was wearing the standard Senju clothing. Naruto's usually unkempt hair was running down smoothly through his shoulders, resembling his to Hashirama's. Next they recognized was the banished Uchiha. Like Naruto, Sasuke was wearing dark red armor and beneath it was the regular Uchiha clothing. In front of the chest plate was the Uchiha crest and the Uzumaki at the back. His long hair was untied, making it look like Madara's. Hinata and the rest wore their usual attire. Although on top of their regular clothing, they were all wearing royal red long vests, the Uzumaki crest in gold, stitched in each side of the front vest and one at the back. Beneath their clothing, everyone including Naruto and Sasuke wore a full-body chainmail applied with seals, making it extremely light and comfortable, and yet very strong, for added protection. Additionally, the chainmail could only be seen by the wearer. A crowd of Konoha citizens and shinobi was starting to gather at the gate, and were ogling at the Uzumaki party. Most of the higher-ranking shinobi were eyeing Naruto and Sasuke, mainly because they looked like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. "You two realize you just made yourselves a bigger target, right? What happened to laying low?" asked Hinata through their mental link, making the others snicker. "Don't blame me, it was Naruto's idea," Sasuke defended. "Yeah, and you were enthusiastic with the idea anyway," snorted Naruto. "Well, it's really cool." "I know. Anyway, it's just right. We're both descendants of Konoha's founders. You have the Eternal Manjikyu, I have the Mokuton release. It's just perfect and ironic since we will be destroying this place later. Anyway, I'm starting to feel uncomfortable with them ogling at us. If you will notice, there's a crowd gathering here, and it's growing. I might just activate my Tensigen and begin blasting people," said Hinata. Mio and Miho were aware of this and decided to break the silence before the three started killing people. Ever since the sage visited them, the three became more interested in raining death and destruction. They figured it was because of the path they have chosen. "Ahem." Mio coughed. "We're here for the Chunin exams." "Here are our passes," said Miho. "Oh. Yeah. Right," Izumo said as he was awakened from his stupor. "Just please sign with your names here and you may enter," said Kotetsu. After the Uzumaki party finished logging in, they began marching inside the city to look for a hotel to check in. As they walked past the crowd, they heard whisperings and murmurings. Most of it coming from the younger ones. "Did you see him?" "Yes. It's him. He played an important role in the ending of Princess Gale." "Yeah. He was also one of the actors in the movie The Missing Snow." "Whoa, do you think he's giving away autographs?" The adults, on the other hand, were openly pointing at Naruto while the others also noticed the twins, muttering things such as them being the Yondaime's children. "Whoa! What happened to Demon Brat?" Naruto asked. "We're not sure, Otsuto," replied Miho. "Just try not to kill them yet, alright? We'll have time for that later," said Mio. "Yeah, alright, I'll try." Konoha's Rookie 9 happened to be at the barbecue restaurant, and noticed the Uzumaki group passing. "Hey guys, look!" said Tenten, pointing at the visitors. "It's Sasuke-kun!" squealed Sakura. "He's such a hottie now," said Ino. So, that Naruto is also participating with the exams. I wonder how strong he is," mused Sasami. "He's just an actor, Sasami-chan. I'm way stronger than him," boasted Kiba. "Kiba, just because he's an actor it doesn't mean he's already weak. Remember Kakashi-sensei's words to look underneath the underneath. He could be very strong," said Shino. "It is by fate for us to be fighting against each other in the battlefield. This time, I will be sure to avenge my father," Neji said as he stared at Hinata's back. "Troublesome," muttered Shikamaru. Choji didn't say anything as he was too busy eating barbecue while the others weren't looking. Unknown location. The 8 remaining Jinchurikis will be gathering at Konoha. Once the exams are over, we will attack them while they are still recovering after the fighting. Here are your assigned targets," the masked man said as he gave his followers folders. "Understood, Madara-sama." "Zetsu, how's our army?" "In 2 weeks, they will be ready, Madara-sama. I'm already modifying their bodies to be able to fight and think strategies." "Good. Soon, the 4th Shinobi War will begin." Chapter 18, Intelligence Gathering. 1 week later, 1 week before first part of the exam. Kanahigaku no Sato. Hokage Office. "Hokage-sama, all representatives from other countries who will be judging have just arrived and are now complete. They are now being escorted to their respective hotel rooms," a Chunin said as he entered the office. With him were 3 more Chunins. "Good. Please deliver these papers to their rooms. 1 envelope for each judge," Hiruzen replied as he motioned at the 4 3-foot-tall stacks of envelopes. The envelopes contained the grading sheets, which will be used by the panelists as they judge each candidate while watching the exams. These delegates came from various countries outside Fire Country. They will be the ones judging the Chunin hopefuls for the first and second part of the exam. At the final part, they will be handing their reports over to their respective daimyos, as the daimyos will be the ones to judge during the finals. Since the event is being broadcast, it will be easier for everyone to see and judge the competitors' skills. Whether the examinees make it to the finals, which will be a tournament, doesn't actually matter, since they might still get promoted if they have showed the skills a chunin must have during the first and second part of the exam. Yakushi Residence, underground location. The communication seals should last for a month. I'll renew it before the third part of the exam. Now raise your hands if you can hear me, Naruto said, talking the last part using the mental link. The teams from Uzushio, Suna, and Sound raised their hands as they heard Naruto's voice. Alright. Try communicating with your teammates and the other teams, Naruto ordered. After some time, they finally finished testing and were all good to go. While they were doing this, Naruto of course provided the clones and henged them as the others while their teams met, as they cannot risk being caught missing. Alright. Now that's taken care of, I would like to remind the students and their jounin senseis to remind their students about the exam. Since it will be broadcast, we cannot use jutsus our countries or clans consider unique and original, as there is the huge risk of other countries copying it, began Miho. Suna of course will mostly be using wind jutsus and puppetry, as it is their expertise. I would like to remind them, and especially Gaara's team, to only use common wind jutsus, while the sound teams will be mainly using sound techniques which will be quite difficult to copy. Although I would like to advise them to keep the process of casting them subtle. Those from Uzushio will have no problem since our jutsus are not meant for normal people, as our chakra reserves are high, said Mio. Furthermore, I'm sure you have all trained to perform jutsus with reduced seals, one-handed seals, or seal-less seals while at Yuzu. Being able to having this skill is critical in order to prevent jutsu theft. Other than that, there will be no problems if you're using your Kekkei Genkai, as it is not possible to copy, finished Utakata. Are we all clear? Hi, replied all. Good. I will be transporting you back to your respective hotel rooms and dispel your clones, said Naruto as he produced Uzumaki clones. As the teams left, the Uzukage children remained behind. Kabuto and I, Nono-chan. Orders from the Uzukage? Yeah. We need the new schedule for the guard shifts and patrols. They changed it today, correct? The base seals needs to be written around the village and on the walls within this week. Can I have it before midnight? Alright. We'll work on it. We'll see you later. Time skip, 1 week, Chunin exams opening. Commentators box. Greetings to everyone participating and watching the exams here or via streaming. I am Kamizuki Izumo, and I am Hagain Kotetsu, and we are the Immortal Chunins, and will be the hosts for this year's Chunin exams and first ever live telecast. And since this is the first ever live telecast Chunin exams, almost every ninja village have sent teams to represent their home. You're right, partner, this year, there are a total number of 96 teams who are participating. Wow, that's 288 genin hopefuls. Let us now see what's going on in the stadium as Marino Ibiki gives his introductions before the event starts. Stadium. Right. As everyone know, or if you're not yet aware, the Chunin exams was made after the war. The Chunin exams is not just an event where genin participate in order to achieve the rank of Chunin. This exam is also an alternative for war. While we consider this a tournament, this is an alternative for war. And so that means you brats can go murder each other to your heart's content without hurting the other village's feelings. Ibiki finished as he started laughing evilly. Great. You all hear me? That's enough introductions. Time for the first part of the exam. As he said it, a war horn blasted a deep and long sound, signaling the start of the event. You! Ibiki shouted, pointing at the genin teams. I am your Kage. And our country is now at war. The enemy has vital information and weapon that can be used against us. Your primary task is to infiltrate the enemy camp, identify the item, and bring it back to our base. Your secondary task is to gather information about everything in their base. Intelligence reports that we have 5 days before enemy reinforcements arrive and finally launch an attack. Failure to complete the mission puts our side at risk, giving us a high chance of getting slaughtered. Ibiki indicated to a glass bowl that contained scrolls. The scrolls contained the mission details and a random item that the team shall retrieve. Ibiki then shunshined away from the stadium and went to the spectators' seats. The teams took this as a cue, and so a representative for each team picked a scroll. Team's POV. So this exam's a war simulation. Interesting. Naruto thought as he picked a scroll. He returned to his team and together, they read the scroll's contents. Objective: from the stadium, head to the Hokage mountain where the enemy camp is located. Once you have the item and the intel, Head towards the Forest of Death and find a safe spot that will serve as your camp. Once there, the retrieved item will turn into a scroll that contains information about the second part of the exam. Time limit 5 days. Quest item, random for each team 3-pronged kunai. Naruto nodded to his teammates and began heading towards the Hokage mountain. The other teams doing the same soon as they finished reading their scroll. Judges POV. Each judge was given papers so they could grade the participants. The papers also contained more information about the exam. The judges began reviewing the grading sheets as the exam participants headed towards their first destination. Chunin Exams Part 1. Skills to be graded: espionage, infiltration, assassination, retrieval, escape. Objective: each team is assigned an item to retrieve. The item is located inside a fortress filled with enemy mines and numerous traps. The fortress has numerous rooms. The teams must locate and retrieve their assigned item within 5 days, while also gathering information. Maximum time limit 5 days. Grading sheet. Team name. Team members. Espionage. Infiltration. Assassination. Retrieval. Escape. Espionage. Correct number of enemy mines in the base. Correct number of enemy mines per rank. Estimated number of traps. Trap locations. Base weaknesses. Base strengths. Camp outline. Team's overall rating. Individual's overall rating. Remarks. Normal POV. Commentator's box. And there our contestants go, Izumo said. Day 1, 96 teams. Now this is an interesting start. We'll see later which teams will advance to the second part, said Kotetsu. Very interesting indeed. Viewers, let us show you what the team's scroll says so you'll have an idea what exactly they are supposed to do, Izumo said as he motioned at the cameraman to focus on a scroll he opened similar to the ones the teams picked. As you can see, those teams who will fail to retrieve their assigned items are automatically disqualified at the exams since they will need that item in order to proceed to the second part, said Kotetsu. Teams POV. Yuzu, Sound, and Suna teams. Alright. Did everyone understand the unspoken objective? There was a double meaning, said Naruto through the mental link as he and his team ran towards the Hokage mountain. Which one, senpai? Asked Saku. Intelligence gathering. The obvious one was gathering intel from the base at the mountain. The unspoken and hidden objective was to gather intel from the other teams. This is only the first part of the exam. On the second or third part, teams will have to face one another in order to advance. Which is why we need to gather intel. We were given 5 days to complete the mission. This isn't just about being fast to retrieve the said item. Well said, senpai, said Dosu. Team Dojutsu, any intel about the Hokage mountain? Asked Fu. We only know that the Hokage's heads were carved there. Aside from that, I've got none, said Sasuke. I used to stay at the heads, but I've never noticed other things on top of the mountain, said Naruto. We're getting near. Let me check. Byakugan. The teams remained quiet and waited for Hinata's report as they started climbing the mountain. Around them were the other teams from the other villages also trying to scale the terrain. After a while, Hinata spoke again. From what I can tell, the buildings here are new. Most likely built for the exams. Tread carefully now. I see a lot of traps. The safe places where we could make camp and observe the other teams are the forests behind the building, around 200 meters away. Right. Thanks, Hinata-chan. Everyone, head to the said location and make camp. Secure the perimeter. Konoha teams. While the teams from the 3 villages were working together, the Konoha teams have decided to work on their own. Team 7 was the first to arrive at the location, followed by Team 9. Last to arrive was Team 10 as Shikamaru thought the exam was too troublesome while Chuji followed his lead while eating chips. Team 7. Ha! We arrived first! We beat them! Yelled Kiba. Shut up, Mutt. We're supposed to spy here, not announce our presence, said Sasami. Who you calling Mutt, you red-eyed freak? Kiba, shut up. Sasami is right. We need to keep low, said Shino. Akamaru barked in agreement, making his master become serious. They used their noses and began to sniff the air around them as they secured their location. Shino raised his arms as swarms of bugs came from his jacket, flying towards the building to scout. Sasami once again opened their scroll and reviewed it. Right. The place is covered by layers of genjutsus. I see a lot of traps. Also, inside the buildings, there are also genjutsus in each room. Our mission item is a tonfa. Shino, have your bugs look for it. I believe there are multiple tonfas here, but only one is real, said Sasami, her fully matured Sharingan spinning. We'll scout for today and tomorrow. We'll take the tonfa on the third day. Shino, have your bugs check the perimeter around us first. See if we can camp here. Team 9. Byakugan. Neji-kun, what do you see? Asked Sakura in a very girlish manner. A building. And a lot of traps. Neji replied dramatically. Wow, gee, thanks Captain Obvious, replied Tenten, annoyed. Our item is a tan too, can you see it? Of course I can. The Byakugan is a strong dojutsu. It has a 360-degree vision which the Uchiha doesn't have. Yeah, I get it. Just tell us the plan. Right. Neji nodded as he closed his eyes and folded his arms. The building is full of traps as well as enemy nins. There are at least 50 Jounin level nin, 150 Chunin, and about 300 Genin level. The Genins, or low-level ones, I believe are only clones created by those with higher chakra levels. There is an item for each floor. I cannot tell which one the original is. I will have to be closer. For now, you two take down notes as I dictate details about the place. We will take the Tantu later after some teams have decided to attack and dispelled about 50 of the clones. Alright, sighed Tenten. A great plan, Neji-kun, squealed Sakura. Yeah, I'm such a genius, Neji proudly thought to himself. Team 10. Alright, here's the plan, began Shikamaru. We'll gather until today and the next day. On the third day, we'll retrieve the chakram and head to the forest. We'll let the impatient teams rush on and activate some of the traps while also defeating proctors. That will lessen our problems once we make a go for our target. We'll set up camp here. Ino, there's a Chunin nearby. I'm going to trap her with my shadow. You possess her once she's immobile. Then you go snooping around for some intel. This will be the routine. You possess a Chunin and gather intel. After 4 hours, you make the Chunin return here with the intel while Chuji gets rid of the Chunin. You'll have an hourly interval so you could rest before you possess another Chunin. Here she comes. Cage Main no Jutsu. Shadow Possession Technique. Shintenshin no Jutsu. Mind Transfer Technique. Team 8. Sai along with Fu and Toryun have already acquired their target item, which was a sealing brush. Being one of the elite root Anbu has its perks. The 3 discreetly created clones and had them act like they weren't done with the mission yet. The real them went to a place where cameras had a blind spot and sent intel to Naruto's team. Yuzu and Company's POV. We have a problem. I sense a total of 469 chakra signatures, while about 200 are clones. What if there were more earlier? We're supposed to add even the number of clones, said Karen. Don't worry, Karen-chan. We got that covered, Naruto said. Speaking of intel, here it is. He informed the others as an ink mouse discreetly approached him from the bushes and transformed into a scroll. Normal POV. Jounin Sensei's lounge. What is this? There are clones. How are the Genins supposed to know the actual number of the people stationed there as well as their original number before the clones got dispelled? One Jounin Sensei from Tucky said. Don't worry about that. Even if they don't get the correct info about the base, they could still move forward to the second part as long as they have the item they're supposed to retrieve. The intel was just a bonus, Ibiki informed them. Heh. So Naruto-chan got it right. There was a hidden objective. The true meaning of the second objective was to gather intelligence from the other teams, thought Miho. Mio, Utakata, Baki, and Kimimaro simply smiled at Miho's comment, also proud of the boy. Exam first part, second day. Teams POV. Use a team and company. Whose team is near Akumo team? Asked Naruto. My team, said Fu. They're 42 meters south from our position. One of them has very large chakra reserves, said Karen. It's her team then, good. Keep an extra eye out for them. The blonde girl, Niyujuto, is the Jinchuriki of the Nibi. Roger that, Naruto-senpai, said Lee. Good. Aside from the Nibi Jinchuriki's team, we'll also look out for the Hachibi Jinchuriki's Genin team. One of them's a guy with a lollipop, next is a girl with a flat chest, the last is another girl but with huge chests. Well, it's noticeable. Anyway, another team to watch out for is the Tsuchikage's granddaughter. They're actually Jounin. Another one is the Taki team. Waterfall only sent one. But intelligence believe that the members brought heroes water. But they will die. What the hell were they thinking? Asked Fu. Oh. Right. Well, it would only seem that they still do not know that only Jinchuriki can drink it without dying. Unless they've sent Jinchurikis, which I highly doubt. They may not use it yet. Probably in the finals. So we'll watch out for them still. Next that we need to watch out for is the team from Kiri. Look out for the guy with the bandaged sword. He and his team should be strong since they're already high Chunin back in their village. Apparently, Mist have forged a new Hiramakiri for the kid named Chojuro. He was an apprentice of the original 7 swordsmen. Lastly, of course, is Konoha's rookie 9. While some of them are dumb, they'll most likely make it to the second part. Their senseis were elite jounin after all. Aside from the said teams, the rest are cannon fodder. They're nobodies. Feel free to murder them. But those I mentioned will have to be killed by us during the final part of the exam. Commentator's box. Good day everyone and welcome to the second day of the Chunin exam's first part, said Izumo. Here is a recap of yesterday's events. Trailed off Kotetsu. 15 teams have already been eliminated due to them being unable to continue after triggering and falling victim to the area's numerous traps. That leaves us 81 teams. Wow, almost a sixth have already been out on the first day. Yes, and now back to the exams. Team 10's POV. Choji, wake up. Ino's back. Drawled Shikamaru as the body of the Chunin Ino possessed walked towards them carrying a scroll. What's that? The intel we needed to get, replied Ino with the voice of the Chunin she was possessing. I managed to take one from their office. It wasn't guarded, really. There were 95 other scrolls similar to it laying on the huge desk. I made a count. It is similar to the number of teams participating in the exams. Here, take it. Shikamaru nodded as caught the Chunin's shadow and made him give the scroll to Ino as she returned to her body. Choji, you're up. Right. Nikuden Sensha. Human bullet tank. The Chunin literally turned into mush as Chuji hit him. A mud clone, huh? Troublesome. Anyway, great work, Ino. Rest for now. Later, begin looking for the chakram. We'll retrieve it tomorrow. If the intel about this place was already provided, then what was the point of having us gather intel? Troublesome. Use a team and company. Update, said Tayuya. What is it? Konoha's Ino Shikachos made a discovery about the intel here, said Cheyenne. I had a vision for their team. I saw the possessed Chunin take a scroll from the 96th laid on the desk. Upon further inspection, it appeared to be the intel for this place. So I was right then. The actual intelligence gathering was to be from the opposing teams, not the place. Anyway, listen up, everyone. We'll have to take the intel scroll, but we'll keep what we have already. We don't want people getting suspicious about us. Just pretend that we do not know about it and act surprised when we find the intel scroll. We'll make our move once the teams we're watching have taken their items. If they ask why we have two, we tell them the one was already given while the other intel we have gathered ourselves was more reliable than the given, since it could contain false intel anyway. Got it. Exam first part, third day. Commentator's box. Good morning, world, said Kotetsu. Here's yesterday's recap, said Izumo. 13 more teams have been eliminated. And so that leaves us 68 teams. Now, back with the contestants. Team 7. My bugs have found a room with more than 80 scrolls with similar content. It has the intel we need about this facility. The office had no guards nor traps. It appears that we were meant to have it, said Shino. Ha! That's good, exclaimed Kiba. Okay, we'll take that first. And then we go looking for the tonfa, said Sasami. I wonder, why was the scrolls easy to find and unguarded while the item the teams needed are heavily protected? Mused Shino. Never mind that, let's get that tonfa so we could proceed to the forest already, said Kiba impatiently. Team 9. Neji, if you're done being full of yourself, let's get a move on and retrieve that Tantu already, said Tenten. Neji was currently leaning against a tree with his eyes closed. Fate has decreed that I, the magnificent Hyuga-sama, will defeat the Uchiha by retrieving the item before she does. It is by fate that I will win this tournament, said Neji as he opened his eyes and began walking towards the facility, his Byakugan activated. Amen, said Sakura while nodding solemnly. She strongly believed that her crush was a prophet of fate, and so her feelings towards Neji grew stronger. Tenten simply rolled her eyes as she followed after her teammates, and reminded them about the intel scroll that Neji happened to notice last night while scouting. Jounin-sensei's lounge. And you called the Hyuga a genius? Asked by one Iwa Jounin. I only see a sexually confused boy with a long pole stuck up his arse, said Akumo Jounin. My student has yet to show his youthfulness. Don't worry! Exclaimed Guy as he gave the two senseis the thumbs up with his teeth flashing. Team Yuzu and Company. Konoha's Team 7 is on the move, said Gaara. Team 9 is also on the move, said Dosu. Team 10 as well, said Tayuya. Yujito's team is also on the move, said Fu. Kuratsuchi's team as well, said Naruto. Let us not forget the team whose one member's gifted with huge breasts, as Naruto said. Fuck off, Sasuke. Taki's team is also moving, Sakan and Yukon said. The Kiri team appears to be nervous. I can sense it from their chakra flow, Karen said. All right, Hinata, do it. Right. This will make you guys a bit dizzy at first. Get ready. Byakugan, shared vision. Thanks to her Tensigen, Hinata can now share what she sees with her Byakugan to others. The seal that made them talk to each other made the connection easier and more stable, as normally Hinata would need to have physical contact first to the person she'll be sharing vision with. The technique had two abilities. The first one allows the user to share what she sees, while the second ability grants other people to use the Byakugan. Fu, your turn. Release your bugs. Got it. Let's go, Chomei. Millions of tiny bugs flew towards the building and entered. The bugs had the ability to share everything they hear. Simply put, it worked like a wireless radio, with Fu being the main satellite. The technique will then allow their teams to hear everything inside the facility. It was a good combination with the Byakugan's shared vision. Team 7. Team 7 came out of their hiding spot and approached the nearest entrance. The building had multiple openings so teams wouldn't cram themselves on a single door. As they got inside, they immediately found themselves surrounded by two Chunin squads. Sasami immediately started with the hand seals for a jutsu. Katon, Gokaki no Jutsu! Fire style, great fireball technique. The Chunins jumped away, but the two in the middle got caught by the great fireball. The 6 remaining Chunins created distance as they began throwing kunai at the genin. Shino raised his arms as his swarm got in front and protected them from harm. The Chunins then changed tactics and began throwing kunai, this time with explosive tags. Shino dispersed his swarm and let Sasami in front to destroy the incoming projectiles. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu! The small fireballs met the projectiles in midway and caused them to detonate. Smoke filled the area for a few moments, giving Kiba and Akamaru the chance to strike while the Chunins were blinded. Gutsuga! Fong passing Fong! 4 of them got hit by the cyclones while the remaining 2 were finished off by Sasami and Shino. Their way now cleared, they ran the hallways and noticed the doors for each room were labeled with the item they needed to acquire. They stopped when they saw the door labeled Tonfa. Sasami nodded to Shino as he ordered his bugs to open the door. They cleared out of the way as the bugs opened it. A volley of kunai immediately shot off from the room and pinned the opposite wall. Shino had his bugs look for more traps. Finding none, the team went inside. And there was the Tonfa on top of a pedestal. There's a genjutsu here. Be alert, said Sasami. Kai. Sharingan activated, the genjutsu was released, revealing an empty pedestal. Let's go check the other floors, said Sasami as she and her team walked out of the room. They were on the ground floor. The building had 13 floors in total. Shino, called Sasami as they were halfway to the second floor. The Aburame understood and had his bugs look for the room with the Tonfa while also watching out for more Proctornines defending the base. Team 7 waited at the stairs while Shino made a quick sweep of the floor. After a while, the swarm returned. There are about 30 Chunins in this room but are currently occupied, fighting the other teams. Near the Tonfa room, there are 2 Chunins on the alert. Alright. Since you're the stealthy one in the team, assassinate them. Shino simply nodded as he sent out 2 bugs. The bugs entered the 2 Chunins' ear and went to their brains. After a few minutes, the guards dropped to the ground, dead. With them dead, the genins quickly rushed to the door labeled Tonfa. Like what they did on the first floor, Shino had his bugs open the door while they cleared out of the way. This time, however, instead of a kunai shooting off, a mechanism activated causing the wall opposite the door collapsing towards the genin. The genin had no choice but to enter the room to keep themselves from getting flattened. The door of the room automatically closed, and then there was a low rumbling sound. With her Sharingan activated, Sasami quickly realized that the room was shrinking. Shit! Kiba, you're on! Right. Let's go, Akamaru! Gutsuga! The partners spun and hit the wall, causing cracks to appear on it, but did not break. They repeated the process 2 more times until the wall finally crumbled. Team 7 quickly got out before they were crushed by the now smaller room. 3rd floor. Let's go. Sasami said after they regained composure. They encountered no proctors and didn't activate any traps while at the third floor. They quickly found the room that had the label Tonfa on it. They got ready for another trap as they opened the door. Inside the room was a single jounin guarding the room. Behind him was a pedestal with a Tonfa on top. Shino couldn't sense any traps and Sasami found no genjutsu. "I'll deal with him," Sasami said as her eyes morphed into a four-pointed star. "Tsukuyumi." 2 seconds later the jounin dropped to ground drooling. Moments later its body turned into a puddle of water. "Go retrieve the Tonfa," said Sasami as she dropped on one knee. "Sasami, you alright? You went overkill with that water clone?" asked Shino. "Yeah, don't worry about me. I'm not yet used with this technique, as this is my first time using it. But I'll be fine after some rest. I'll have my rest once we reach the forest," she said as she wiped her bleeding eyes. "Wow, I didn't know the Sharingan had another level after the 3 tomos," said Kiba as he gave the Tonfa to Shino for safekeeping. "HN, did you say something, Kiba?" Jounin Sensei's lounge. "Damn you, Kakashi, and your hip attitude!" screamed Guy. Uchiha compound, theater room. "Fugaku-kun, why wasn't I told about this? How come Sasami-chan has the Manjikyu?" asked Mikoto. "I would like to know as well," said Itachi. Shirosue, who was seating near them, listened. "To be honest, Jiraiya, Sasami, and I only found out about it a day before the exams started," started Fugaku. "I had Jiraiya make her befriend someone during their 3-month training. After that, Jiraiya orchestrated a situation to where Sasami had to kill that friend. However, we were disappointed when she didn't awaken the Manjikyu. 2 nights before the exam started, I found Sasami butchering a training dummy. When I asked what got her so riled up, she told me it was because of that failure, Sasuke, joining the exams. She told me that she wanted to destroy him with many people watching. It was at that moment I noticed her Sharingan looking different. It would seem that her Manjikyu's awakening had been delayed. But that is no longer a problem. As for her knowing the Tsukuyumi, remember that every Uchiha who have awakened their Manjikyu automatically knows about the techniques. They hear a whisper of the name while they subconsciously understand how it works and use it. Use a team and company. Interesting, so she has the Manjikyu. It appears that she's only awakened it recently," said Sasuke. Team 9. Team 9 encountered the same traps as Team 7 on the first and second floors. On the third floor, they had to escape another fake room with a wasp hive. Tenten had to quickly summon a scroll full of senbons in order to repel the incoming swarm. Sakura helped by throwing explosive tags at the swarm, and finally, Neji put down the remaining ones by tapping them with chakra-imbued fingers. As they reached the 4th floor, they were immediately engaged into battle by 6 high genin proctors. Tenten let out a widespread barrage of kunai, senbon, and other pointy objects, completely pelting 2 of the opponents and dispelling them. Sakura took care of the other 2 by bonking them on the head. It was a special taijutsu move of hers. It looked like a simple smack on the head, but in fact it was actually deadly. She had years of practice by hitting her classmates at the academy. She was a violent fangirl. Her bullying punches became dangerous when she started training under Meito Gai. Neji easily danced around the remaining 2, closing off their tenketsu points and then finally giving them a tap in the nape, making them drop dead. Team 9 proceeded searching the hallways until they found the room labeled Tan 2. When they opened it, they were greeted by 3 purple constrictors. Neji and Tenten were able to fend off and eventually defeat theirs, dispelling into puffs of smoke. They were obviously summons. Their final member was unfortunate as she was too shocked. The boa was already wrapping her body and will soon begin constricting her. Dango Shop. In a dango shop, a certain recently promoted Tokubetsu jounin was cackling with glee as she watched the pink-haired genin get eaten by her summon. Her jounin peers who were also watching at the dango shop simply shook their heads in pity of Sakura. All jounins with summoning contracts have been asked to help provide them for the tower's 4th floor. Team 9 simply had the luck of having to face Mitarashi Enko's snake summons. Back to Team 9. Neji frantically began tapping the constrictor to free his loyal follower. It wouldn't be good if he lost Sakura. She was the only one putting up with his weird attitude. As the boa poofed back to the summoning world, Neji crossed his arms, closing his eyes, and nodded to himself. He was such a hero. "That was most youthful. Thank you, Neji-kun," said Sakura. "Fate has decreed that I saved you today." "Alright, you two, let's head to the next floor," interrupted Tenten. If she didn't, the 2 would have definitely began spouting about fate and the springtime of youth. As the team reached the 5th floor, it felt eerily quiet. Weird. There were no proctors nor traps, Neji already told them. See, fate has decreed that we find the tonfa on the 5th floor. There are no guards. Nor any traps and genjutsus. This is it. Neji, I don't think fate has anything to do with this. There's something off on this floor. We need to skip to the 6th floor, said Tenten. Even Sakura felt unnerved. Yeah, let's skip this floor. No. If there's something wrong, we still need to figure it out. We are shinobi. We'll just need to be careful, insisted Neji. Yeah, we'll be careful, agreed Sakura. They reached the room labeled Tantu and saw the item on top of a pedestal. They double-checked their surroundings for anything suspicious. Finding none, Sakura grabbed the Tantu. See? Fate has decreed that we find it. And now Neji screamed as the Tantu and the floor of the room vanished without a sound. All members of Team 9 screamed as they fell from the 5th floor. At the bottom, thankfully, was a sea of haystack high enough to cushion their fall. After quickly gathering themselves, they heard screaming and turned their heads in time to watch as another team fall down from a different hatch. It took them an hour and another 30 minutes to finally reach the 6th floor. Team 9 had to avoid conflict now and needed to save energy. Upon finally reaching the room, Team 9 knew they were on the correct floor this time now. There were no other traps, but there was a jounin guarding the Tantu. It is by fate that my team acquired the Tantu. Give up now, Neji told the jounin who was guarding it. Tenten would normally roll her eyes, but this time she took out all her scrolls and prepared for battle. Sakura also got ready to use her family jutsu. All three of them were still irritated by the sudden fall. Let me show you the power of youth, Neji said as he went to a stance. Jounin Sensei's lounge. Ah, there it is. Watch as my youthful student shine with the glorious fires of youth, screamed Guy as he had the Iwa and Kumo Jounins in a headlock. Back to Team 9. There is no escape. You're trapped with us in this room, said Tenten as she opened her scrolls and threw them. Ninja art, trapping chain balls. Multiple chains with heavy balls attached to it launched towards the jounin. Since they were in a special kind of room, the jounin wasn't able to shun Shin or Kawarini and got hit by the chains. He was able to deflect and evade the incoming projectiles for the first 3 minutes, but eventually got overwhelmed as Tenten's weapon supply seemed infinite. While the jounin was busy untangling himself, Neji got behind him. You are within my range of youthful divination, proclaimed Neji. Jikenho, Hack Rokujuyan Sho, Gentle Fist Art, 8 trigrams 64 palms. As the jounin lay on the ground writhing in pain after having his chakra points closed, the last member of the team stood in front of him. Finish him! Banshee Art, Banshee Princess! Sakura let out an ear-piercing wail and directed it towards the poor jounin. The victim's eardrums popped due to the high-pitched waves of sound and later on began bleeding. The jounin let out a grunt before he fell unconscious. Moments later, the jounin turned into a rock. Finally claiming their prize, Team 9 escaped the tower and headed to the forest. Jounin Sensei's lounge. What the hell was that? Exclaimed Kurinai. It was the Haruno family jutsu. The Banshee arts. Guy began explaining. For once, he talked normally. It was developed by her mother and was later completed by Sakura. The Haruno style uses high-pitched waves of sound. The sounds can be infused with chakra, which can be used later as a genjutsu. It can be also used as an offensive-type ninjutsu like the one she just showed us. Interesting, her clan would have been a good addition to Otogekure if they weren't originally from Konoha, said Kimimuro, getting the attention of the jounins. You see, since we were named Sound Shinobi, our village uses sound as our primary weapon. What the Haruno did was similar to one of our techniques, which you will see later from my genins. Team 10. They easily took care of the jounin with their family's combination attack. Yujito's team. Kitten, show them our power! Crush those Konoha Nin and get that capsule! Lily Mimi, let's go get that capsule! Roger. Katon, Nazumi Kedama, Fire Style, Mouse Hairball. Lightning Style, Chain Lightning. Lightning Style, Lightning Flash. 9 Chunin clones dropped to the ground as they were hit by the attack. The Nibi Jinchuriki had her claws out and was literally tearing through the enemy lines as they charged towards the room where the capsule they were needed to take was located. Lily Mimi, you take the capsule and watch out for more traps. I'll handle the jounin guarding it, said Yujito. Team Samui. Samui's team easily weaved their way towards their item, which was a scarf. They didn't use any jutsus as they were good with their katanas. Their sensei, Killer Bee, was a kenjutsu master, after all. Why is this so easy? Mused Oma. What if there's a trap for it being too easy? What if when we enter the room to where the scarf was located we get ambushed and never return to Kumo? What if dash? Shut up, Omo! Screamed Karui. Guys, bickering is not cool. We got the scarf. Let's head to the forest, said Samui. Kuratsuchi's team. Being a team of jounins, Kuratsuchi and her teammates easily retrieved their designated item, which was a red pouch. They stormed the building after spying at the Konoha teams. Only her and Yujito's team aside Naruto were able to grasp the hidden meaning about the said intelligence gathering. What they forgot to take into consideration was to spy at the Yuzu, Oto, and Suna teams. They were too focused about the upcoming invasion. Chojuro's team. Due to him having low self-esteem issues, he wasn't able to properly lead his team. And so, when they began to look after their assigned item, they were caught by multiple traps. At first, they were able to form a nice plan and bid their time. When they finally moved, all of them got too nervous. Now they were disqualified. Yuzu team and company. The Yuzu, Oto, and Suna teams simultaneously came out of their hiding places and infiltrated the facility, looking for their assigned item while silently assassinating people, be it proctors or other teams. Normal POV. The first part of the exam went on smoothly without problems. On the third day, 7 teams have been disqualified. 5 more at the fourth, and 3 at the last. There were now 53 teams left. Uzushigakure. Main city. Yuzukage office. Remember, you'll play the film at the first advertisement during the third part of the exam, said Kushina. The film they were going to show was in fact Naruto's memories back when he was still in Konoha. Due to the wonders of sealing, they were able to extract and make a copy of his memories and placed it into a scroll. Later on, with the help of Goku's movie company, they were able to convert it into a film. Now they just had to show the world of Konoha's treatment to Naruto. The second one was the Sandaime's betrayal to the Uzumaki. The memory was extracted from a Kumo Jounin who was the Raikage's advisor during the Second Shinobi War. Understood, Yuzukage-sama. Begin parsing with Konoha's satellite. Notify me when the controls have been overwritten. Kumagakure. Raikage's office. You know, Kiri's still weak compared to our villages, began Anoki. What are you trying to say? Asked I. After the invasion, Kiri will have lesser numbers. We can invade it next. It sounds tempting. I will think about it. Chapter 19, Survival. Kanehigakure. Chunin exams, end of first part. Commentator's box. And this event is sponsored to us by 8 Gatorades, Ichiraku Ramen, Ikanted Dengos, and powered by our telecast, Wave Telecoms. The screen then began flashing the advertisements. After the advertisements, the screen was now focused at the stadium. Main stadium. All teams have been transported to the stadium via scroll. At the bottom were the genin teams who passed the first part. Ibiki was once again standing at the platform. I congratulate everyone who have made it to the second part, began Ibiki. Now let the second part of the Chunin exams begin. A loud horn blasted at the towers of the stadium, while fireworks erupted from the main stadium, signifying the beginning of the second exam. Listen well, and might as well memorize what I've got to say, as I will only say it once. The Kage began. You have managed to acquire the item necessary for our side to avoid casualties and escape the enemy base along with the intel. However, the enemy camp has sent 5 teams to go after you and retrieve the item you've taken. Our intel reports that each enemy team were estimated to arrive between sunrise to 3 hours after sunrise. Your task is to survive until friendly reinforcements arrive to take you out of enemy territory, which is in 5 days. You may now open your mission scrolls, Ibiki ordered. Once you've read your scroll, make sure you've memorized the objective before you close it. Once you close the scroll, it will revert back to the item it was before, which you will need to protect. Let's see if you can figure this one out. Ibiki thought as he eyed the genin teams, more specifically, the Yuzu, Suna, Oto, Kumo, and Iiwa teams, as they were able to figure out the true purpose of the first part's test. Genin teams POV. Objective: the intelligence you've acquired during the first part may be of use now as you fight for your exam item. Survive for 5 days until friendly reinforcements arrive to extract you from the forest. Expect to fight 5 or maybe more teams for your quest item. The actual first day begins tomorrow. That's it, Kiba voiced out loud. Many genins thought the same as they finished reading their scroll. Normal POV. There's your hint, Inuzuka. Expect to fight 5 or maybe more teams for your quest item. I believe your sensei Kakashi's told you the phrase, look beneath the underneath more than once. Ibiki thought as he simply stared at Kiba, not responding to his small outburst. The other hint was the first sentence of the objective, at least to those who understood the hidden objective of the exam. After a few moments, the genin teams began poofing out of the stadium, and were sent back to the forest of death. Commentator's box. Now I'm sure you're all confused, whispered Izumo at the camera. Yeah, but don't worry, we're going to explain it to you viewers, whispered Kotetsu. You know, the contestants cannot hear you, why are you whispering? Whispered the cameraman. Oh. Yeah. Izumo and Kotetsu cleared their throats as the cameraman focused at the scroll Izumo was holding, which had the same content like the genin teams had. You see, the main point of the second part is survival. There will be 3 waves of enemies who are in fact the proctors, to test the teams. The hidden message that they must figure before tomorrow's sunrise was for them to collect 2 more scrolls. Meaning, they will have to fight other teams. On the first day, a wave of genin rank proctor teams will be attacking our contestants and they must survive, as is the point of this exam, while also protecting their mission item. On the second day, the teams must challenge another team and acquire their item. On the third day, another wave of genin rank proctor teams will be attacking them. On the fourth day, this time, a wave of chunin rank proctor teams will be attacking the teams. On the fifth and last day, the teams must challenge other teams once again and take their exam item. If they weren't able to take one on the second day, then this is their last chance to acquire the said item. And since this is still an elimination round, genin teams may choose to take more than 3 scrolls with them. This is why Ibiki-san said that teams may be attacked more than 5 times. A team who acquires more than 3 scrolls will be given bonus points. Even if they don't, creatures residing in the forest may still attack them anyway. So, the contestants must be prepared. Here's a little background about the Forest of Death. Judges Panel. Excuse me, my dear panelists, I would like to explain the second part of the exam, as our proctor's a bit cryptic with his words, said the Hokage. Hiruzen then began explaining the main purpose and the hidden meaning behind Ibiki's given objective. Chunin Exams Part 2. Skills to be graded: survival, camp and trap making, espionage, infiltration, assassination, retrieval, and escape. Objective: teams must survive 3 waves in the forest as well as other creatures residing within it. The teams have 5 days to retrieve 2 more mission items from the other teams while also defending theirs from both proctors and fellow contestants. Time length of the exam: 6 days, the actual waves start at the second day. Grading sheet. Team name. Team members. Survival. Camp making. Trap making. Espionage. Infiltration. Assassination. Retrieval. Escape. Bonus: extra number of scrolls. Team's overall rating. Individual's overall rating. Remarks. I've always told my jounins to tell their genins to look beneath the underneath, although that was our Yondaime, Namikaze Minato's words. I hope our village's genins remember that. He murmured out loud, making some of the panelists nod. Even if they don't, Konoha will still make it to the finals thanks to Kurenai's team. It is a good thing I've planned it out. It doesn't matter in the end if other villages make it to the finals. Those genins are no match for Elite Route A and BU. Forest of Death. Yuzu Team and Company. Naruto and his teammates were sent back to where they were earlier before they were summoned at the stadium. Listen everyone, we need to combine teams here. The bigger our number, the easier for us it will be to defend. Summon your partners so we could locate each other quickly. This forest is huge. Got it. Kuchios no Jutsu. The Uzushio Oto and Suna teams simultaneously said out loud and summoned their partners. Jounin Sensei's lounge. Summoning! Kakashi gasped. And they did it simultaneously, said Asuma. It's not them doing it simultaneously, but for them to be able to summon creatures as big as those. Kurenai pointed at the screen. Yosh! Your genin's flames of youth roar up to the heavens! How glorious! Guy shouted with enthusiasm at the Uzushio Oto and Suna Jounin senseis. Kumo and Iwa. Yujito's team. Nibi, I'm going to need your chakra. I have to make a flare to call the other teams. You know you do not have to ask, kitten. Lily Mimi. Yujito called her teammates. Right. The two replied as they understood and made a distance away from Yujito. Yujito started to get covered in blue demonic chakra as she said on 4s. A few moments later, a huge pillar of blue flames could be seen from everywhere in the forest as it rose to the sky 200 meters high. Samli's team. That's Yujito's flare. Let's go, said Samli. Oh no, what if it is a trap? What if it's someone pretending to be Yujitos so they could lure us and kill us? And then we won't be able to get back to Kumo. What would Raikage-sama say to our graves for falling into such obvious trap? Said Oma. Idiot! You're overthinking again! Screamed Karui. Oma, the Nibi's demonic chakra cannot be copied, Samui told her teammate patiently. Kuratsuchi's team. That's Yujito's chakra. Let's go. Other teams? What was that? Yuzu and company. Naruto-sama, you summoned us? Yes, Otoheim-sama. We are currently at the Chunin exams. The other teams have also summoned their partners. We need your help for us to easily find each other. All right. Hop on. Thank you. Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata jumped on their summons' heads and steadied themselves as the dragons flew. The dragons have a special ability that allows them to track their kin. They also have a mental link of their own, which is more advanced than the Uzumakis. A few minutes of flying later, Naruto's team met with the others on a clearing. The summons has chosen the spot specifically for their summoners to use. Naruto and the others couldn't disagree as they could see the spot the dragons chose was perfect. The clearing was big enough for 6 teams to make camp. It was located at a high ground and has near access to a river, tree bearing fruits, big game, and other spare materials that can be used to make camp and traps. We'll take our leave, Naruto-sama. Thank you. We'll call you again when we need your help, Naruto said as he and the others bowed at the dragons, with Naruto referring to the invasion. With a huge puff of smoke, the dragons returned to Terra. Naruto then turned at the teams. All right. We'll set up camp here. Gaara, Dosu, Sakan and Yukon, you and your teams roam the area. Hunt some animals and gather fruits. The rest of us will make camp and set up defenses. Got it. Konoha teams. Team 10. This is troublesome, but we'll have to find the other rookies. The bigger our number, the easier it will be for us to defend, said Shikamaru. All right. How do you plan to locate them? Shikamaru didn't respond but instead took out a scroll and a pen from his pack and began writing. He signed it and asked her and Chuji to sign as well. There. We'll deliver this to them, said Shikamaru. I'm going to capture that bird with my shadow. Shikamaru pointed to a bird that was perched on a tree nearby. Once I have it locked, possess it with your jutsu. Got it. Team 7. Sasami. It will be more logical if we teamed up with the others. That way, it will be easier for us to defend once the waves begin, Shino said. Yeah. As much as I hate to admit it, we're going to need the Hyuga and Shikamaru's team's help. Team 9. Neji, admit it, we need the other rookies' help, said Tenten. Fate has declared that I make it to the finals, Neji began. At this point Tenten was ready to attack her teammate in annoyance. And in order to do so, we will have to team up with Shikamaru's team as well as the Uchiha. Sakura sighed in relief as she noticed Tenten about to shower Neji with weapons. All right. Neji-kun, can you find them? Asked Sakura. Of course, my Byakugan's flames of youth cannot be doused by this unyouthful forest. Byakugan! Commentator's box. Interesting, exclaimed Izumo. Yeah. Most of the teams are grouping with the others, observed Kotetsu. This is going to be a battle royale once they finally realize that they need to take 2 more exam items from other teams. Like the ones coming from the main villages, those from minor villages were also grouping with other teams. There were only 13 teams that decided to go solo. The biggest group was Naruto's. Equal to their numbers was another group of 6 teams from minor villages. Next was Konoha's team 7 to 10, equal to Yujito's group which consisted of her team, Samui's, Kuratsuchi's, and another Iwa team. Others were groups of 3s and 2s. Yuzu and company. After placing the perimeter with barrier seals, the Yuzu team scattered and did one-handed seals and the shortened version for their jutsu. Earth-style, 4-pillar house. A 3-story building rose from the ground and occupied the clearing. The building looked more like a fortress than a normal house. It had complete battlements and slits for defenders to snipe on. On top of the fortress were the 3 flags of Uzushio, Oto, and Suna. The Yuzu teams then began applying seals on the building. They created lots of traps and seals and finally covered them with triple layers of genjutsu. When the sand and sound teams finally returned with the food, Naruto had them register to the barrier seals with their blood so they could enter without activating the traps. To the outside, there wasn't a clearing anymore but trees. Inside the barrier were the multiple traps and finally, the fortress. Naruto had everyone enter the base and gathered at the dining hall. The building had complete functioning areas as well as furniture. All right. Those cameras can't see and hear us now, muttered Naruto as he started on hand seals. Wood style, underground shelter. There was a low rumbling for about a minute before it finally died down. At the left side of the fortress main hall was a huge bookshelf. It wasn't an ordinary bookshelf as it turns out. It was the entrance to their underground shelter. The bookshelf also had a barrier seal and a blood-recognizing seal. As the already promoted Chunins had themselves registered at the seal, they prepared for lunch. While they were eating, Naruto gave them his opinion about the second exam. Alright. This exam also has a hidden objective like the first. I am not yet sure what it is, but I have a plan on knowing how. We may be only on an exam, but this exam is a simulation. And to be exact, a war simulation. In times of war, a side has to capture someone from the opposing side and interrogate them for information. So you're planning to capture and interrogate those proctors who will be attacking us tomorrow, said Dosu. Correct. But how? Asked Kankuro. I mean, they're clones. How do we interrogate them? They could just dispel themselves. Good question, said Naruto. Seals. Seals? Zaku wondered. The Uzumaki are natural masters of fuinjutsu. We can create whatever the hell kind of seal we want. And we exactly have a seal for clones to keep them from dispelling themselves. Ah, that seal, murmured Karen. Yes. We'll add that seal to our existing traps. Here's what we're going to do for the rest of the afternoon. Sakan and Yukon, Dosu, Gaara, and Tayuya's team will do reconnaissance. Go and find the other teams or groups of teams' camps. Make sure they do not detect your presence. Plant a marker near their camps and leave, Naruto said as he handed each team half a dozen Hiraishin kunais. Everyone nodded and went back up to the fortress and exited the building. Once again, they were visible to the cameras. Konoha Rookie 9. So, a team up, huh? Sasami said, although her statement was more directed towards Neji. Fate has declared that even we rivals have to team up in order to advance to the next round. As troublesome as it is, we're going to need each other's help. That way, we could easily defend our items and watch each other's backs. And besides, we've already combined our team efforts before we even entered the exam. It will be less troublesome for all of us, said Shikamaru. Alright. So we're setting up camp here? Tenten asked the Nara. Yes. This clearing is enough for us to make camp and traps. And besides, it will be too troublesome if we left to look for another spot to set up camp. Everything is too troublesome for you anyway, said Ino. Troublesome. As the Rookie 9 began setting up, Dosa's team left the spot they were hiding at after safely hiding the marker. They weren't noticed since they were out of range of Neiji's Byakugan, Shino's insects, and Kiba and Akamaru's noses. Although far, they were able to hear their conversations using a sound jutsu specifically created for eavesdropping. It would appear that none of Konoha Rookie 9 have figured out about the first part of the exam's hidden and true purpose yet, while also not realizing that the second part of the exam has another hidden objective. Land of Iron. While the exam was ongoing, all daimyos and kages except those from Waterfall, Fire, Earth, Water, and Lightning countries were gathered at the Land of the Samurai, a neutral country. As the leader of this country, I welcome you all, daimyos, kages, confidants, and companions. We are here with the request of Whirlpool Country's leader, began Mifune. The leaders were expecting to see Nagato or Tazuna, but in front of them stood someone who they knew long dead. Greetings, everyone. I am Uzumaki Namikaze Kushina, Yuzukage and daimyo of Whirlpool Country. Everyone in the room except the Snow and Wind daimyo, Kazakage, and Otokage looked surprised and confused. This, of course, didn't remain unnoticed by the others in the room, as they began to look at each other for a sort of confirmation if they heard right. The last time we were gathered, it was Tazuna who introduced himself as the Whirlpool daimyo and Uzumaki Nagato as the Yuzukage. What happened to them? Asked the Grass daimyo. If you're thinking that I killed and usurped them, then you're thinking wrong. I have been both Yuzukage and daimyo of Whirlpool for the past 9 years. Tazuna and Nagato were only a sort of representatives since during the last meeting, we had to make it look like that to those daimyos who are currently not here. Namely Fire, Earth, Water, and Lightning. Please explain further, said the Grey daimyo. There is a reason why I asked you to bring with you your most trusted bodyguards who were also masters of the illusion and the other of sealing. In order to explain everything to you easily, I'm going to show you series of memories from the time the Kyuubi got released up to the present time. You wanted to assure us that these memories are true, that is why you had us bring with us our Jinjutsu and Fuinjutsu experts. Am I correct? Asked the Wind daimyo. Kushina nodded in response. This Wind daimyo was newly appointed. The previous daimyo, who preferred Konoha over Suna, died of a natural calamity. Courtesy of the Kazekage, naturally. Very well. Please show us these memories. I trust even these memories are worth more than 15 years to watch. It will only take less than a day in real time? Inquired the river daimyo. Yes. In fact, it will only take less than 3 hours in real time. Everyone nodded. Kushina then began forming a series of hand seals. Everyone please hold hands. Everyone held hands and were pulled into the memoriscape. 3 hours later. I'm sure you're all tired and still need time to recover after seeing those memories. We'll meet again tomorrow while you have your rest. I thank you all for granting my request to come here. All questions that you have in mind will be answered tomorrow, said the Uzumaki/Whirlpool daimyo. We thank you for showing us those memories, Kushina-sama. Rest assured that everything that's transpired here remains to ourselves. The wind daimyo said as he took out a small knife and cut himself, allowing a few droplets of blood to fall to the ground. Everyone in the room did the same to signify their promise of secrecy. The next day, Chunin exams, actual start of second part. Commentator's box. Good morning, everyone. Here's the day we've been waiting for. Our exams acting Kage, Ibiki, have just given the order to our proctors to begin the first wave of the attack. Let us now watch as the teams defend their base and, more importantly, their mission items. Forest of Death. Yuzu and company. They're here, said Karen through their mental link as she opened her eyes. How many? Inquired Naruto. 2. 3. 3 now. The third team has just arrived and merged with the first team. There are 6 members per team. So we're facing a total number of 18 proctors. That's if it's just the first batch. Which I believe isn't. I think the proctors didn't know that some teams have formed into bigger teams. Alright. We'll assume that there will be 3 more teams to face. But we cannot wait for them to arrive and merge with the teams that are already here. We're going to attack them now even if they're not within our barrier's range. Karen, we're going to subdue at least one of them with your chakra chains. You and my team will meet at the second proctor team's location. The remaining others will quickly overwhelm and destroy the merged first and third proctor teams. The 12 are currently 421 meters northwest from the fortress. The second team are 215 meters south. All of them seem to have stopped and are probably discussing about how they'll attack us, said Karen. All right. We'll strike them before they get the chance to do it first. Everyone move out. Commentator's box. Oh look! The Uzushio, Suna, and Sound teams are moving out to meet our proctors. I must say, they have great sensors. And fast too. They're moving to intercept them outside their camp instead of waiting for the proctors to make the first strike. Hey, whoa! They already got to the second team. Naruto's team plus Karen. The team from Yuzu quickly closed the distance between them and the proctors without detection. As back in Uzushio, Academy students have already started learning to mask and erase their chakra signatures. Hinata made the first move by striking one of the proctors at the brain, and another at the spinal cord, immediately dispelling them. By the time the remaining 4 proctors got to their feet to fight, Sasuke was upon the 2 of them. The exiled Yukika quickly stabbed one of them at the back and jumped upwards to behead the other. The 2 remaining proctors were just about to counterstrike but were stopped on their tracks as chakra chains wrapped around their bodies, immobilizing them. One of the proctors saw Naruto slam a seal to his fellow proctor's head and quickly realized that it was some kind of a restriction seal. Before the blonde could turn on him, the proctor wrestled with the chains and was able to free one of his arm. He quickly took a kunai from his pouch and stabbed himself at the chest, dispelling himself. At least we got one, muttered Naruto. Well done, everyone. Let's get him back to the fortress. Like the second proctor team, the combined first and third were easily destroyed. Back inside the fortress, the genin disguised Chunin surrounded the now sealed Chunin proctor. Naruto was in front of him sitting on a chair. All right, proctor. Tell us what the second part is all about. What is the hidden purpose? The proctor simply smiled and nodded at them. First of all, I would like to congratulate you for realizing that there was a hidden objective and for successfully capturing me without dispelling. While it wasn't mentioned that participants could capture and interrogate proctors, it is still allowed since the exam's a war simulation. Anyway, you won't need to torture me for information here as I will tell you anyway and give your teams bonus points for this excellent work. Now that's enough blabbering. The second exam's hidden purpose was for the teams to take 2 more exam items from 2 different teams while defending their existing item as well. On the first day, which is today, a team of proctors will attack the exam participants' camps. On the second day, There will be no attacks from proctors, as this is the time for contestants to realize that they must acquire 2 other teams' exam items. This is where the hint about being attacked for more than 5 times comes to play. Also, this is where you use your gathered intelligence from other teams. I'm telling you this since you figured out the first part's true purpose. Anyway, on the 3rd and 4th day, proctors will be attacking you once again, while on the 5th and the last day, you must have acquired at least 2 exam items from other teams by then. And finally, a reminder, teams can be attacked more than 5 times. We understand now. Thank you, Proctor-san, Naruto said as he undid the seal and stabbed the proctor on the head, promptly dispelling him. Everyone's eyes was on Naruto now, waiting for his orders. Here's the plan. For the morning today, we wait for the 3 remaining proctor teams to attack. In the afternoon until tomorrow afternoon, all of us will hunt for other teams and acquire their exam item. On the 3rd day, the Uzumaki teams will set out to hunt for other teams while the Suna and Sound teams defend the fortress. On the 4th day, the Uzumaki teams will defend while the Suna and Sound teams hunt. On the last day, we all go out to hunt for the morning and return to the fortress in the afternoon and wait for the proctors. By the sound of your plan, you want us to acquire not just 2 but more exam items? Said Sasuke. Yes. Remember the proctor's reminder? Teams can be attacked more than 5 times. The first 3 are from the proctors while the other 2 are from the teams. They may lose their item from the proctors or other teams, but they're not out yet. Their work simply just increased as they have to acquire 3 items now instead of just 2. In our case, we will take as many as we can to eliminate competition. Got it. One last thing. Everyone waited. When I said eliminate competition, I meant it as kill. However, we'll only kill teams from Konoha, Iwa, Kumo, and Kiri. Konoha's Rookie 9, Kumo's team Yujuto and Samui, and Iwa's team must make it to the 3rd part though. We can take their exam items and beat the crap out of them, but remember, they shouldn't die during this exam's 2nd part. Their time will come during the invasion. The remaining teams who came from other villages are only to be knocked out or beaten to submission. As of this moment, Uzumaki-sama is having a meeting with the daimyos and kages. We do not want to hurt their feelings. Land of Iron. After thinking about everything I saw yesterday, I have decided that Konoha's indeed become greedy and evil. To do such unspeakable things to a child, said the Wind Daimyo, making the others nod in agreement. Indeed. And I was planning to start alliance trade talks with the Leaf, said the Grey Kage. That will not happen anymore. Kumo can go attack Konoha. I'm breaking the alliance once the current Raikage is dead. I'm not going to risk my village's safety. If they ask Storm Village to aid them against Konoha, it will not happen, said the Storm Kage. Same with Iwa. That Suchikage will not receive aid from metal. Damn our alliance with stone. Let them fight their foolish war, said the Metal Kage. While I have nothing against the Leaf until now, I fully support its destruction. Should the invasion begin, I'm showing my support by letting whirlpool forces pass through our lands, said the Grass Kage. Same here, said the Grey Kage. I'm still amazed we never noticed the rise of the 1st and 2nd city, which is near our border. So, Konoha's days are numbered, mused the Wind Daimyo. If the Sand Daimyo is cunning and manipulative, then it should be put to use now for the Leaf's survival. Excuse me everyone, but I have something to say, said the Rice Daimyo. What is it, Daimyo-sama? If you're going to attack Konoha during the 3rd part of the exam, then we daimyos and kages who are supposed to be there will be in danger. Kushina cut him as she understood his concern. We will be providing clones for you to go to Konoha, while the original yous remain in your homes. These clones are special as it cannot be easily detected. Additionally, the Leaf doesn't know your chakra signatures. So, they wouldn't know and expect you to be clones. I see. One last question. What do you plan to do with the fire, earth, water, and lightning daimyos? I will be talking with them individually. I will be showing them the memories I've shown you. I'll make them an offer they cannot refuse. Later afternoon. Forest of Death. Rookie 9 camp. Shikamaru sighed. Defending their exam item was troublesome. In fact, the entire Chunin exam was troublesome. Moreover, everything for the Nara clan was troublesome. The Rookie 9 were currently resting after a troublesome morning, as Shikamaru thought. They just finished repairing the camp and were currently taking some rest. After that they will be reapplying traps around camp. Shino, who was normally calm and collected, screamed, "We're under attack!" His bugs going frantic, feeling the demonic chakra of a bug. The Rookie 9 immediately went into their battle stances and found themselves surrounded. They haven't realized yet that the newcomers were fellow genin competitors. Troublesome. I thought they said we'll only be attacked in the morning. You're not wrong. They indeed tell us that, said the only blonde in the group. Wait, us? Asked Kiba. You're Genin from Uzushio-gakure, stated Tenten, as she finally noticed their Hatayatesh. Correct. Team 7. Uchiha Sasami, wielder of the Manjikyu Sharingan. Aburaim Shino, specializes in insects. Lastly, Inazuka Kiba, specializes in taijutsu with his partner Akamaru, stated Sasuke. Team 9. Hyuga Neji, a so-called genius with the gentle fist. Haruno Sakura, specializes in the Banshee arts. And lastly, Tenten, who specializes in weapons, recited Hinata, not so subtly riling up her cousin. And lastly, Team 10, who's also known as this generation's Ino Shikacho trio. Yamanaka Ino, specializes in mind techniques and mainly body possession. Nara Shikamaru, the head of the team who also specializes in shadow controlling, mainly shadow possession. Lastly, Akimichi Chuji, the tank of the team, said Naruto. Troublesome. How come you know about us? I can safely assume that you haven't figured the true purpose of the first exam yet. There's a hidden purpose? Shouted Kiba. Tisk tsk, tsk. You may have heard the phrase, look beneath the underneath, thousands of times, but you never actually applied and took it into heart. How do you expect to become Chunin if you can't even comprehend subtle and hidden tasks? Shikamaru sighed, finally understanding what the blonde was saying. Shino also caught up but kept an impassive look. Neji glared at Hinata. Sasami glared at Sasuke. Chuji kept eating his chips. Ino and Sakura had hearts in their eyes, staring at Naruto. Kiba scratched his head. Tenten looked lost in thought. Enough talk. Let's get their exam items. Fu, have your bugs identified them yet? Asked Naruto through their mental link. Yes. A chakram, a fan, and a too. Hinata. Right. Byakugan. They're all stashed inside a crate covered by a double-layered genjutsu. What? They all placed it inside a single container? Said Karen, incredulous. I'll say it, alright? They're dumbshits, said Tayuya. I couldn't have said it any better, agreed Cheyenne. I'm glad I wasn't admitted to their academy. I will forever be grateful to the Uzukage for taking me to Uzushio, said Lee. If I remained here, I probably would have ended up wearing a green spandex suit while screaming about the flames of youth. I agree. If it wasn't for my illness, I would have been admitted to their academy and turned out to be an idiot. It's a good thing I was also taken to Uzushio-gakure, said Yakumo. I've locked onto the item's location. Let's take their stuff, said Fu. The others also locked onto their respective targets after some focusing. Yakumo. Go. Illusion Arts, bringer of the infinite void. The whole area then turned black. The cameras couldn't see or hear anything. Shino could not sense anything. Neji could not see even with his Byakugan. Kiba and Akamaru also found their noses useless. The Rookie 9 only felt pain on their various body parts. After what seemed like an hour, all of them felt their chakra leaving their bodies. Soon they slumped into unconsciousness due to chakra exhaustion. Outside the void, the jutsu actually remained for only 3 minutes. The audience were finally able to see what was happening. They found the Rookie 9 on the ground unconscious, the Yuza teams nowhere to be seen. Earlier inside the jutsu, Lee, Yakumo, Sasuke, and Hinata had their fun beating up the Konoha genins. After that, Naruto, Karen, and Tayuya used their chakra chains to bind the helpless Rookie 9 to hold them, while draining their chakra as well as sealing it off for 36 hours. Fu found and replaced the stashed exam items while Cheyenne replaced them with fake ones. Their deed done, they left the Konoha Rookie 9's camp. The jutsu undid itself a minute after the Yuza teams left. It would be 3 to 9 hours, depending on their chakra reserves, before the Rookie 9 would wake. To Sasami, who had the biggest chakra reserve of the 9, will regain consciousness after 9 hours. While Sakura, who had the smallest chakra reserve, will wake in 3 hours. The next day, second day. Rookie 9 camp. The genins woke up in different times, with Sakura being the first, and Sasami the last. They repaired their damaged camp last night, and added thrice more traps than the first day. Troublesome. Where are the proctors? It's almost noon. I've been thinking about the hidden purpose. What if this is like the first exam? Mused Shino. Troublesome. The first part's hidden purpose was intelligence gathering. We were supposed to gather intelligence from other teams. If we will connect it to the second part, then it must do something with fighting them. This part's a survival mission. After retrieving valuable information, the enemy sent teams to pursue us and retrieve the items we took. Items. The exam's hidden purpose has something to do with the exam items. The Uzumaki attacked us yesterday afternoon and obviously knew everything about us and our fighting styles. The head proctor told us to expect to be attacked 5 times or more. The first wave began tomorrow, but we were not attacked today. However, we were attacked by Uzumaki, so that counts as second. Recounting everything, we are supposed to defend our exam items from 5 or more attacks. Oh shit, said Shino. Everyone widened their eyes as they all realized what the hidden meaning of the second exam was. The Tantu! The Chakram! The Fan! The Rookie 9 shouted simultaneously as they ran towards its hiding place. Phew! They're still here, said Kiba, the others relaxing as well. No, said Shino, making everyone look at him. I placed tracking bugs on each item just in case the proctors managed to capture it, and we had to give chase. Shino then pointed at the grass and crouched. He picked up 3 black bugs. These are the tracking bugs. They're now dead. The Uzumaki took the items and replaced them with fake ones, while killing my tracking bugs in the process. Troublesome. Now we have to attack other teams and take theirs. Today's the day we're supposed to attack other teams and acquire their exam items. But since we lost ours, we're going to have to take 2. If we don't get attacked by proctors tomorrow, then that means we have to attack other genins again. Otherwise we'll only need 2. We'll have to wait and see for the 4th and 5th day as well if we need to take a 3rd. Finalized Shikamaru. Outside the forest. Umkon location. Madara-sama. The daimyos and kages from the farther locations from Konoha have begun their trip for the 3rd part of the exams. Kyumo and Iwa forces are expected to mobilize once the daimyos and kages from the middle countries start their trip to Konoha, said Black Zetsu. Good. They will all die in the invasion. After that, their countries and shinobi villages will be ripe for the taking. We'll have them in our hands soon. Konoha's going to be a battleground. How exciting! Exclaimed White Zetsu. Fire Capital. Fire Daimyo's private theater. Now tell me, what are you going to do? Kushina asked the Fire Daimyo after showing him the memories. While I hate Konoha for what they've done, I couldn't just let it burn to the ground. Fire Country will have no shinobi village then. It will be open for invasions. What if I told you that you may still have a shinobi village even with the leaf gone? You plan to take its position then? No Uzushiogakure will be replacing Kirigakure. Then what village? Otogakure. Orochimaru-sama's village? Yes. I'm going to arrange you a meeting with him if you agree. The Fire Daimyo was silent for quite some time before he spoke again. Very well. I agree to your proposal. Konoha's evil needs to be stopped. After the second part of the exams, the leaf is on its own. The Fire Capital will sever all its bonds with Konohagakure. Otogakure shall be Fire Country's new hidden village. Good. Konoha shall fall during the 3rd part of the exams. They are facing multiple armies and have been abandoned by allies and potential allies. The Fire Capital's on our side now. Konoha will not survive after this. Omake. And this event is sponsored to us by 8 Gatorades. The screen flashed an advertisement showing a topless man with long black hair climbing a mountain with his bare hands. The camera focused on the man's face, showing a bead of sweat trickle down his chin. He took out a bottle from his pouch and began drinking it. Jounin stands. Kami-sama, he's hot, Kurenai said out loud as everyone watched the advertisements. Why, Kurenai-san, thank you. I never expected you'd call me that, said Guy as he winked at her. Wait, that's you? Of course. But your hair. Oh, I've always had a long hair like Neji. I just wore this wig, Guy said as he removed his bowl-cut hair and let his real long hair loose. The advertisement finished as the screen flashed the product, 8 Gatorades. It showed another commercial. In the commercial was obviously a Hyuga, surrounded by 16 enemies. The Hyuga began attacking his opponents while his hair danced freely with the wind. After the battle, with him winning of course, the camera focused on his still gorgeous and undamaged hair. The screen then flashed a shampoo bottle. The product's name was 360 Degrees Gentle Touch, which definitely sounded pretty lame. When the scene finished, everyone stared at Neji, who by some unexplainable reason was there instead of the forest. Guy-sensei, our flames of youth shine brightly in our commercials, said Neji in a monotone voice. YOSH, Neji Kun. You're right. With our youthful hair and us drinking 8 Gatorades to make it burn brighter, we will inspire the world. Guy-sensei. Neji. Gi-sensei. Neji. Guy and Neji went into a very manly hug. In the background were crashing waves in a sunset, while their long hairs danced with the wind. Everyone who was watching attempted to dispel the genjutsu but could not. It was youthful indeed. Chapter 20, Taking Over. Today was the 4th day for the Chunin exam's second part. It was the last day the examinees have to defend their exam items from the proctors, while still having to look out for other genin teams who'll try to take theirs. Most of them have figured out the hidden meaning. While Konoha was busy with the exam, other nations were making final preparations. But not for the exams. Kumagakure. My people! Roared the Raikage. For the past year we have been preparing to show the oppressor that we cannot be oppressed. Konoha's given us more than one reason to declare war. And so today, we begin our march towards the leaf. By the time the third part of the exam begins, our army will be in position for the attack, as well as our allies Iwa and Kiri. Now that's enough talk. To battle! To battle! Roared the Kumo army. Iwagakure. After the exam's second part, Iwagakure will finally have its revenge. During the last war, we suffered heavy losses with the hands of one of their shinobi, Minato Namikaze. We will avenge our fallen comrades by burning the leaf down and killing the Yellow Flash's son. Yeah! Roared the army. Unknown hideout. The Kumo and Iwa army are on the move, said Zetsu. What of their village? Asked Madara. Kumo has sent 30,000 of their forces. 10,000 remain to guard the village, said Black Zetsu. Iwa sent almost all of its forces. The only ones left in the village are recently turned genins doing the patrols. The rest are civilians. The army size marching towards Konoha's at 30,000, said White Zetsu. Good. There is a little change of plans. What is it, Madara-sama? Our army size is 100,000. While it is huge enough to fight the combined forces of Konoha, Kumo, Iwa, and Kiri, I have realized that there's still Suna, Uzushio, and Oto. Suna might find this a good time to attack Konoha for stealing their income. Next is Oto, the Sound's Kage's Orochimaru, who hates the leaf for betraying Whirlpool as well as having his image ruined. The last is Uzushio. I have a strong belief that they may somehow know about Konoha selling them out to the Alliance. So they'd get revenge for that, as well as for giving Namikaze Naruto hell while he was still there. The Uzumakis are the greatest threat here. We have no knowledge about the new Uzushio-gakure. We do not know how big their military is. The almost 40,000 we saw in the movie could be only a part. Their army could be bigger. The Uzumakis weren't feared for nothing. So for now, we let their armies clash while we take over Kumo and Iwa. We will officially declare those two villages our main bases. With their armies destroyed or diminished, the Raikage and the Tsuchikage will have a hard time recapturing their homes. They'll be wandering people then, making them easier targets. Should they try to recapture their villages, they will have to combine their forces to attack one. We can easily reinforce the village that is under siege with Zetsu's ability to travel underground. Kisame, you will lead 5,000 Zetsu clones and invade Iwa. Sasori, Haiden, and Kakuzu, you three will take 45,000 with you and invade Kumo. I want no civilians dead. Kill only the shinobi and those who will rebel. Ha! Kumo offerings for Jashin-sama! Haiden cheered. More puppets to add to my collection. Sasori nodded. Hopefully the shinobi left there have bounties, Kakuzu said. I might also find a good reserve for my lightning heart. I'll expect to hear from you before the third part of the exam begins, said Madara. You have your orders. Go. Hi. Kanehigakure. Forest of Death Size Team Hideout. Team 8 were currently cleaning their weapons. They just finished disposing off a Kiri team who tried taking their exam item. They quickly hid from the camera's view when they felt a tug in their minds. Sai Torian Fu, do you copy? Yes, Minato-sama. Good. Commence operation en route. Affirmative. The three then created seal-reinforced blood clones and left the Forest of Death, heading for the route base, where Danzo was currently staying at. The clones came out of hiding and proceeded with the exams. Tenzo, we're on our way, called Sai. Later route base. Sai Torian Fu? Why are you here? Danzo asked as his attention focused on his top 3 route away from the screen. We have news, Danzo-sama. There is a threat to our village that needs to be eliminated, Sai said, making an emphasis to the village part. I see. Very well. Eliminate this threat. At once, nodded the three. Roots sprouted from where Danzo stood. Tenzo was able to drain 10% of Danzo's chakra before the target jumped away. What is this? An annoyed Danzo asked. How did you get in here? Root! Kill this ungrateful experiment of mine this instant, he ordered, still not figuring out his root's betrayal. We are eliminating the threat, Sai merely said. Danzo nodded, thinking he was talking about Tenzo. His eyes widened when ink lions came charging at him. He dispelled them by spitting bullets of wind. What is this? You're betraying the Foundation now, huh? No matter, the Root founder said as he formed a single-hand seal and glared at Sai. Absolute mind subjugation. Sai's body became stiff. However, it was all an act. Danzo did not notice Fu and Torian's smirks. Perhaps I underestimated you. You have a strong will, I'll give you that. However, for trying to kill me, I shall punish you a bit. Pain. Ea-ha-ha-ea-wea! Sai screamed. Ea-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha! Wah-ha-ha-ha-ha! He laughed. What? Danzo was too shocked he did not notice tree roots behind him. He totally forgot about Tenzo. We're no longer your puppets, said Torian as he unsheathed his tantu, with Fu doing the same. Ha! I'll have your heads, you traitors! Root! Danzo called all his members. The room became surrounded by around 1,000 Foundation members. You are surrounded! Danzo smirked triumphantly. Tenzo took this opportunity to throw a kunai at the old man. Danzo did not deflect it but simply sidestepped. What he did not notice was that the kunai was three-pronged. A millisecond later there was a yellow flash. Danzo found himself kissing the cold floor. There was a foot stepping on his head, keeping him down. For the first time in 13 years he once again felt fear as he heard his new attacker's voice. Hello, Danzo. Just for the record, you are the one surrounded here, the newcomer said. The coldness in his voice sent chills on the old man's spine. Minato? But how? Panic rising in his chest, he looked up to the surrounding Root Anbu, wondering why they were completely still, not making a move to help him. As if hearing his thoughts, Minato answered his questions. They do not follow you. They only follow me and Uzushio-gakure. You are the threat to the village that Sai was talking about. Minato decided to answer the old man's questions. He won't be denying him what he wanted, as Danzo was going to die anyway. It all started 8 years ago, when the raid happened. Yes, it was Uzushio-gakure that was behind the attack. And you put the blame on Kumo and Iwa. Anyway, while you were in a coma, Whirlpool was able to capture 3 of your Root, namely Sai, Fu, and Torian. We had their seals removed and after some talking, the 3 of them swore allegiance to Uzushio. After that we had the rest of Root have their seals removed. You know what's so good about it? All of them swore allegiance to Whirlpool after gaining their lives back. You're all alone now, Danzo. Sarutobi, Jiraiya, nor Fugaku will be able to help you. There was a red flash in the room. Danzo felt even more scared as he recognized the newcomer's chakra. You can do the Hiraishin too? He asked, although it sounded more like of a statement. Why, of course I can. I'm Minato's wife after all. In fact, all my children can do it. Naruto, the one you kidnapped, can do it. Would you like him to be the one to kill you? The demon bastard dash. Slap. It was so loud that it echoed in the room. Some of the younger Root Anbu winced at the sound. Don't you dare call my son that! Danzo found himself flying towards the ceiling. And then he was falling. However, he was falling horizontally. He felt his body being pulled towards Kushina, whose eyes were purple and had ring patterns. Shinra Tensei, almighty push! Once again he felt his body fly at neck-breaking speeds. His spine hit the cavern wall, causing him to cough copious amount of blood. Before he could fall, he was pulled once again towards his attacker. This time, his face collided with a chakra-enhanced fist. This is for Naruto. The beating began. Minato made sure not to avert his gaze to see every detail of it. The memory of Danzo taking a beating will be copied and extracted later for the Konoha people to see. After an hour, Danzo lay in a bloody heap. He was now unrecognizable due to his condition. Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you yet, said Kushina. The Uzumaki placed seals on the old man's head, healing all his injuries. While he returned to his healthy state, Danzo's chakra was smaller than a civilian newborn. We don't want you dead yet. After all, you will have to watch Konoha burn while not being able to do anything. However, you will be staying here. This is your prison for now. I'll be taking over and pose as you, said Minato. Skip to Chunin exam's second part, last day. Uzushio-gakure. Uzushio-gakure War Council. Gathered inside the room were the former and current Uzumaki, Tsunade, Minato, Tobi, Kid, Narumi, Minako, the clan heads, and the elite Jounin. They were discussing the final preparations for the war. There was an urgent knock on the door that interrupted the meeting. Kushina nodded and let the person in. When the door opened, it revealed to be two spies. One was wearing Kumo clothing while the other was wearing Iiwa clothing. The two knelt. The Iiwa spy spoke first. Urgent news, Yuzuki-sama. Iwagakure has been invaded by a force of 5,000 white creatures led by missing Nin Hashigaki Kisame. They now control the whole village due to it being only inhabited by civilians and freshly graduated genins, said the Iwa spy. I bring similar news. Kumo has been invaded by a force of 45,000 white creatures and were led by missing Nin's Kakuzu of Waterfall, Haiden the Jashinist, and Sasori of the Red Sands. The 10,000 shinobi that remain to guard the village have been all killed. The invaders have taken full control of the village, said the Kumo spy. Describe these white creatures, said Kushina. Yes. The white creatures all looked alike. While they were odd, they still had the structure of a regular human being. They all looked the same. They can be easily recognized by their white bodies, short green hair, and yellow eyes. While these creatures seem to be males, their voices are high-pitched, although deeper than Tobi-san's, said the Iwa spy. Originally, the white creatures have no actual battle style. However, during their battle with the Kumo remnants, we have found out that they can copy a victim's appearance as well as chakra signatures. We believe that was how they were able to infiltrate the village easily and kill 10,000 Kumo shinobi. From observation, we have concluded that they can copy another person by absorbing even a small amount of the victim's chakra. While they can copy another person's appearance, voice, and chakra signature, they cannot learn of their victim's memories. I had to ask every spy our secret question before I was able to identify them, added the Kumo spy. Setsu, said Tobi, gaining the attention of everyone in the room. Those white creatures are called white Setsu. They were created by Madara, and I mean the real Madara, not Obito pretending to be Madara. I see, said Erasure. At least we finally know who Kisame and Kakuzo work for, said Kushina. You two did a good job relaying the information. When you return, give these seals to the other spies so we could receive news without you having to come here and risk being caught. These are already linked to me. Kanehigakure. Forest of Death. From 53 teams, only 14 teams remained. The others died by the hands of fellow competitors, while some were killed by the creatures living in the forest. Those who survived but without their exam item will still be escorted out of the forest but were now eliminated. The examinees waited at their camps for the proctors to escort them out. The rookie 9 were able to take 3 scrolls during the second day, and 6 more during the last day. Sasami were closely watched by the Uzushio Jounin senseis, where her usage of the Manjiku were reported to Naruto's team. Yujuto and Kuratsuchi's team simply proved they were already low Jounin, at least to those who knew. Mainly Uzushio, Suna, and Oto. Samwi's team on the other hand were Chunin material. Sai's team kept their act and only made themselves look like low Chunin and not A and BU level. The other unnamed team was a team from Konoha. They came from the same class as the rookie 9 but didn't come from clans as they were orphans, and so they weren't regarded with much importance. To one shinobi from Whirlpool, however, he recognized them. Lee still remembered those 3 who had been his friends back in the orphanage, but was left alone as if he was a plague when they found out he had no chakra. Lee made a vow to himself to destroy those 3 during the exam's third part. Naruto's group were the only ones who hunted for more exam items. They had 9 extra exam items taken from other teams. Finally, an ANBU appeared to each genin camp to escort them out of the forest. Later, Kanehigakure Stadium. Commentator's box. Welcome, viewers! You are still watching the Chunin exams, first ever live telecast, hosted this year by Kanehigakure. Once again, I'm Izumo. And I'm Kotetsu. And there are our contestants. Wow, from 96 teams down to 14. However, we won't be starting with the third part yet, as we have prepared something that everyone will surely like. Today we will be having our exams special event. Individual and team battles, which is technically a wild card event. Down the stadium. Well done everyone, greeted Ibiki, the acting Kage for the exam. After retrieving the crucial item for the war and holding your ground for 5 days within enemy territory, you have been escorted back to the base by reinforcements. However, the war isn't over yet. We simply crippled the enemy by acquiring intelligence and eliminating their numbers. Intelligence says that the enemy army have finally mobilized all their forces and are marching towards our stronghold as of this moment. We have estimated their arrival in 3 days. Now I'll be speaking normally and not in war simulation mode. Ehem. The exam's third part will begin in 3 days. That is to give you time to recuperate. However, you are still not allowed to make contact with your jounin senseis. And so, for today up to the day before the third part, we will be doing individual and team battles. In other words, we're having a wild card event. You lot! Ibiki pointed at the teams who made it to the exam's second part but got eliminated. You still have the chance to get promoted. During this stage of the event, you may register to fight as an individual or as a team. The first part will be individual battles, and team battles next. The matches are selected randomly. This will be a tournament type of event. Now what's the catch? The individual and the team that makes it to the finals, obviously, will be able to participate to the Chunin exam's third and final part. Your performance during this special event may still grant you promotion even if you lose, so make sure you impress the judges and act like Chunins. The eliminated teams glared at the 14 surviving teams. They'll have a chance for retribution should they win the wild card event. Tisk, troublesome. For extra people to battle later. Guess who said that? Are we still allowed to kill? Asked someone from the eliminated teams. Yes, grunted Ibiki. This kid's eager to die. Naruto muttered aloud. Hey, what did you say, Whisker Boy? I said you're eager to die. Got me? Why you? You bastard! I'll kill you! The boy tried to jump at Naruto, but were held by his teammates. They were a team from Kiri. Settle down, brats! Ibiki interrupted them. I see you're all eager to fight. But you'll have to register first so we can prepare the matches. Remember, they're random. Everyone grumbled. I'm going to murder that kid. Painfully, Naruto thought. Whisker Boy. Ha ha, Miho teased. Not you too, Wani-chan. That kid's good, why didn't we think of that name before? Mio added. Right. I'm so going to murder that kid. Everyone chuckled to themselves. Sasuke, however, could not hold it to himself, and so he laughed aloud, causing everyone in the stadium to look at him as if he was mad. Yehem. We only have 10 minutes for the registration. Move it, brats! Ibiki shouted. Naruto-kun. I just had a vision, said Cheyenne. What is it? I saw you murdering that kid. He and his team will make it to the exam's third part. Sounds fun. At least the Kiri team makes it to the finals. Thank you, Cheyenne-chan. Hey, Whisker Boy. Sasuke chuckled. Shut up, duck-ass hair, retaliated Naruto. Hey! My hair's longer now. Still duck-ass. Time skip, 3 days. Near the Fire Country border. All Konoha shinobi doing patrols have been eliminated by the invading forces. The Iwa army along with half of the Kumo army will be coming by the normal route, while the Kiri forces along with the other half of Kumo's army will be arriving by the shore. They never spotted the Whirlpool recon teams that were already lurking there. Kanehigakure Stadium. Welcome to the third and final stage of this year's Chunin examinations, yelled the Hokage. Everyone in the stadium cheered as they will finally witness their favorite teams fight. Ibiki walked towards the podium and faced the 46 individuals. The battling ground itself was big enough for two-tailed beasts to fit in. It had some small patches of forests, an artificial river, a rocky plain, and other elements that the participants may use for the matches. Today is the day where our army clashes with the enemy army. As both sides clash, you are separated from your team, wherein you'll have to fight as an individual. Ibiki then nodded to them and jumped back to the spectator seats. Yo! I'm Gecko Hate, and I'll be the main proctor for this part. Now, this will be a tournament, so... First match. Everyone looked at the screen. After some rolling, the bars stopped and flashed 2 names. Uzumaki Namike's Naruto vs. Momochi Kento. Will everyone please leave the floor except those 2? Are both fighters ready? You're so dead, Whisker Boy, said Kento as he unsheathed a sword. It was a recreation of the Kubikuribocho. Yeah, whatever, replied Naruto, his arms crossed. I'll take that as a yes, sighed Hate. Begin, he shouted as he jumped away from the floor. You're going down, Namikaze. Back in Kiri, I was called the second coming of the demon, and so I got this blade. Naruto did not reply but sighed aloud. Why, doesn't every single match, there's a fucking monologue? I guess it's some form of last words. Most people who love giving monologues die easily, replied Kurama. I see. Naruto unsheathed his swords and went into his created sword style. The crowd watched in amazement as Naruto threw the 6 blades and caught them and stood at an unrecognizable stance. In the crowds, 1 human and 1 demon watched in wonder. It looks the same as the one you're using, However, Naruto uses only 6 swords, not 7. Yeah. Mr. 9 is awesome, yo! Back to the fight, Naruto began channeling chakra to his swords. Die. It was the last word Kento heard before he had to defend himself against Naruto's onslaught. To everyone watching, the battle was one-sidedly mesmerizing. For 10 whole minutes Naruto attacked his opponent with his unique kenjutsu style. Kento was on the defensive during the whole fight. He could not find an opening and could not make any patterns from his opponent's attacks. His unsuccessful parries were now even sloppier due to him sustaining multiple cuts, and he was bleeding profusely. Finally, Naruto finished the battle by making a roundhouse kick, cutting off the Kiri Genin's head in the process. The crowd was speechless as Naruto resealed his swords and walked towards the participants' seats. Ibiki had to kick Hate off the stands so he could announce the match winner. Hate unceremoniously fell to the stadium floor headfirst, causing some people to laugh. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze! It was only at this moment the crowd began to cheer. To those who were gaping at the blonde, they thought Naruto did not care at all about the battle outcome. To Naruto, however, he was silently observing the crowd's reaction. Moreover, the crowd from Konoha. Some were looking at him with awe, others in pride, and the other in fear. I'm going to kill you all, Naruto thought as he finally smiled and waved at the crowd. Second match. Hate shouted as he pointed at the screen. Uzumaki Lee vs. Lee of Konoha. Lee jumped down from the stands while Lee simply walked. Lee was sneering at his opponent who was now standing before him. Are both fighters ready? Good. Begin. You should give up now. Lee began, not even taking a stance. Lee stared at him blankly as he decided what kind of death he should give Lee. He was one of those people who abandoned him when they found out he had no chakra. Up in the stands, 2 people got annoyed. Good fucking heavens! Another monologue! Naruto screamed mentally. That low commoner stole my line. I'm going to sue him, Neji thought as he glared at Lee. Back to the match, Lee continued with his speech. You do not even have chakra. You cannot defeat me. I have been admitted to the academy and was among the good ones. You, on the other hand, are probably the dead last in Uzushio. Your sensei is watching the exams, I'm sure. It would be best if you apologize to him now, because when I'm done with you, your career as a shinobi will end. Lee did not respond as he was still picking a specific set of jutsu to use. Lee, can I make a suggestion? Naruto asked him through the link. Hey! I'm talking to you! Lee shouted at his opponent. Thanks, I'll do just that, said Lee aloud, confusingly. Lee vanished and reappeared behind Lee, kicking him hard and sending him flying. Lee quickly made some hand seals and slammed both his palms to the ground. Earth release, hardened mud tunnel cave. A closing rose to where Lee was. The cave's tunnel was 50 feet long, and Lee was at the other end. The opening of the cave faced Lee, who just finished the seals for summoning. Summoning technique! A green dragon 36 feet long appeared in a puff of smoke. Lee was then revealed to be standing on top of its head and was now performing another set of hand seals. There was no interaction as the dragon knew what to do. Lee had just recovered and was now standing when he looked at his opponent. His eyes widened when he saw the dragon beside Lee, whom he realized was doing seals for a jutsu. Lee was about to remind his opponent that he had no chakra when he finished his seals. Wind release, wind-piercing tornado, shouted Lee as his chest expanded and blew out a tornado of wind. Majestic dragon flames. Collaboration technique, majestic blazing tornado. Lee's eyes widened even more as the roaring tornado of fire came towards him. He was surrounded by a cave and the only exit was facing Lee. He had no choice but to run towards the incoming flames of death. Lee called out a water jutsu to try extinguishing the flames. The water quickly evaporated due to the extreme heat. Lee's screams of pain quickly died soon as he let them out. He was consumed by the flame as he had no way out of the cave. He didn't know any earth jutsu, and even if he did, his elemental affinity was lightning. Karen was not just a strong sensor. She also had the ability to sense others' elemental affinity if she concentrated enough, and so she told Naruto about Lee's. Naruto then suggested how Lee should kill Lee. The roaring flames lasted inside the cave for about half a minute. When it finally died down, Lee released the jutsu and let the earth cave melt back to the ground. To where Lee was standing at earlier, there was only a blackened patch of ground. There wasn't a trace of him. No corpse, and not a pile of ash either. Commentator's box. I wonder, what was Lee talking about? Kotetsu said. Obviously, Uzumaki Lee had chakra. So I have no clue either, said Izumo. Back to the stadium. Winner, Lee Uzumaki! The screen flashed Lee as the winner and replayed the match. Lee's teammates, who were also Lee's former friends, stared at the ground in horror. Then they looked at Lee in wonder. How come he's got chakra? As Lee walked towards the seats, he heard Naruto talking to everyone in the link. Remember, if I ever hear one of you say a damn monologue in your matches, I'm going to murder you before your opponent can. Everyone's sweat dropped at this. Kankuro, Sakan, and Yukon laughed as they knew Temari and Kin sometimes liked to talk before fighting. Third match. Uzumaki Karen vs. Inuzuka Kiba. Karen jumped down from the seats and landed with grace. She adjusted her glasses as she studied her opponent, who also jumped down and was now leering at her. The hormones are strong with this one, Karen thought. Ha! A girl! I'm fighting a girl! Akamaru, I won't even need your help with this. Kiba bragged. Akamaru simply whimpered at his master's attitude. You know you're pretty, so why don't you just forfeit the match so I wouldn't have to hurt you in your face? I might even allow you to go on a date with me. Kiba winked. All females watching the event glared at the Inuzuka. That's it. I'm going to humiliate this loudmouth. Karen then decided to use a hijitsu. You go, girl! Fu, Cheyenne, Yakumo, Temari, and Kin cheered. Beat that shithead! Yelled Taiyuya. If one would look closely, Kurenai was glaring at Kiba so hard that her eyes could probably turn into a Sharingan. A hormonal and sexist Inuzuka versus a female Uzumaki. I feel sorry for this kid. Hate thought as he stood at the middle. Are both fighters ready? Good. Begin! Golden chains quickly shot out of Karen's body, lounging at Kiba. The Inuzuka was able to avoid the first wave of chains thanks to Akamaru, who warned him. A second wave sprouted from the Uzumaki and headed towards Kiba's partner this time. The chains caught the animal and was tossed aside later, its chakra drained. Akamaru! Kiba called to his now unconscious partner. It was too late when he noticed the third wave of chains. He was whipped by a chain to his mouth twice. And then the chains wrapped him. Kiba's left wrist was caught first, and then his torso. He was now suspended at the air, a chain on each wrist, another on his waist, and two more for his ankles. Nobody noticed Karen wound herself and smear her blood on the chain that whipped Kiba's mouth. Karen then let the wound heal and then flashed into hand seals. She used the 13 to 21st hand seals created by the Uzumaki clan, and so it could not be recognized by the watching crowd. Secret Jutsu, Blood Release Vampire's Seduction. Activate. He's your personal bitch now, said Taiyuya through the link, much to the confusion of the non-Uzumakis. Only true-born Uzumakis knew of the Kaiten. After all, it was a secret jutsu passed down by the ancient Uzumaki vampires. The non-Uzumakis did not hear Karen call out the name of the technique. To some terms, it was magically protected. Karen waited as Kiba's eyes looked unfocused. Finally it flashed red and his eyes went back to normal. The redhead put down her captive and recalled her chains. She smirked at Kiba, who was looking at her with admiration and devotion. Perfect. He fell for it. With that small amount of blood, I only have 10 minutes of control. But that's enough time to humiliate him. You are now my pet, Karen said aloud, confusing some of the audience. I want you to act like the mutt you are. Got it? Yes, Mistress Karen. I will do everything you'd ask me to do. I will act like the mutt I am, replied Kiba in a submissive tone. Then he went down on fours like a dog. Good. I want you to prove it, and show everyone who are watching. Arf! Arf! Barked Kiba, causing some of the audience to snicker. Karen held out a red ball. See this? Arf! Fetch! Karen shouted as she threw the ball. Arf! Kiba excitedly barked as he chased after it, still crouching on fours. Almost half of the audience laughed as Kiba picked the ball with his mouth and returned it to Karen. The others questioned about the jutsu and the hand seals Karen used. The Uchihas, much to their confusion, wondered why Karen was clapping. To the Uchihas and people with transplanted Sharingan, they only saw Karen clap her hands instead of forming to 9 new hand seals. The remaining audience who did not see her clap made their minds see her form the original 12 hand seals very fast, so they weren't able to recognize it. Even if the cameraman replayed and slowed it down, they will only see blurs. Back to the match, Karen ordered Kiba to drop the ball, and so he did. Good dog. Now let us show them how talented you are, Karen said as she held out 3 fingers. How many fingers are these? Arf! 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 Kiba barked thrice. Good dog. Roll over. Kiba rolled over. Play dead? Kiba laid on the ground motionlessly. Amazing, said Fu. What did Karen do? Was that a genjutsu? She asked everyone's question. Sorry guys, can't tell, replied Naruto. It's a clan secret. Everyone understood and didn't pry further. For the next 7 minutes, Karen continued to order Kiba around and made him do things that will definitely destroy his pride and reputation. Some of the audience thought that she was humiliating him too much. Others, mostly females, thought that her actions were justified as Kiba was sexist and rude. The rest simply did not care enough and merely enjoyed the show. I guess that's enough, Karen thought. You've done well, my pet. That's enough acting as a dog. Stand up and act human once again. At once, Karen-sama, Kiba said as he stood up and straightened himself. What else would you like me do, mistress? Tell. No. Shout to the crowd that you're all talk and actually useless. That you only use your loud mouth instead of your brain. After that declaration, I want you to forfeit the match. You are dismissed once I'm called the winner. As you wish, Mistress Karen. Kiba then turned at the audience and shouted. I am an all-talk and useless. I only use my loud mouth instead of my brain. Satisfied, he turned to Hate. Proctor, I forfeit. Feeling sorry for the boy, Hate nodded and called the match. Winner by forfeit, Karen Uzumaki. Wait, what? Shouted Kiba. The screen then flashed Karen as the winner and replayed Karen giving him orders and him doing it. What the hell was that? That's not fair, he demanded. She won fair and square, Kiba-san. Now please get off the stage, ordered Hate. Angry, Kiba tried to attack Karen. Surprisingly, it was Kurenai who jumped down from the Jounin stands and stopped him. Kiba, that's enough, Kurenai said softly, feeling sorry for the boy's humiliation. She won the match fairly. She used some genjutsu and you fell for it. You should be thankful she didn't ask you to kill yourself. Kiba, who had a secret crush on Kurenai, calmed down and picked Akamaru up and let himself be guided away by the Jounin. How come I got captured by her genjutsu? When did she cast it? Will I be able to see the replay? Kurenai winced. Yes. But you'll have to ask Kakashi for it. Alright. Thank you, Kurenai-sensei. I'm sorry about earlier. It's alright, Kiba, Kurenai said as she walked back to the Jounin stands. The fourth match was Temari of the Sand against Tenten of Konoha. Temari won by sending multiple blades of wind at Tenten, killing her. Fifth match was Neji Hyuga against Nemo of Kiri. Neji won by killing Nemo using a Juken strike at the heart. Sixth match was Kintsuchi against Ino Yamanaka. Kin won by raining needles upon Ino, killing her. Seventh match was Fu of Konoha against Cheyenne Uzumaki. Cheyenne forfeited before the match even began. Eighth match was Sai of Konoha against Kankuro of the Sand. Kankuro forfeited as well before the match. Ninth match was Dosa Kinyuda against Chuji Akimichi. Dosa won with Chuji forfeiting the match. 10th match was Sakan and Yukon of the Sound against Shikamaru. The twins won by Shikamaru forfeiting. 11th match was Sasami Uchiha against Dori of Kiri. Sasami won by using the Tsukiyomi and then a great fireball at Dori, killing her. 12th match was Yujito Ni against Akatsuchi of Iiwa. Yujito won by knockout. 13th match was Fu Uzumaki against Mimi of Kumo. Fu won by having her demon bugs eat her opponent from the inside, creeping out most of the audience, with the exception of the Aburain clan. 14th match was Yakumo Karama against Jirobo of the Sound. Yakumo won by knockout. 15th match was Hinata Uzumaki against Lily of Kumo. Hinata won by killing Lily, with the former Hyuga's last words to her as that's for trying to kidnap me when I was a child. 16th match was Sasuke Uzumaki against Akatsuchi of Iiwa. The former Uchiha won by killing Akatsuchi using Madara's jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation, much to the surprise of the Uchihas and everyone who knew Madara Uchiha. 17th match was Tayuya Uzumaki against Karui of Kumo. Tayuya won by having her Doki beat Karui to death. 18th match was Gaara of the Sand against Saku Ibumi. Saku also forfeited before the match even started. 19th match was Kuratsuchi of Iiwa against Samui of Kumo. Kuratsuchi won by knockout. 20th match was Sakura Haruno against Aaliyah of Konoha. Sakura won by screeching at her opponent, making her ear bleed and effectively knocking her out. 21st match was Shino Aburaim against Toyo of Konoha. Shino won by knockout. 22nd match was Taki of Taki against Torian of Konoha. Taki won by killing Torian. The teams from Uzushio, Suna, and Oto of course knew Taki only killed an advanced bug clone. The last match for the preliminary was Kidamaru of the Sound against Omoi of Kumo. Kidamaru won by raining arrows upon Omoi, killing him. As the preliminaries ended, there was a short break. Uzushio-gakure. Konoha's satellites are down. The broadcast is connected to us now, Yuzuki-sama, said in Yuzutech. Good. Begin the show, ordered Kushina. Back to Konoha. Instead of the advertisements, Kushina's face showed on the screens, much to the looks of horror of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Jiraiya, and Fugaku Uchiha. Greetings, everyone. I am Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze, Yuzukage and daimyo of the Uzushio-gakure Empire. All daimyos and kages already know me, as I have called a meeting. I have asked permission from them for this interruption as there is something you should all know. While the things I'm going to show you are long, it would only take 5 minutes in the actual time. This is the power of fuinjutsu. With Kuhina narrating everything, the screen then changed and showed Uzushio-gakure, 13 years ago. It showed the Sandaime Hokage talking to the Mizukage, Tsuchikage, and the Raikage. The screen showed everything that's happened during the attack and Naruto's kidnapping. The scene then shifted to Konoha attempting to make an alliance with Suna. Then the scene focused on some papers, indicating the Leaf's plans of betraying Sand once they have taken Gaara, the Jinchuriki of the Shikaku. As all the whole elemental nations knew, Whirlpool was a great ally of the Leaf. However, during the Second War, Hiruzen, the Sandaime Hokage, sold us out to Kumo, Iwa, and Kiri. Our small village of course have been attacked by their alliance. The world knew that our clan and village have been extinct then. However, that was what we wanted everyone think. The Uzumaki clan never died. The village was never destroyed. The corpses you saw were of the invaders, dressed only to look like the fallen Uzumaki. The ruins that you saw were only illusions. However, that was not the only betrayal Konoha did. 8 years ago, they tried to make an alliance with Suna. That alliance, as it turns out, was not sincere. Konoha planned to sell out the Sand secrets to the other 3 great village. They planned to make a repeat of the Uzushio-gakure attack. They wanted to kidnap Gaara, the son of the Yondaime Kazekage, and make the boy their own weapon. They planned to do the same thing they did to my son, who was hated by everyone from the Leaf village. By hurting him, he would be afraid and submissive, thus making him the perfect weapon. The scenes next showed Konoha on Naruto's point of view. Fugaku Uchiha was among the invading army and entered our home. He killed my civilian household and kidnapped my newborn son, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. They brought him to Konoha and used him as the Kyubi no Yoko's Jinchuriki. As you can see, my son suffered as he grew up in Konoha. He was hated by everyone for holding the demon at bay. They tortured him, beat him, starved him, and did everything to degrade him. When he was kidnapped by a combined team of Iwa and Kumo shinobi, 8 years ago, a group of mercenaries and slavers found him. With him they also found Hinata Hyuga branded with the caged bird's seal and Sasuke Uchiha who, at that time was rejected by his parents Fugaku and Mikoto. The slavers did not know their identities, and so our Black Ops made a transaction and bought them. After that, as you can see, we killed the mercenaries and the slavers. Since then the 3 grew up in Uzushio-gakure. After years of hiding, Whirlpool once again resurfaced from hiding by participating in the Chunin exams. People of Konoha, hear this. Should you ever utter the words demon, demon's pawn, Kyubi brat, or any other degrading word against my son, that person and their family will suffer heavy consequences. The Fire Capital already knew the truth about Konoha's evil deeds when the second part of the exam was happening. In other words, Whirlpool is friends with the Fire Daimyo. Should anything happen to my children during this event, with the Fire Capital's blessing and assistance, Uzushio-gakure will declare war to Konoha. And with that, the screen flashed and returned to normal, showing the local advertisements. Nobody moved from their seats. The Yuzukage's threats still ringing to their ears. Everyone's eyes was on Naruto. Finally realizing it was him. Him who they scorned. Him who was the son of the hero they worshipped. They felt ashamed and disgusted to themselves. Some of the shinobi, however, most of them from the Uchiha clan, were indifferent. The crowd went on murmuring to themselves. The higher-ups, especially Sarutobi, did not know what to do. So he just remained silent. They didn't even bother questioning Pain and Tazuna. Most of them figured out that they were only representatives of Kushina. After 15 minutes, the Hokage ordered for the exam to continue. Hate awkwardly walked to the middle of the stadium as he called for the crowd's attention. Ehem. Yeah, we will now begin with the semi-finals of the event. For our first match, we will have a 3-way due to having one extra contestant. Will Fu Uzumaki, Taki of Taki, and Shino Aburaim come down, please? The 3 combatants jumped down and distanced themselves into a triangle, with the proctor in the middle. Are all 3 fighters ready? Good. Begin. I'll kill you, you insect bitch, Taki told Fu as he uncorked a small vial and emptied its contents to his mouth. You're suicidal, Fu simply replied, not even bothered that Taki had an extra vial and drank the hero's water. Demon-containing clone. Another Fu came into existence and quickly headed towards Shino. The clone sprouted wings and let out a huge swarm of demonic bugs. What the crowd did not know, the clone was actually Chomei, the seven-tailed demon. Shino planned on battling Fu first, as he thought she was weaker than Taki, but his bugs told him that Fu was more dangerous. Shino should team up with Taki and later fight him. Taki, on the other hand, didn't even spare Shino a single glance nor a thought. His goal was to kill Fu, even if drinking the water kills him later. He didn't really care if Shino won the match. The battle began. Komiai's swarm clashed with Shino's. Since they were demonic, Shino's bugs could not handle demonic chakra. The Aburayan wisely recalled his remaining bugs and thought of a new strategy. He had no choice but to try ninjutsu. If it didn't work, he'll have to forfeit. That is if his opponent lets him to. He's seen most of the Uzumaki kill almost everyone they fought with against. Fu decided that she'll wait for Chomei to finish her battle with Shino, while she'll just dodge Taki's attacks. Chomei flew higher and flapped her wings. Fairy dust. Shino had no idea what his was about but decided he did not want to get hit by it. He jumped backwards but sensed something and rolled sideways. Another wave of fairy dust came towards him, and he had no choice but to have his remaining bugs collide with it. He watched as his swarm dropped to the ground, unmoving. They're not dead. They're just asleep, said a voice from behind. I have nothing against you, Aburames. You should forfeit. I'd hate to kill you. Komiai's kunai pressed to his neck. Proctor, I forfeit, said Shino. Chomei released him and watched as Taki chased after Fu. Fu, distract him while I prepare a tailed beast ball. What the hell, Chomei? Interrupted Kurama. Sister, you can't do that. Try something else, said Saiken. What else can I do? That foolish mortal is intoxicated with the hero's water. A water meant for Jinchurikis. Technically, he's a raging ball of chakra. He's lost his mind. He was too focused on killing Fu that it consumed him. Let's just drain his chakra, said Fu. That sounds better, Kurama agreed. No! A tailed beast ball sounds better. Blow shit up, whined Shikaku. I'll allow you to do that later, Shikaku. Let Fu do her fight, said Gaara. Fine, fine. We're going to kill your father, right? We'll kill the Yondai Mikazekage for trying to have us killed. Wahahaha. Chomei, distract him. I'll prepare the seals, said Fu. Got it. A few minutes of chasing later, Chomei lured Taki towards Fu, where she had prepared an array of seals. Soon as Taki got inside the lines, the first seal activated, erecting a golden barrier. A second seal appeared, forming a second barrier. A third seal appeared, this one glowing green. Immediately it did its job and absorbed Taki's huge chakra. He thrashed inside the barrier for a good 3 minutes before he felt the drain. A few more minutes later he felt himself becoming weaker. Due to the seal he was trapped at, the effect of drinking the hero's water came to him faster. A few moments later he dropped to the ground dead. Winner, Fu Uzumaki! Called Hate. Next match. Everyone watched the screen. Karen Uzumaki vs. Sai of Konoha. Will both fighters come down? Proctor-san, called Sai. I have seen Karen-san's fight earlier and have decided that I do not want to face such a dangerous opponent. Therefore I forfeit to the match. Kiba, who haven't watched the replay of his match with Karen yet, shouted. Ha! You afraid of her, pretty boy? I am not, Kiba-san. I'm simply using my brain instead of my loud mouth, Sai replied calmly. His statement caused the crowd to remember Kiba's match earlier and burst into laughter. Up in the special seats, one daimyo said, a good shinobi knows when to fight and retreat. This Sai will get his promotion later. The others nodded and agreed. The Sandaime, on the other hand, silently fumed to himself. His backup plan was failing. If the other genins fail, then Konoha wouldn't make it to the finals. He only had Torian left. Fu purposely let himself lose while Sai forfeited. Perhaps Danzo had issued a new task for them? Where is that one-eyed bastard anyway? Winner by forfeit, Karen Uzumaki, announced Hate. For our third match. Hinata Uzumaki vs. Yakumo Kurama. Proctor, I forfeit, shouted Yakumo. Sai. Winner by forfeit, Hinata Uzumaki. 2 in a row, Izumo commented. Next match, Neji Hyuga vs. Kadamaru of the Sound. Kadamaru was about to jump down when he heard Hinata through the mental link. Kadamaru-san, please forfeit the match. I wish to fight Neji with him on full strength. The Sound Nin sighed but agreed as he knew the match-making for the finals will be rigged. Proctor, I forfeit. Damn, that's 3 in a row, said Kotetsu. The 5th and 6th match were also decided quickly. Sakan and Yukon and Sasuke won by forfeit against Kin and Dosu respectively. The crowd were starting to wonder now if everyone's going to forfeit. Lucky number 7, oh please don't forfeit, sighed Hate. 7th match, Yujito Ni and Torian of Konoha. Will both fighters come down? Or is someone planning to forfeit? Yujito and Torian jumped down, much to the delight of everyone. Torian knew that Yujito was a Jinchuriki, and also a Jounin of Kumo. So he wouldn't have to hold back, although he was still required to lose, as Naruto was supposed to fight her during the finals. After a 15-minute-long fight, Torian allowed himself to get hit and knocked out. Winner by knockout, Yujito Ni. 8th match, Gaara of the Sand vs. Lee Uzumaki. Lee jumped down enthusiastically while Gaara walked casually. Are both fighters ready? Good. Begin. 8 inner gates, shouted Lee. The Konoha Jounin senseis glanced at Guy while he watched Lee with a newfound interest. First gate, open. Second gate, open. Third gate, open. Fourth gate, open. The crowd watched in amazement as Lee became covered by a red aura, his hair also reddish, making him look like a god of war. I see. Different colors for each gate, Guy muttered to himself. Why is that? Asuma asked. He was taught by Uzumaki Kaze, I'm sure, said Guy. Who's that? Asked Kurenai. He's the only person who has opened up to the 8th gate and lived. He's also stronger than me, even at his age. He's fought alongside us during the war. At least that's before our Hokage decided to betray them. Anyway, if Lee's mastered the 8 inner gates like his sensei, then that makes me the 3rd strongest taijutsu user alive. Kaze the strongest, Lee the 2nd, and I 3rd. Amazing. He's that strong? Yes. Back to the match. Lee was currently at the offensive while Gaara was on the defensive. Lee was actually supposed to forfeit, but their senseis told them to proceed with the fight as Konoha will surely become suspicious of an invasion if they didn't. 10 minutes later, Lee's 4th gate closed, causing him to become slower. Gaara was now at the offensive. The two threw attacks on each other, not actually meaning to harm, but to only impress those who were watching. When Lee's 3rd gate closed, he allowed himself to get captured by Gaara's sand. Proctor, I forfeit, said Lee. Winner, Gaara of the Sand. 9th match. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze vs. Haruno Sakura. Sakura jumped down and began screaming. Come down here, you blondie! Just because you're the son of the Yondaime doesn't make you strong already. I am not scared of your mother. She's just a bully who thinks she can order us around. Oh. Yuzushio, Suna, and Oto Nin's thought. Insult him all the way and call him names, but not his family. Naruto took out a tri-pronged kunai and chucked it down the arena. In a flash of yellow he appeared in front of Sakura, spinning his kunai. Everyone's jaws dropped to the floor as they gaped at the blonde. The Iwanins, especially the Tsuchikage, were blinking rapidly. The Raikage feared the old man might have a heart attack. High Hiraishin. He knows the Hiraishin. Truly, he is the son of the Yellow Flash. Sensei. Kakashi thought sadly as he stared at Naruto. Proctor, please begin the match, Naruto told Hate, who was still gaping like a fish. Alright. 9th match, begin. Naruto did not waste any time and threw the kunai he was holding upwards. He took out another tri-pronged kunai and threw it towards Sakura. Flash. Naruto appeared beside Sakura and cut her throat. Another flash. Naruto reappeared to his standing position earlier as the kunai he threw upwards descended. Blood gushed on Sakura's neck like a fountain. The banshee gurgled on her own blood and finally fell to the arena floor dead. It was over. The match only lasted 3 seconds. It was the fastest match during the event, not counting the people who forfeited. Proctor, please call the match, Naruto said as he threw a kunai towards the seats. He reappeared beside his teammates in another flash. Well, fuck, Guy said as he stared at his student's corpse. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. The 10th and 11th matches finished quickly as Taiya forfeited, causing Kuratsuchi to win. Temari, who was supposed to fight Sasami, also forfeited because Sasuke also wanted to fight her at full strength. The crowd did not even complain about the 2 more early forfeits, as they were still shocked at Naruto's display of technique. Since most of the matches during the pre-finals have been won by forfeit, there will be no break. We will now begin with the final matches, said Hattai. The first match was another 3-way, with Karen being the winner against Gaara and Sakan and Yukon. The second match was Fu against Kuratsuchi. Holding nothing back, Fu won by killing the Tsuchiki's granddaughter. Third match, Neji Hyuga vs Hinata Uzumaki. The 2 combatants went down to the arena and glared at each other. After a few moments of intense silence, Neji spoke. Hinata Uzumaki, I hereby challenge you to a duel. Do you accept? Hinata smirked. I accept. Hayashi jumped down on the arena floor and nodded to Hate, taking his place as the match's referee. Commentator's box. Let us explain what a duel challenge is, said Izumo. A duel is where both fighters fight to the death. There are no rules, no limits, and no backing out. They are allowed to use anything to kill their opponent. Clan heirs and clan heads are allowed to challenge fellow clan members to a duel. The winner of the duel becomes the new head or heir/heiress of that clan. Since Hinata is also a Hyuga from her father's side as well as former Hyuga heiress, she may still be challenged or challenge someone to a duel, said Kotetsu. Back to the arena. There will be no rules, no limitations, and no backing out. The only way to finish the match is to kill your opponent. The winner will be declared clan heir or heiress. Begin the duel, said Hayashi before he jumped to the stands. Neji glared at Hinata as he crossed his arms. For years I've waited for this moment. He started. Oh my god! Not again! Screamed Naruto mentally. For years I've trained myself to exhaustion. Neji began with his 15-minute-long monologue telling everyone about fate, about the Hyuga clan, about his life, about his father's death, about his training regime to avenge his father, while at the same time insulting Hinata, calling her derogatory names. Neji also insulted Kushina and Uzushio Gakure for adopting Hinata. Up in the stands, Karen, Cheyenne, Yakumo, Temari, and Kin were hugging, caressing, and squeezing Naruto to calm him down. In the Jounin stands, Mio and Miho could feel their little brother's increasing bloodlust. Neji was delivering a 15-minute-long monologue while at the same time insulting Hinata, who was family to them, and worse, he was now insulting their mother and their homeland. Fu, Gaara, stay close to Naruto. Get ready to restrain him if things escalate, said Mio. This is bad, said Saiken. Shikaku and Chome combined is only 8 taels worth. We need to get closer to Naruto. Mother? What are we going to do? Miho contacted Kushina. Drag him outside the stadium for the meantime. However, the army's on standby. If Naruto goes berserk now, we'll launch the attack. Neji will be the first one to die by his hands, that I am sure. I'd better attack him now while he's still absorbed with his monologue, Hinata thought as he glared at Neji, whose eyes were closed for added effect. Apparently he wasn't done speaking yet. Sasuke decided that he'll be the one to drag Naruto off the stadium. He created a reinforced clone and had it take his place while he took Naruto out to calm down. Hinata closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, gone were the lavender-pale eyes of the Byakugan. Her eyes were now light blue, a white lotus pattern surrounding her small iris. Tensigen! With only pure speed, she reappeared behind Neji and kicked him on the upper spine, sending him flying. Halfway on the air, she reappeared on top and elbowed him, making him crash to the arena floor. I did not accept your duel challenge just so I could listen to your sob story. If you're so eager meeting your father, then I'll gladly send you to him, Hinata said coldly. Up in the stands, Hayashi was surprised. The Hinata he was watching was different from the one he banished. This new Hinata was cold, direct, and vicious. Back to the match, Hinata once again closed the distance and attacked Neji with a palm strike. Neji countered it with a palm strike of his own. Finally their match officially began as Neji activated his Byakugan and went to attacking Hinata. The girl purposely slowed down to give her opponent a false sense of victory. Their taijutsu battle lasted for more than 5 minutes. During the exchange of blows, Hinata was tapping Neji's chakra points without him feeling it. Abruptly, she jumped away from her opponent and threw a barrage of explosive kunai. The Hyuga who were watching with their Byakugan activated noticed that Neji used up 3 times more chakra than the normal required amount for the rotation. While the gentle fist did was close the target's chakra points, Hinata's technique, as she called it bursting needles, forces the target's chakra points to open wider and release thrice the chakra a jutsu normally requires. Neji felt winded. He did not understand why. He glared at his opponent and noticed her chakra points still open. So, you can open them even during a fight. Whatever, you're fated to lose. What Neji didn't know, he never closed his opponent's chakra points. Hitomi was able to develop a way to counter the gentle fist and taught it to Hinata. The user of the said technique creates a double layer of chakra to block off the Juken's attacks. While it may sound simple, it requires great control and concentration. The mechanics of the technique was the opposite concept of water walking. The user has to make their coat of chakra flow constantly in order to disperse the foreign chakra the gentle fist user implants. Hinata kept an impassive look and threw a second barrage of explosive kunai at her opponent, forcing Neji to use rotation once again. At this moment Neji's facial expression told everyone that he was winded. Hinata then decided to finish him off and close the distance. "You shouldn't have come close to me. You are within my range of divination," declared Neji as he went into a familiar stance, ignoring the sudden loss of half of his chakra reserves. "Finally," Hinata thought. 8 trigrams, 128 palms," Neji proclaimed. "Good. Just what I wanted," Hinata thought as she stood at a stance similar to Neji's. "Let's see if you can survive this. Meridian acupuncture, 384 needles. 2 palms," Neji shouted as he began tapping Hinata's chakra points. 6 needles. Hinata countered and returned Neji's number of hits 3 times more, her speed also 3 times faster than Neji. 4 palms. 12 needles. 8 palms. 24 needles. 16 palms. 48 needles. 32 palms. 96 needles. 64 palms. 192 needles. 128 palms. 384 needles. The two finished and jumped away from each other. To those who were watching, Neji was a blur while Hinata seemed to become invisible. To those with the Sharingan, they saw Neji move at a slow pace while Hinata was a quick blur. Neji looked smugly at Hinata. "This match is over. I've closed your Tenketsu points. When you go down, I shall cut off your head and—" "What dash?" He stopped as he coughed out copious amounts of blood and felt his insides contracting. Byakugan still active, he looked at Hinata and noticed her smirking, her chakra points working normally and open. He looked at his hands and noticed something blue leaking. "Wa dash! What is this? What have you done?" Neji asked in panic as he coughed more blood. I can't move." Up in the stands, the Hyuga elders and Hayashi squinted with their Byakugan active. "He's bleeding," said Hayashi. "He's bleeding chakra out and also suffering internal hemorrhage. How is that possible?" Those who heard him murmured to themselves and wondered the same. "Hey, look!" Someone pointed at Hinata. They were too fixated on Neji they didn't notice Hinata cloak herself with purple chakra. Manatabi and Gyuki shared the same thought as they watched through their host's eyes. "Those eyes! Uncle Hamura! Hinata Uzumaki's inherited the Tensigen." Hinata floated in the air, her chakra cloak giving her the aura of a goddess. She spread out her arms and a purple truth-seeking orb appeared. "Remember this, Hyuga. My eyes are far superior than yours. Challenging me to a duel was irresponsible. I'll do you a favor by having you meet your father." "Father!" Neji murmured as he laid on the ground, dying. Hinata sent the orb flying towards Neji. The blast radius was as big as Naruto's Raisin Shuriken. The arena became flooded with white light as the explosion occurred. When it died down, Hinata could be seen walking towards a crater 8 meters deep, her chakra cloak now turned off, her eyes also back to their normal lavender pale. Neji's remains could be seen on the bottom of the crater. A piece of metal of his forehead protector. That's what was left of him. Hayashi once again jumped down and looked at Hinata. "The winner of this duel is Hinata," declared Hayashi to the crowd and then looked at her. "As per duel laws, you are hereby acknowledged as the new heiress to the Hyuga clan. As the head of the clan, I bid you congratulations dash." "Cut the crap," Hinata interrupted. "I do not want the title. I could care less about your stupid laws. I care about the Hyuga clan either. You can go kill yourselves. I'm not affiliated with you," she icily said as she walked back towards her seat. Hate awkwardly made his presence known, wordlessly asking Hayashi to give the floor to him once again. Hayashi looked at his daughter with pain and regret before he jumped back to the Hyuga seats. "Winner of the match is Hinata Uzumaki. The third match will be Sasuke Uzumaki against Sasami Uchiha. Will both fighters come down, please?" The two combatants jumped down and glared at each other. "Are both fighters ready?" "Bring it on," said Sasami. Sasuke nodded. "Very well. Let the match begin," Hate shouted and then jumped to the stands. "Your friends and teammates killed mine. I shall avenge them by killing you, Sasami proclaimed. Yeah, sure. I'm going to humiliate you with the world watching. Okay. I will dash. Talk me to death, Sasuke finished. Yeah, it appears that you're channeling Neiji's spirit. The Hyuga had it coming. He was too full of himself. And you're not? Sasami simply glared, her Sharingan activating. So, are we going to actually fight, or do you intend to go on a monologue until I finally kill myself? I should warn you though, it won't be easy. Sasami finally got annoyed of Sasuke's remarks and threw a barrage of kunai and shuriken at him. Sasuke deflected them all with a kunai of his own. Fire style, grand fireball! Sasami spat. Sasuke held out his hand and absorbed it. A fire absorption seal, thought Jiraiya, who was sitting beside the Hokage. Sasami spat another fireball, but Sasuke simply absorbed it again with his seal. I see. You fight now like an Uzumaki. What can I say? Fuinjutsu is a great art. And technically I'm an Uzumaki now, since the Uchiha banished me. Fire style, phoenix flower technique, yelled Sasami. Sasuke simply absorbed it. Fight me, damn it! Fight me! Yelled Sasami in frustration as she charged at him for a taijutsu battle. For the next 3 minutes Sasami chased after her opponent with kicks and punches but never managed to land a hit. Sasuke was doing a great job evading all her attacks. Once again Sasami spat another fireball that only got sealed. She closed her eyes in frustration and opened them again, her Manjikyu now active. I can still catch you. Tsukiyomi! Sasuke purposely stared at her eyes. A second later, Sasami dropped to the floor screaming. What? Why is it not working? How did you force yourself out? She yelled, causing Itachi and Fugaku to eye Sasuke suspiciously. Hee. Well, you see. Sasuke began to explain. Sorry I'm late. A voice shouted, its owner running towards the middle of the arena. Hade jumped down from the stands. What? Why? The newcomer scratched his head. You see, I had to drag Naruto outside the arena to keep him from murdering Neji. He's just calmed down and we returned here. Fine. You may continue with the match, said Hade as he returned to the stands. I see you tried using the Tsukiyomi but failed, Sasuke said as he dispelled the clone, his eyes closed. The real match begins now. I've been fighting a clone all along? I see. I guess that explains why the Tsukiyomi did not work. Sasami waited for him to open his eyes. She will try again with the Tsukiyomi. Let us test how powerful your Manjikyu is, shall we, Sasami? Sasuke opened his eyes, shocking everyone. Instead of the normal Sharingan eyes, there were 6 pointed stars. Amaterasu. Instinct saved Sasami from the black flames. She evaded the attack but still stared at her opponent in shock. I awakened these eyes 6 years ago, Sasuke told her. I've mastered the Tsukiyomi, Susanoo, Amaterasu, and Kamui. The eyes you're staring at are my eternal Manjikyu. I'll give you the honor of fighting my Susanoo. A purple colossus took on the form of a Tengu with wings, wielding a bow and arrow. Sasuke was inside the crystal at the head of the avatar. I am possible, Fugaku gasped. A perfect Susanoo, Itachi exclaimed. He's only 13, and I just perfected mine. The purple colossus loaded an arrow and aimed at Sasami. Dodge this, Sasuke said as he released the shot. Sasami used a replacement jutsu on a nearby log, saving her from the attack. She had to roll over as another arrow sailed past her head, missing her a few inches. For the next 5 minutes Sasuke fired arrow after arrow at Sasami, not really bothered that she was dodging and evading it. The Jounins could see he was toying with her. Sasami was outclassed. Her runaway brother was on a different league. Feeling tired yet? Of course not. Let's see if you can dodge these. These flames, after all, are faster than my arrows. Amaterasu. With a quick series of hand seals, Sasami slammed her hands on the ground and erected an earth wall. It stood for a few seconds before it got consumed by the flames. However, it gave her enough time-space and was able to escape. Everywhere Sasuke stared and focused, the black flames of the Amaterasu appeared and consumed. Up in the stands, Fugaku was thinking fast. He loved his daughter. He had to do something. But that would mean Sasami forfeiting the match. But if he did not interfere, she'll eventually get caught and die. Summoning technique. Fugaku was interrupted from his thoughts as the Toad Boss summon appeared in a huge puff of smoke. What did you call me for, you brat? The Toad glared at the human standing on top of his head. Incoming! Sasami shrieked. What the dash? Gamabunta was able to counter the flames, but at the cost of his dual blades. Why the hell are you fighting Madara? What is he doing here? I feel honored, Gamabunta-sama, for mistaking me for my ancestor. However, I am not him. I simply resemble him a lot, said Sasuke atop of the Susanoo. I do not know you, do I? Who are you? Ah, of course they wouldn't tell you about me. After all, I am an outcast. But if you must know, my name is Sasuke Uzumaki, former Sasuke Uchiha. I'm your summoner's twin. As for me knowing you, let's just say I have a friend who's close friends with Watatsumi-sama, Sasuke said as he dispelled his Susanoo's bow and arrow. This time, he drew 2 katanas. That explains why you know me. Watatsumi-sama knows all boss summon. I'm going to borrow your line, my friend, said Sasuke. Yeah, whatever. You're the Uchiha anyway. Sasuke smirked. Let's dance. Gamabunta could only widen his eyes as he remembered the man who used to say those words. Have you ever met him on person or something? The toad asked as he parried the Susanoo's strikes. Nope. Not telling, Sasuke said. Is your summoner going to do something or will you do all the dodging for her? You have limited time, right? Sasuke asked as he made a double swing. Or I could just dispel you early. Soon as Sasuke said it, the Susanoo's swords became coated with the black flames of the Amaterasu. Sasuke chased after the toad as he pressed on with the offensive. Gamabunta could only jump away as he could not risk burning his remaining swords. The boss toad tried jumping towards the Susanoo and managed to kick it a few meters back. Hey, brat. Get moving. You also have those eyes, right? Use them, damn it. Gamabunta parried in reflex an Amaterasu arrow. Sasuke's went back on ranged mode. Sasami's eyes bled as she shut them, concentrating. Susanoo! At the last second, a skeletal torso appeared and shielded both her and Gamabunta from a second arrow. Nice save, brat. But you should have done it earlier. Now I'm out of blades. It's time for us to counterattack. Kamui! A black vortex ripped open a part of Sasami's Susanoo, allowing another Amaterasu arrow to get in. It hit Gamabunta in the hind and had no choice but to dispel himself. Sasuke's Susanoo once again drew his double katana and charged at Sasami's incomplete Susanoo. As he brought down his swords for the killing blow, a blue and orange Susanoo rose and absorbed the attacks, making some of the crowd gasp. Sasuke narrowed his eyes as his left sword was held back by Itachi's katana while his right was blocked by Fugaku's shield. The girl had outside help. Does that mean the boy wins? An Iwa Jounin asked. I'm really not sure how Konoha clan laws work. Perhaps the battle is now 3 against 1, replied a grass Jounin. The Jounin senseis watched as Mio and Miho took out a tri-pronged kunai and threw it down the arena. A red and blue flash later, they were beside Sasuke's Susanoo standing atop of a red and blue dragon respectively. 3 against 3, said an amused Kumo Jounin. This is not good, said Ibiki. He nodded at Hate, Genma, and Rado, who jumped down to the arena. This match is over. Sasuke wins as Sasami had outside help, declared Ibiki. With a final glare, Sasuke released the pressure on his swords, but kept his Susanoo active. Sasami's rescuers deactivated their Susanoo and bowed. Itachi practically dragged his sister out of the arena while Fugaku remained. Mio and Miho unsummoned their dragons but stayed beside Sasuke, who have also deactivated his avatar. Hate cleared his throat, calling the attention of everyone. Due to the match being interrupted, Sasami is automatically forfeited. Sasuke Uzumaki wins the match. Sasuke then walked away and went back to his seat. Fugaku was deep in thought as he walked back to his. Mio and Miho Hiroshined back to the Jounin stands, ignoring the gaping looks of the other senseis. You can do the Hiration too, Kakashi told the two. He was practically having a panic attack. Naruto began his descent to the arena. Yujuto, who was watching him, did the same. You're here. Hate raised his eyebrow at Naruto. The 4th match is over. Time for the 5th match. Oh. Hee. Right. 5th match. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze vs. Yujuto and I, roared Hate, calling the attention of the crowd. The crowd cheered as they looked forward to another exciting match. Are both fighters ready? Good. Begin. Let me show you my art, Naruto said as he held out his arms. From his sleeves came out dozens of papers and folded itself into cranes. Level 1. Like Conan, Naruto can now also produce his own papers using his chakra. His was stronger due to his Mokotan affinity, and cannot be easily burned. Yujito spit out balls of flames as Naruto sent the paper cranes flying towards her, stopping them mid-flight. I see he's decided to play cat and mouse," Sasuke said. "Was that intended? Is that because I'm fighting against a cat?" retorted Naruto. "You're the cat in this match, though, Naruto-kun," said Hinata. "I'm simply going to test her strength. I do not wish to kill her." "You're not seriously planning on recruiting her to our side, are you?" asked Sasuke. "Actually, I am." "Don't you have enough girls already?" "But she's 7 or more years older," said Cheyenne. "We're not sharing you with her," Karen added. "Yeah," agreed Hinata. "What the hell are you girls talking about?" Naruto asked as he sent another flock of cranes to his opponent. This time, Yujito concentrated chakra on her hands, her fingernails growing into long claws. She sliced the paper cranes as she quickly noticed earlier that they were resistant to fire. Yujito glared as she spit out more fireballs to intercept the paper cranes, while slicing the remaining others that got past. Level 2. Yujito could only tell that his opponent's attacks will increase in damage, quantity, and speed. "Kitten, he's added nature manipulation to his origami," said her demon. This time Naruto made paper shuriken coated with wind chakra, aiming to cut his opponent. "Lightning is weak against wind. I'm going to need stronger fire, Matatabi. Fire style, mouse hairball." "Good. Call out to your Biju's chakra," thought Naruto. Naruto sent out 3 more waves before he decided to increase to level 3. Both he and Yujito were still in good shape. As for the battle, the Nibi Jinchuriki was still on the defensive, waiting for the right moment to pounce on her enemy. "You shall know that art," Naruto said as he released more papers and folded them into dragons. The dragons were much faster than the previous level. "Is a blast!" The dragons hit their target. "Katsu!" The dragons exploded soon as they reached Yujito. Smoke covered the area she was standing on. The crowd thought that the battle was over. But Naruto knew it was just beginning. He smiled as the smoke dispersed and saw his opponent cloaked with demon chakra. Outside Konoha forests. "Yujito-sama has entered stage 1. A Kumo commander yelled. "Get ready! The invasion will begin soon," said an Iwa commander. "Shores. All troops exit the ships. Yujito-sama has entered stage 1. Yelled a Kumo captain. "You heard him, go!" Yelled a Kiri captain. Back to the arena. "Here, kitty kitty," said Naruto as he held out his hand, holding an origami fish. Up in the stands, Sasuke giggled like mad, making Hinata, Cheyenne, Karen, Yakumo, Temari, and Kin glare at him. The others who were aware of Yujito's status as the Nibi Jinchuriki could not help but also snicker. Even Killer Bee found it amusing, as he took down notes. "Grr! Rah!" Yujito roared as she finally charged at her opponent. Her claws out, she aimed to dice Naruto. Naruto's plan was to make her angrier, making Yujito take the form of the Nibi faster. "The kitty is hungry. Perhaps you'd like some milk?" Kazuhana Koiki, who was watching at her mansion, blushed red, obviously giving meaning to Naruto's words. "How about some wood?" shouted Naruto, making the girls blush. 100 kilometers away from Konoha. "Art is a blast. Muwahaha!" Deidara madly cackled. Soon, he would also show Konoha his art. Konan smirked as her paper butterflies flew around her frantically. "Yujito's entering stage 2. Get the engines running. I repeat, get the engines running. We're moving in," Yahiko said through the ship's intercom. The Uzumaki fleet began its approach to Konoha. Back to the arena. "Wood release, wooden spikes!" "Kitten, watch out!" Wooden spikes erected from the ground, almost impaling Yujito. "Ha! Come! Show me your inner cat!" taunted Naruto. "Inner cat?" thought the Uzushio, Suna, and Odo teams. Sasuke fell to his chair giggling, as well as the others. "Damn perverts!" "Oh, Naruto-kun, I'm going to show you my cat!" thought some of the girls. "Mokutan! The boy has Mokutan!" yelled Sarutobi, who was still in shock like the rest of the crowd. Everyone, as in everyone, except of Uzushio, Suna, and Oto stared in shock at the arena or at the screen. Orochimaru was trying his best not to laugh. The look on his fellow Kages was just hilarious. "Yujito, even though Biju are weak against Mokutan, we'll have a small chance of defeating him if you call forth all my chakra and transform," Matatabi yelled to her host. "Small chance? We're that outmatched?" I'll tell you more about the wood release later. For now, focus on staying conscious. Finally! You're out! Naruto happily shouted as he sped into hand seals. This should keep her unconscious for 3 hours. Guys, get ready to knock out B. He'll probably jump down to help her. His prediction true, the Raikage whispered to his bodyguard to tell B to help Yujito. Would release, would golem! Shouted Naruto as he slammed both his hands to the ground. A wood golem twice the size of the Nibi rose from the ground and immediately punched the cat demon. Mokutan! Repeated the Hokage, his eyes threatening to fall from their sockets. Mokutan, Hote no Jutsu, would release, Hote technique. 9 wooden hands erupted from the ground and grabbed the Nibi. 2 hands held down the tails, while the third held the hind. The 4 other hands held each leg. The 8th and 9th hand held down the body and neck. The cat demon thrashed as it tried to break free. Naruto, who was standing atop the wood golem, made it walk towards the restrained Nibi. Once again he did the seals for a jutsu. Hokage Shiki Jijuen Jutsu, Kakuan Niten Sui Shu, Hokage-style Elder Jutsu, Kakuan's 10th Edict on Enlightenment. The kanji for sit appeared on the palm of the wood golem's outstretched hand and held the Nibi's head. Immediately the Nibi stopped fighting and calmed down. The chakra subsided and returned Yujito to her level 2 form. Naruto felt a huge chakra spike but ignored it and focused on Yujito. B was already on his tailed beast form when he dropped to the arena floor, causing a minor earthquake. He was about to interrupt Naruto when multiple golden chains caught him. He turned around and saw Karen, Miho, and Taiuya holding him back. B, watch out! Yuki warned. B felt the chakra spike but was too late as something heavy punched his face. Hey, what the heck was that, Yao? Utakata-san's also a Jinchuriki, but why didn't we feel it, Yao? Utakata was at level 2, he roared and attacked B's bull octopus form. Up in the Kage box, the Tsuchikage was stunned. The Mizukage was pretending to look surprised. The Raikage was livid. Damn it! Someone help them! I roared. The Uzushio, Suna, and Oto teams was already at the arena floor before the Raikage called for the invasion. They immediately set up a barrier to keep enemy forces from interrupting. It only took less than 10 seconds to finally subdue both Yujito and B. They had chakra suppression seals and restriction seals slapped on their bodies. Mio and Miho put their bodies in a separate sealing scroll. After that, they all held hands and were gone in a flash. Yujito and B's job are passed on to Han and Rashi now, Mei told Anoki. Attack now! Attack! Kill the Konoha populace! We'll eradicate Whirlpool next! An angry eye bellowed, his lightning armor activated. Soon as the Raikage gave the order, explosions around the village were heard. The combined forces of Kumo, Iwa, and Kiri have begun the siege. Oh, make 1. Forest of Death. I hear voices in my head, they counsel me, they understand, they talk to me. They talk to me! Naruto finished. He was bored. They have the required items for them to pass as well as 9 extras. They were simply waiting for the proctors to lead them out of the forest. He could hear his friends talking to each other in the mental link as well as Kurama talking with the other Biju. He started singing again. I hear voices in my head, they dash. Fuck! Screamed Hinata. They fuck? Sasuke repeated, snickering. Naruto-kun, you've been singing the same song ever since this morning, she complained. But it fits. We're all talking. We understand each other. And now you're counseling me, Naruto replied. I think it's good, said Sasuke. Of course you'd agree with him. You're his best friend, said Hinata. I hear voices crying, I see heroes dying. I taste blood that's drying dash. Ew! Omake 2. Konoha Arena. Next match is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze against Yujito ni, announced Hate. Yujito jumped down from the stands and waited for her opponent. 3 minutes later, Naruto still hasn't come down. Where is Naruto? Asked Hate. Will his teammates please contact him and let him know it's his match now? In the stands, Hinata and the others were also wondering where Naruto was. Sasuke was also missing, they noticed. Naruto-san will be given 5 minutes before he is disqualified, announced the proctor. Just then, the lights in the stadium went off. The technicians also lost control of the speakers. A few moments later the speakers boomed, playing a song. Hinata and the others palmed their faces as they recognized the song. I hear voices in my head, they counsel me, they understand, they talk to me. A spotlight focused on one of the arena doors. There were some fireworks before the door opened, revealing Naruto. He was topless and was wearing a spandex pants. The music continued playing as he walked on the center of the arena and faced Yujito, who was blinking stupidly. Ladies and gentlemen, a voice said in the speakers. From Uzushio I give you Uzumaki Namike's Naruto. It turns out that Sasuke was the one speaking and the one controlling the spotlight. Somehow, he managed to sneak inside the control room and play voices. Oh, make 3. You should give up, Neji told Hinata. The Hyuga heir closed his eyes as he delivered his monologue. 1 hour later, he finished talking and opened his eyes. When he did, he finally noticed the silent crowd. He looked around and found everyone passed out. Neji walked towards Hate, who was sprawled on the floor. He tapped him with chakra to wake him. Hate rubbed his eyes like a child and yawned. He looked at Neji. Is it over? Is what over? The match? No. It's just about to start. Please wake her up. Neji pointed at Hinata, who was sleeping on a bed. Where did Hinata get the bed? Neji didn't know. Hate walked towards the girl and woke her. Hinata rubbed her eyes like a child and yawned. Huh! Time to start the match. Hinata pulled something from both her ears and asked again. Hate recognized the things as earplugs. I said, it's time to start the match. Oh. Right. Hinata replied as she went on a stance. Hate used Irika's big head jutsu to wake up the sleeping crowd. After that, he looked at the combatants. Are both fighters ready? Yes. Let's do this, said Hinata. Neji simply nodded. Good. Begin. Since you fell asleep earlier, I'm going to give you the chance to hear what I've said. Since I'm a good person. Neji closed his eyes once again and delivered his hour-long monologue. Hinata sighed as she took out her earplugs and went back to sleep. Up in the stands, Naruto was crying anime tears. Why, Kami, why? Naruto demanded as he looked up at the heavens.